Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, mothers, fathers, daughters, sons, brothers and sisters. Welcome to the 6 hours multi-class race here at Road Atlanta for Coach Dave Academy, as broadcasted by SimGrid here on iRacing. My name is Chris Buxton. I'll be one of your commentators throughout today's escapades at this very technical circuit, and I'm sure we're going to have a lot of fun along the way. Joining me along this merry jaunt is the one and only Ewan O'Leary. Hello, Ewan.
Hello, good afternoon. Good afternoon to everybody at home as well. Very much looking forward to the race this afternoon. It's a one-off event here at Road Atlanta, 6 hours. Good preparation for Petit Le Mans as well for anybody participating in the special event next weekend as well on iRacing. So plenty to look forward to and plenty of action coming up over the next 6 hours.
Absolutely so. Now, qualifying has already taken place, and as you would imagine, with a track that's it's a decent length, but it's not particularly long. The 39 cars took to the track, and the times in between each car in class was very, very close. We were looking at between 109 and 112s for the LMP2s, and about 117 to 120-ish for the GT3s. So we're in for a lot of fun, but what this track is going to be difficult for is lapping slower cars in particular. So when the LMPs eventually come upon the GT3s, I mean, look at this shot right the way down the twisty section. That's turns 1 through 4. That's going to be very, very difficult for the LMP2s. They're going to have to really practice patience. Otherwise, we're going to have a number of cars, as we did actually see in practice, being launched into space.
Yeah, absolutely, especially down there at the S's. You mentioned patience there. They're just going to have to wait, really. And then when you come out of the S's section, then make the move, because there just isn't the space through that section of the racetrack. But even everywhere else, it's not the widest circuit in the world, really. Only 4 kilometres long as well, not that long. So everybody will be really packed up together with nearly 40 cars set to start this one. So patience is going to be absolutely key, and just staying out of trouble is going to be really key as well, because I can't see many teams and drivers ending up and finishing on the lead lap here today. I think the winning margin is going to be quite large, and that's going to be down to all of the difficulties that we're going to see throughout today. The field is going to get very spread out as a result, I would imagine.
Yeah, I mean, the inclusive nature of a series like this that's hosted by the Coach Dave Academy means the skill gap from the top to the bottom can be quite big. But equally, that does allow those with maybe a bit less experience or those that are trying to just improve upon their own pace against those that are very well established. It gives a brilliant opportunity for those two types of teams to come together, and equally established teams to try out drivers that perhaps are looking to rise in the ranks within their own team, and put a bit less pressure on them as well to try and see how they stack up against the establishment already. There's no championship, there's no points on offer here. It is just a testing ground. Because there's no kind of there's no championship on the line. It's great to see that we've had a really strong turnout for this event. We've got the likes of Shazoo, Team Brabham Esports. We've got Satellite Racing, really established names, alongside some that are, shall we say, the team name would give away that they're here for a bit more fun. It's great to see.
Yeah, absolutely. It is a real mix of more experienced and less experienced teams. I've got to say as well that one team as well that are certainly very experienced and expected to be up there, especially in LMP2 today, SRC Movano Corsa, with their qualifying performance, but also just their experience in iRacing. They've been around for a very long time, and under whichever team name they've gone for at the time. It has changed down the years, but they are very experienced. They've been around for a very long time, and they got themselves right up towards the front in qualifying.
They did indeed. They one of their squads heads the LMP2 segment. Actually, in the drivers are in a pre-race warm-up at the moment. It's both the SRC Movano cars, the 29 and 86 cars, that are actually at the top of the times. Now, of course, pre-race practice, it doesn't equate to anything, of course, but in the official practice session and the qualifying session, it was the 86 car. I believe it was in the hands of Andrea Barry, again, apologies for getting names wrong, Barry Laro, that has qualified that car on pole. And in the GT3 category, it was the Brabham Esports McLaren, gorgeous looking British racing green McLaren. Now, as a McLaren fan, that has made my heart sing somewhat. So yeah, to see that absolutely gorgeous McLaren out there. There's some questionable liveries out there, and I'll be honest, I'm not going to pull my punches on them. There are some rather interesting colour schemes going on, but we're here for the racing, which will be getting underway when the pre-race warm-up and practice has concluded. Sort of looking at some of the times, again, we're looking at some very, very close competition.
We certainly are. We saw that in qualifying, but you'd expect that at a circuit like this. We're only just over a minute, really, in terms of lap times. The real pole times were down in the 1 minute 9s. Just about, or the actual pole time for LMP2. It's a pretty short lap around here, and so there's not that much space to really make the difference, and so the times do end up being very, very close indeed. But I am somewhat surprised to see the McLaren running so strongly for Brabham Esports in that qualifying session. We saw it in the hour-long practice session just before that qualifying happened about half an hour ago as well. It was very, very strong, and I have to say, I was a bit surprised about that because it's not a circuit that particularly suits the McLaren's strengths, which of course come in a straight line where it is so powerful and has been for so many years. Just the fastest GT3 in a straight line for more than half a decade at this point on iRacing, and that is not changing anytime soon. And there's not really very many straights around here. There's that one long one towards turn 10A and 10B, that chicane at the bottom of the hill. But other than that, there's really no other straights to speak of. And the slightly twistier S's section, not playing to the McLaren strengths at all, really, with its slightly oversteery nature, especially off throttle. So it's a surprise. But then again, when you see that Brabham Esports are the ones in control of it, it's I guess less of a surprise, because that is a strong team and one to be reckoned with in the GT3 field, whether that be in the McLaren or this Mercedes they've brought as well.
Yeah, there's the second of the Brabham entries, the again dark green Mercedes. I confess I only looked at who qualified pole on two classes, so I'm not sure where that particular car ended up. We're riding, we can see a big group of cars here. Now we are along that stretch heading towards the final chicane, so you've got this drop that will leave your lunch behind if you took that. Oh, and there we go. I was just coming on to say that because of the twisty technical nature of this circuit, this is where the LMP2s are really going to have to behave themselves. And you saw that with that 13 car. That's David Schilling in the Team Red X Academy car. That's almost, from looked like it nearly barreled into the back of the Mercedes. Now, of course, the LMP2s, as far as comparison between the LMP2s and GT3s, the LMP2s are never going to be touchable, especially here. The cornering efficiency of the LMP2 car is absolutely on song. But the problem is where it's going to be impatience. If these LMP2 cars catch a GT3 at the quote wrong time, so from turn 1 right the way through to 5, that really technical section, they are going to have to wait. They're going to have to bide the time, which is exactly, it's counterintuitive for a racing driver to have to do. They don't want to slow down. They don't want to have to let off the gas. They want to be getting on with it, especially if they're in a battle, especially if someone they're fighting with is already cleared the aforementioned group. So this is going to be a real test, exactly as you were saying, Ewan, of just making it to the end. And there you just saw again the number 13 car. It's had to really be very, very careful on when he put the plough down, because the sausage dodgers, again, that's one of the team names that made me chuckle. You won't miss them in a hurry. The bright yellow car going on. But because the GT3 cars can't just power away from a corner as quickly as the LMP cars can, but the LMP2 drivers are going to be very, very used to how their car behaves. They know how quickly their car can take off, so they have to just make sure that they are alert enough to be able to just anticipate the GT3 cars just taking that a little bit longer to get away from a corner than they can. So that is going to be, handling those differences is really going to be key in today's race.
It certainly is, and I think, speaking about the chicane that we were seeing a little bit earlier on, that is really where the LMP2s are going to have to use their advantage to get through. Most of the advantage that they, or some of the advantage I should say, that they have is going to come on that long back straight. They do of course have a big downforce difference as well. They actually low speed when they actually get into the chicane. The GT3s are very similar to the LMP2s because of the mechanical grip. which is just so similar between the two categories. Down the S's section and through the higher speed sections, obviously the downforce of the prototype will certainly shine through. But in those real slow corners, the GT3s will be able to keep up quite well. But then again, the chicane is where the LMP2s need to use their speed and get through, because it's one of the more recognised places to make an overtake, whether that be on one of your own categories competitors, or whether that is a lapped car as well. Do need to make use of that section down there at the bottom of the hill, because it's a big braking zone, and it is by far the best overtaking opportunity on the circuit.
And that's the thing as well, is that there aren't that many very big heavy braking zones here. The one's going to see the most actions, the one that's just gone off camera, actually, turn 10 or turn 10A and 10B. Why it's so numbered, I have no idea. But that chicane at the end of the back straight is going to be the biggest area of action. So that's got that's had people on the gas for quite a while, and then a very big heavy braking zone into a slow chicane. The other heavy-ish braking zone is turn 6, but there's not a very big straight before it. But here is the grid. So Andrea Barilaro, as mentioned, the SRC Movano Corsa Blue car qualified on pole ahead of the Team Ground Effect car, the 108. Then it is on row 2. It is Paul Darling for Satellite Racing Blue, and Laurent Cantori, again, apologies if I'm getting the names wrong, for P Redface Racing. Row 3, Eduardo Leo and Sebastian Ho for SRC Movano Corsa Junior and the Pro Sim teams. Autograph and Ben Glover take on row 4 for DSRT and Team Red X Simsport. Then Brian Zinn and Clement Jagard, I think that is, for Buzz the Tower, love it, and RSGT. Row 6, Dave Schilling in the Team Red X Academy car, and Sebastian Britz in the RSGT car as well. Then James Horn for SOP in 13th, with Patrick Antwerpen in the DSRT car, and can't go through the rest because we are getting the lights on and ready to roll, and the LMP2s are already underway with Andrea Barinaro getting the job done straight into turn 1. It's the Brabham Esports and Team Shazoo cars that take on the front row of the GT3 cars. We'll catch up with them shortly, but it is just a bit of a gap already forming behind Satellite Racing, and there it is, Eduardo Leo, little bit slower off the line. Oh, that's a very long way to go. You can just about get away with it, but this track is really, really unforgiving if you go a little bit too wide. Bit of a challenge right behind Pro Sim and Team Red X Simsport, side by side, coming down towards turn 6, but everybody seems to have survived so far.
It looks like it, and that gap just opened up ever so slightly through the top 3 because of a side-by-side battle between SRC Movano Corsa Junior and Redface Racing. In the end, SRC managed to come out on top, as meanwhile behind there are even more gaps opening up in the GT3s. You can see the top 6 or 7 beginning to get away. A 2-second gap already, though, forming a little bit further behind. It's been a great start, though, for both pole sitters, both SRC Movano Corsa in the overall lead, and also Brabham Esports back in GT3. Dream starts for both pole sitters.
Great stuff. A challenge there from the 15 car. That is De Graaf. That's going up, or back up into 7th. That was Ben Glover that they've just won. He's still side by side. Now working their way through the S's. Very close, but they're returning back to their starting positions. De Graaf and Ben Glover. Nicely done there. As we're now looking at the Buzz the Tower number 73. Brian Zinn right behind them with a great view, and Ben Glover and De Graaf swapping around again on the run down towards turn 6. Very nicely done. As I say, it's not a big run down to that turn 6. It's not a very, in these cars, it's not a huge braking zone. But here is where the slipstream effect and that big braking zone into turn 10 is really going to come into effect. Turn 8, fairly non-existent. Left kink up and over the crest. And then turn 9, equally non-existent. Right turn. And look at the slipstreaming going on. They don't care that it's 6 hours long. They are going for every single position and overtake they can. Side by side into turn 10. Nicely done. Can the 15 hang on? Just about. De Graaf back into 7th.
Yeah, nice move, and there's been some real shuffling going on back here as well. Battles for the lower end of the podium going on. Team Shizou, after qualifying in second place, I think it was, they're falling back already. Leo Racing Team and now Satellite Racing have both gotten through, and now ScoreX Esports are going to try and go through on the inside with their BMW. It's going to have to be late on the brakes into 10A and 10B. Inside line for the first part gives you the outside for the second, and so there's no chance that the BMW will be able to go through, but Aspar Esports are going to be more than happy to fill that void, and the Ferrari will move into the top 5 for the first time, as we've got someone off in the LMP2s. I think Team Ground Effect may have been off the road.
Oh no, yeah, the 108 car, yep, you're indeed well spotted as the Ferrari nips through on the Mercedes coming through turn 1. Nicely done, great three-way fight going on here as the Shizou Ferrari then nips up into, big pardon, that's the Asper Ferrari getting ahead of the Shizou Mercedes. Look at that Ferrari, Mercedes, BMW. Great fight. And look how defensive the Ferrari's having to be. That Mercedes is wanting to get all in the rearview mirror of the Ferrari. Can't make the pass through there, but is trying to put the Ferrari off. Next Mercedes, next BMW. You can see in the top of the shot. They're still at it, look. These two LMP cars we were talking about. Absolutely fantastic. Still side by side. Now, of course, the cornering efficiency of the LMP2s, they can do that. I mean, the GT3s can do it, but it's... and they can take a bit of door banging as well. The LMP2s can to a minor degree, but... yeah, I think we're going to be in for an absolute 6-hour slogfest. Fantastic. Elbows out and ready to go.
Yeah, the arrows have certainly been out so far. It's been entertaining racing, but it's not been a very good start, as we mentioned there, for Ground Effect Sim Racing. By the looks of things, Team Ground Effect have dropped down to the back of the LMP2 field. They were a good 14 seconds off the pace on that last lap. It was a big incident for Patrick Skilvassi, who is at the wheel, qualified second, of course, in this car, but got things wrong. Thought it was in the S's, was a little bit later than that, turns out. Just over these bumps on the outside line, coming out of the S's section, coming through turn 5. Those bumps are so lethal on the outside line there. That's the danger of running wide. And we've just seen it in full effect there. Skilvassi has got a lot of work to do for the remainder of this stint, but at least there is no damage to that car.
He did well to keep that out of the wall. He's now caught the back of the Buzz the Tower Racing Goose car. Excellent stuff. They gained a position because of somewhere the number 31 car, the DSRT car has gone for a wander somewhere, and that's Skilvassi making a big move. I think the I think that was it Patrick Van, who's in the... I'm trying to think who is in the other car. That's Sean. Come on. Waiting for my screen to... Oh, so Sean Garou. That's in the Buzz the Tower Racing Goose car. Again, approve of that. As you can see on the tower, more swapping going on. There's racing going on absolutely everywhere, as you would imagine this early in a race. But even though it is an endurance race, it's a shorter endurance race than these guys are used to. But they are really hammering it. We're not just seeing people get into the rhythm and staying there. We're seeing people really fighting for position everywhere. It's fantastic.
Yeah, even in the top 3 in LMP2 right now, where there's been a change, SLC Movano Corsa have gotten into a 1-2 situation there, with Satellite Racing being demoted side by side here in the final chicane between the 16 and the 17. Clement Churgot just looking to hold on to this 11th place right now, with Hardpoint by Delta Sport on the outside line. They're another strong iRacing team that have been around for a couple of years now and have really proved themselves to be one of the best, and they're now up to 11th place with Jeff Lewis in that car at the moment. But it's been a dream start for SLC Movano Corsa. Eduardo Leo has had a great start in the junior car to get up in and restore a 1-2 for them, and it's been fastest lap after fastest lap for Andrea Barillero in that top car. However, we are now in amongst traffic. The leaders in LMP2 have caught the back of the train in GT3 now, as you can see.
Yeah, now this is where the LMPs are going to have to try and think about where they're going to make the pass on the GT cars they're catching up to. And of course, the GT3 field hasn't dispersed too heavily, so it's going to be car after car after car after car for our leading group. If they catch them in the straight, obviously it's going to be a fairly easy routine for them to go through. You can see the left-hand screen, Phil Morton in the Brabham car, in the Brabham Mercedes. The number 62 car. So it's got his face absolutely full of BMW at the moment. And then screen on the right hand side is the LMP2 leader coming right past them, and that's a brave move to try and make the pass in the middle of the S's. You have got a lot of trust on the car that you're making a way past, as we're now seeing the LMP2s just threading the way through. You can flash your lights all you like. The GT3 are not obliged to just jump out of the way. Indeed, they're discouraged from jumping out of the way of the cars that are coming up to lap them.
Absolutely, you've got to stay on your line, be predictable. As a GT3, just run your race and the prototypes will make your way around you, but it is always a scary prospect. They're just making their way through a nice, or getting their way up to a nice 5-car fight for 6th place in GT3 at the moment. So that'll be interesting to go through as a prototype, as they're 3 wide with a couple of battling Mercedes just going towards the chicane. And the Pro Sim car on the inside of both of them there. Looks like everybody's gotten away cleanly and without problems, but that's just where it can go wrong. This is the most high intensity moment of the race, of the entire race. Even though it's 6 hours long, this is the most dangerous run through traffic. A little bit later on, things will be a bit more spread out, and it'll be a little bit easier for everybody to go through traffic. But for now, it is just going to be very, very difficult for all of the prototypes and all the GT3s as well, because you really do have to keep an eye on your mirrors.
Absolutely. So, yeah, you're absolutely right, Ewan. You've got to maintain your predictability, which is so crucial in a twisty and technical track such as Road Atlanta. If you make an unpredictable move, you try and jump out of the way, you run the risk of jumping in the way instead. And at a circuit like this that's already unforgiving, that's the last thing you ever want to do as the car being lapped. As we now look at Carlos Miguel Duarte for the PTX Racing Team Silver in 8th position, with the Brabham Esports Hissing Sid Mercedes right behind it, with more of the LMP2 cars now streaming past. Having a look at the Blue Chip Racing BMW just ahead, Mercedes rather, just ahead of them. There's a battle of the German marks here. He's going for the move again. That's down towards turn 10. Whoa, that's the LMP car flirting with the grass there. Now the side-by-side moment for Carlos, can't get it done then. And then the 13 car, it's David Schilling just coming past him on the inside line. That's the thing, you've got to maintain predictability for the LMP cars coming past, but if you're involved in your own battle, you're focusing on that. And oh my God, this is absolutely bonkers. 4 wide at some point. I mean, it's not the narrowest circuit, granted, so you've got room to go for that many side by side. And yes, thank you, camera operator. we were commenting on, I was commenting on this rather bizarre livery on the SAP Esports Racing team. I swear this car. The team said everyone pick a colour, so everybody did pick a colour, and they stuck all of them on the car. That's, distinct, I think is a fair word to use.
It's easy for us to spot, and so for that reason I'm a fan of it, because it does make our life a bit easier, as opposed to everybody's livery just being blue, which
True.
sometimes happens. But yeah, just running outside the top 10 at the moment. Got displaced by Team Ground Effect and Patrick Skilvassi on a bit of a recovery drive at the moment. He's back inside the top 10, and he's chasing after Hardpoint by Delta Sport. That's a couple of teams to watch, really. A couple of teams a little bit further down than maybe you'd expect at this early stage in the race, as Sebastian Brits gets his way into the final couple of corners and tries to get his way up into 13th place, but struggling to get through on the Satellite Racing blue car up in front, because they're going on the offensive themselves.
That's it. Yeah, the GT3 field, you can see on the tower, the top part of the GT3 field has dispersed a little. The LMP2s are still moderately close together. A bit of a gap, 14th to 15th, you can see on the tower. You're not seeing the top 10 in the tower at the moment. So the timings are... Oh, that's close! Time's certainly close between 12th and 13th. That's the Irish GT by Clark Powell car, the number 17, currently being driven by Clement Jagard, and the Satellite Racing blue car that you mentioned earlier. Very, very close, still working the way through traffic. It's great practice for how to manage your race and the traffic at the same time for both the slower and faster classes. You can see the picture-in-picture. That's the Sausage Dodgers team, the yellow and black Mercedes pair, having their own, their own battle. They're kind of minding their own business, really, for themselves. As unlike the two in the main picture, the two LMP cars, that's the Satellite Racing blue car claiming 12th place in the hands of Paul Darley. And it's not going to be an easy run, because then breaking away from the Courageous pass is going to be very difficult, especially with a face full of GT3s right ahead of him.
Yeah, this is the moment in the race, really, or this is the key defining factor of the race, I should say. There are 16 LMP2s that took the start of this race. They're all still running, and they've all gotten through the first run through traffic quite nicely. And there are 35 cars that have started this race. So you do the maths. There's nearly double the GT3s than what there are LMP2s, which makes it life very difficult when you're a prototype driver. Satellite Racing has just been displaced there by James Horn, or at least, sorry, trying to get through on James Horn with Paul Darling, another driver who really, for his amount of talent, should maybe be a little bit further up, and amount of pace should maybe be a bit further up. That was a little bit sketchy in the background as well. The flash of the lights from a GT3. That was Aspar Esports, showing that they weren't impressed with the LMP2 car diving down the inside of them into turn 7.
That would have got the pulse racing a little bit, as again we see Satellite Racing Blue and the SAP racing cars side by side down into turn 10, which, as you said at the top of the show, is going to be a very, very common theme. That's going to be the if you were going to watch a race from anywhere, that would be a brilliant place to see it. Into that turn. Oh, James Ward had a decision to make there. Now, coming back to what I was saying about patience, he could have banzaied the inside of the Porsche, but actually opted to do the safer route. Now, that's compromised. Look at the time he's lost as a result of that. It's definitely the safer way to do it, but that's cost him a huge amount of time on the battle that he was in, and thrown him into the clutches of the two RSGT cars behind. So was it the right thing to do? Well, from a safety perspective, yes, but that has cost him, over 3 seconds on the Satellite Racing Blue car.
I mean, the ebb and flow of traffic is going to give and take those kind of margins, though, all day long. It's much better, with still 5 3/4 hours to go, to just back off and lose those few seconds and preserve the health of your car at this stage. It's so early on that there's no point in risking anything, really, for that kind of for a small gain. So you just got to stay out of trouble. And as I said earlier, I think this race is going to be settled by big margins in the end, and possibly laps between various cars by the end. And that's because people won't have stayed out of trouble, and they will have got involved in incidents. So if you can avoid that as best you possibly can, I think you're going to be on for a great result by the end of the day, as the battles inside, just for the last spot inside the top 10 in GT3, continue on towards the bus stop chicane. The Porsche really struggling in terms of straight line speed.
I love the message on the back of that Porsche, on the Redco Motorsports Porsche parcel street. Oh no, that's a mistake forced there from Christian Wallach. Oh, that was very close. Derek Wynn almost careering into the side of the BMW that was pressuring him. Now with the LNR coleslaw, curious team names going on. Oh, that's the Triple 4 car smoking. So big issues for one of the Mercedes. We'll hopefully catch up with a replay there. As again, we've just got cars everywhere. It's chaos.
It's Remy Humbert who's in the pit lane now as a result of that. I think they may have gotten involved with the 38, because they've also gone back to pit lane. There's the replay, and both of those cars have gone straight back to pit lane, and will have quite lengthy repairs to action here today. Not entirely sure. I'll go and check whether they do get a fast repair or not. I'm not entirely sure, but because I don't think that they do. Oh no, they do. Sorry, they get a couple of fast repairs, so they will be back in the race fairly quickly. But even so, you do have to get towed back to the pit lane and then action the fast repairs. So it's not going to be a quick operation for them.
No, sadly not. The number 31 car, Patrick van Antwerpen, for DSRT, has come into the pits as well. 17-second stop, so a short pit stop for them, as we now see the two SRC Movano cars together. Now, are they racing, or are they just building up a gap? I mean, you would think that they would, being sensible and just building up the gap, but it's been a great start, exactly as you were saying earlier, Ewan, from Eduardo Leo, qualifying in 5th position, and then very quickly dispatching of those and getting up to the back of the sister car, as they know. You would think they're just going to work together and build that gap up front, or they may use it as like you said earlier, a test bed to see who's the quicker, or who can make passes where, or things like that. I think so early on, though, exactly you were saying, sensible racing etiquette would really say that they just need to just settle into a rhythm and do the fighting at the end.
Yeah, you would say so. I mean, early on with anybody, really, I think in this situation, whether you're teammates or not, I think you have to run in line a little bit, work together a little bit, and kind of wait for later on. The benefit they do have, Eduardo Leo, in that second place at the moment, is that he can save a little bit of fuel using the slipstream, particularly down here towards the chicane. It's not one of those circuits where you can really save fuel very easily. It's quite difficult, really, given how the circuit is. It's not one of those stop-start circuits where you've got a lot of braking zones to really lift off into. There's about one heavy braking zone, maybe two, that you can really save a bit of fuel at. So it's not going to be saving him gallons, but it is going to be saving him that little bit, and that might help him a little bit later on as we get into the pit stop phase, which will start in about 20 minutes' time.
Yeah, it's true enough. But there's also good practice at the art of slipstreaming and saving fuel, even if they're not going to actually achieve a huge amount of fuel saving. It's good practice for bigger events such as the Petit Le Mans you mentioned at the top of the show. As we now look at Raul Suarez, number 44 Ferrari, on the back of the third GT3 cars, Adam State for Saddler Racing, the Saddler Racing GT3 AM car. As again, we have our LMP leaders in the picture-in-picture, just essentially minding their own business and working their way through the traffic. The Brabham Esports, as P7, in the picture-in-picture there. Maybe they're not just minding their own business. That is Brian Zinn and Patrick Silvesi. Is Patrick continuing to try and make back some of the time that he lost from running in second, and then having that big moment early in the race? Well, we still are early in the race, but you know what I mean. Trying to regain lost ground. So he's done pretty well. I mean, he was down in 14th, I think, is 14th, 15th, excuse me, is the last place LMP car. So he's now back up into 8th position. So he's done well to make up lost time, but that at least he's got time to recover the lost ground. There is the Grand Effect car that we mentioned on the back of the Buzz the Tower Racing Maverick. We saw the Goose car. We now have the Maverick car, the number 72. And that's, it's fairly straightforward pass there. It's not an ideal place to pass into turn one, but you know who you're realistically in a battle with, and if you've got someone that you know is quicker than you, it's often wise just to let them go and carry on your own race.
Certainly better to let Giovinazzi go at the moment. He is a lot quicker than the drivers around him as this three-car battle for 12 continues on with two RSGT cars following on from one another, although getting halted slightly by traffic, and it's going to be split into a two-car battle now by the looks of things. But yeah, these guys have kind of found their place in this race and are looking to maybe move a bit forward, but just looking to get through these opening moments, really get through the bit of lap traffic here as well. And they've managed to achieve that through the SS section, but we're already in a phase where very few of these laps are actually clear for these guys now. The GT3 field is so spread out, the LMP2 field quite spread out now already, especially for only 20 minutes into the race. And so the LMP2s are having to do a lot of lapping of other cars, and it's happening quite often.
Yeah, I did think it was a bit of a curious track choice for a multi-class race such as this. As Derek Wynn in the Treble 1 Porsche had to really think about that. I love them. Coming on to say earlier, that message on the back of the Porsche, LMPs pass on straights. Why not? Stick it on the car. That, as you can quite clearly see, they're not necessarily obeying that too much. But we've yet to see a GT3 sideswiped by an LMP. But I think it will happen, not out of malice, of course, but I think there will be an incident where someone has misjudged it. And right behind this pack, actually, someone has misjudged it, because this was a three-car battle up until literally a few seconds ago, and suddenly one of the cars has dropped from it.
Let's see what we can learn from this replay. Straight line racing, just getting things wrong at turn one, going slightly too wide onto the curb. Oh, and actually got into the wall as well, which I was a bit surprised about. And you don't have much control when you are on the grass, of course. You just keep going straight on and straight into the wall as well there. That won't be the last time we see someone end up in the outside wall at turn number one. It's one of those corners where you can get things wrong by millimetres, but it does have fairly drastic consequences. Luckily on that occasion, the consequences weren't too bad.
Three-car fight for 12th position. So that's James Horn in the 12th car with Clement Jagard right behind him and Sebastian Britz behind them again. So that is the SOP Esports team, and both of the RSGT cars really haggling for position. Now, what are the RSGT cars going to do? If Sebastian may want to try and get past his teammate, they may orchestrate that one, but James Horn running his own race, but he's got his rear view mirrors full of LMP2 headlights at the moment. There's a bit of an argument going on for 9th place, you can see on the tower, and then the picture-in-picture, you've got the 13 car. Oh, that is close. Now that's Thomas Dunn in the blue chip racing Mercedes that almost introduced himself to the number 13, David Shilling, in the Team Red X Academy car. Flash of the lights there. I don't really think that the LMP did anything wrong. That's going to be a pass then. I actually think the flash of the lights was actually to the Brabham car, but no, personally not, because that's a pass for a position, not a lap. So that's actually the Hissing Sid Mercedes taking 6th in class from Thomas Dunn. So that's Phil Morton in the 62 Mercedes as they continue their particular battle. Yeah, sometimes the flashing of the lights confuses me because I'm not. Sometimes it's very clear what they're flashing their lights at. It's generally used as I'm putting a lap on you, get out of the way, or sometimes it's used as a means to show frustration or I'm not happy with what you've just done. But sometimes I think, well, what were you flashing for? And I'm not quite sure what Thomas Dunn was flashing his lights at. That's getting a little bit cozy.
That was close, but I think that was a satellite racing car, one of them. I'm not entirely sure, but drove straight into the side of Ben Glover there, and Patrick Scovacci is going to be more than happy to take that opportunity with two hands, and he goes up to 6th place now. He's got quite a distance to go now to get to the top 5 again, but he has made good progress back towards the front of this field, and the SOC Movano Corsa 1-2 may be about to be split up by ProSim pretty soon. Gap less than 2 seconds now between that ProSim car and the top 2 as well, although they may be just making their way through traffic, and that's why the gap is closing. It is hard to tell at this stage quite who's got the pace and who is just making their way through traffic better than the other.
Oh, Ben Glover, you were trusting that Mercedes there, but he didn't want to be held up behind the Mercedes all the way through the S's. Again, it comes back to patience. The pace difference that the LMP2s can display through this section in particular, without the room to safety pass, is really is going to be very, very telling on how these drivers deal with that. Do they just hold back and lose a lot of time? Exactly as you were saying, Ewan, this stage in the race, it's safer to do that because you've got time to make that up later on. Or do you try and make the move? Well, you've got to trust the car you're making the move on, that they've spotted you. As we are riding on board with Brian Zinn, he's chasing the Satellite Racing blue car, who in turn is making a move for 8th position on the hardpoint car. So that's Paul Darling getting past Jeff Lewis, who's made up 7 positions since they're starting. That got a little bit lively coming through the second part of the chicane. Still just a little bit side by side, but yeah, you don't normally see this in an endurance race. You don't normally see this much elbows out this early on. I'm by no means complaining about that whatsoever. More the merrier as far as I'm concerned. So, yeah, great stuff. Hopefully it continues.
I think it's partly because some cars, especially in LMP2, I've noticed, have found their way out of position. We're looking at a couple of them now, with Paul Darling in the Satellite Racing car and the Hardpoint by Delta Sport car as well, a little bit out of position compared to where I'd expect to see it. Obviously, Team Ground Effect as well after their spin. Patrick Scovacci is faster than even where he is right now in 6th place. He's probably faster than that as well, and we've seen him going through the field as well. So I think it's partly down to cars being out of position. That's not been the case so much in GT3, and that's been reflected in the battling that we've seen, or maybe the slight lack of it compared to what we saw or have been seeing in the LMP2 category. What I will say though is Phil Morton has been making good progress in the other Brabham Esports car. That's the Mercedes as opposed to the McLaren that's leading. Brabham Esports have been making some good progress from outside of the top 10, now inside the top 10 and nearly inside the top 5 as well. But here you can see Brabham Esports already raced out to really quite a big lead, barely half an hour into this race.
Fair point, well made. And there is the GT3 leader, the Brabham McLaren, just being caught out by this LMP2 pack. Nicely navigated there was James Armstrong. So you see flash of the lights there from James. He was not happy that move happened in the... Wow, he's very unhappy with him having light flashing going on. Either he was trying to indicate to the LMP2s, go on, I'm waiting for you to go past, or he was not happy at, I think was the Red X car, making the move in the middle of the S's, which it looked a fairly clean move. It's a tight place to do it, sure, but it didn't look like it forced the McLaren to have to take any diverting action. So quite what the... as I was saying earlier, it's not always clear what the light flashing is for. I wonder whether it was just a case of he's trying to indicate to the LMP2s, I'm ready for you to pass, I'm anticipating it, go on, then get on with it. But either way, he's got an 11-second lead. Even if he was disadvantaged by the LMP2 cars coming past him, they've done a brilliant job to build up such a big lead so early on. So quite what he's so frustrated about remains to be seen. Oh no, that's the BMW wandering off.
Yeah, BMW just slightly wide after letting one of the cars through into turn number 1. There it is. Now brilliant. Just running ever so slightly wide, but yeah, I was a bit surprised to see James Armstrong so disappointed, or not disappointed, sorry, frustrated with that LMP2 for making that move at that particular moment. Not entirely sure why that he was so disappointed with that, because it's a fairly recognised place to make a move. It's difficult in the S's, but there are a couple of sections where he can do it, and that is one of them. Diving down the inside at that right-hander, he can do it, and it's a recognised move, really, and one that people make often. So if he's really unhappy with it happening right now, then he's going to have to get used to it, I think, because for the next 5.5 hours, I can see that happening a good few times to come. So he's going to have to watch out for that throughout the remainder of the race and get used to it, really.
Yeah, so while that potato salad, as they call themselves, that BMW doesn't look particularly happy, as we now see the RSGT cars coming past. And that's another aspect that's when we come to pit stops, which we haven't... I've only seen one car come into the pits, and again, quite why the number 31 car came in as early as it did, I'm not certain, but where that pit lane entry is, right over the crest of that final turn, I've seen many a car caught out by either making a late decision to come into the pit lane, or the car behind not anticipating the intentions of the car ahead. And that pit lane entry will catch people out as the race continues. So that's another aspect that we'll look forward to seeing how our drivers deal with. Our early pitters due to do those early accidents, the treble 4 car and the 38, they are back on track. So they actually came out a little while ago. I meant to mention that. The RFRO blue car in the hands of, certainly now in the hands of Gabriel Benet, is back on track. Actually, no, the 38 car didn't come back out on track, or isn't moving now. So that's Carlos Duarte. The PTX racing car did not reappear. So we have lost another. We're down to 34, but still plenty of action to go.
Absolutely. Yeah, so first retirement of the day. 35 cars started, down to 34 within the first half an hour. But it has been a clean start to this race. First run through traffic, especially at Road Atlanta, it's always, or often, I should say, absolute chaos. And thankfully, that has not really been the case here in this race today. So very pleased to see that. And it's plenty of racing to come as well. And plenty up for grabs in this one. Oh dear, off the road, into the wall, spectacularly for Sebastian Brits. The RSGT car will have to go back to pit lane. And that is going to be a repair for them. They're going to have to use a fast repair, you'd imagine. It's got things wrong through turn 5. It gets so bumpy out wide there that things can go wrong very easily, and they just have for this team, I'm afraid.
That was the best timed commentator's curse I've ever seen. That was absolutely incredible. But yeah, that's right on board there with Sebastian Britt. So just catches that inside line. Was probably put on. So there you go. So it tries to avoid the BMW, and that causes the tail to go light. And then it's when you're seeing sky, that much sky is always you're in for a bad time. And that car is Oh, yeah, very, very unhappy. You wouldn't normally drive a car that heavily damaged that quickly, but in iRacing, of course, you can. Yep, I suspect that one's going to be parked for a while.
Well, the fast repair means that they might be out the pit lane again quite quickly, but they will certainly take on fuel here. They will have used about 3/4 of a tank now, so they will fill up a little bit at least. For about, well, not entirely sure what the pits, how long it takes to fill one of these LMP2s to the very top. The GT3s, it's about 40 seconds, but because the fuel tank is slightly smaller on an LMP2, I'm not entirely sure how long they'll have to stay there for, but either way, that car will be repaired. There you can see immediately the fast repair used. That every team will have 2 to utilise throughout the race. So expect to see plenty of those throughout the day as those mistakes become more and more common.
Is another thing that our drivers have to bear in mind is when to use that fast repair. They have a couple of them, which is at least something, but you don't want to be using them so quickly in an endurance race. But I mean, the other alternative is to sit there forever whilst that much damage is repaired. Yep, 29.2 seconds for Sebastian Brits. He's now back underway. You can see in the picture-in-picture, back out on track. So as we look at Derek Wynn in the 111 Red Kite Motorsports Porsche, again dealing with the traffic very nicely in his pursuit of the 11th, the Battle Team racing car, with the Sausage Dodgers pair right behind. It looked like they're arguing for 13th place. That's not ideal for Tim Williams. There he is in the 797 car with Luke Sherlock in the sister number 20 right behind. It's not ideal to be scrapping for position between themselves, but yeah, well, you can argue that they're a little bit further down the field. So what have they got to lose? May as well have some fun racing practice, you could argue, but yeah, we'll see. And again, you see Luke Sherlock having a look on the inside line. And that's not really a place to make a move, particularly in TT3s. Down into turn 6, you'll be wanting to do that down into turn 10, but we'll see what they can do. I think they've been this way around for a while now, or certainly since the start. So we'll see if that changes, but they still stare at the back of the 111 Porsche.
Yeah, just a 3-car train outside the top 10 for the moment, and a bit of a problem for all the LMP2s coming up on them, because really when you are a faster category, or driving a faster car I should say, you want to see the GT3 spaced out a little bit so you can pick them off one by one, not 3 at once, where things can get very tricky. And I can just see some prototypes in the background of those shots there. They're going to have to stay behind through the S's. Well, I'll say that car actually quite a long way behind, so I think they're not going to be disadvantaged too much by these 3. But this is a problem. If you imagine a prototype coming up on them at this point here, where are you supposed to go? You're going to have to stick behind them and lose heaps and heaps of time. You can see the prototype, and it does turn out that they are going to get here in time, and they are going to lose quite a lot. So it'll be at least a second, maybe 2, as they just have to lift off down the hill here and then wait for the straights. They're going to be held up again because you can't pick them all off before the next corner. So it's going to be pretty difficult. Dive around the inside, make sure that he does do that. But yeah, it's tricky when you're driving a faster car. And there's a 3-car train like this, even if there are no overtakes happening, which is true of this one at the moment.
Yeah, we saw the picture-in-picture there. I think that was a Gaetano Volcano in the number 43 Ferrari that was going for a bit of a wander. It was a Ferrari, at least. Let's have a look at that again. Oh, it was Raul Suarez. There, it's tail. I couldn't quite tell if he got hit from the passing LMP2 or whether the tail just got very loose on him, but sadly, that has really compromised their run. That's the Asper Esports team, number 44, currently in 4th in all the 4s for them at this point in time, as we come back again to this battle for 13th. Now, is this an opportunity coming down into turn 1 for the Sausage Dodgers, number 797? Not quite, still side by side though with the Porsche, and can't quite get it done, and nearly took his teammate's nose off there, as Raul Suarez has brought the number 44 into the pits, unsurprisingly. But my goodness me, this lot are really scrapping hard, as they've actually got a class leader coming up behind them as well. So the number 43 Porsche, that is Gaetano Volcano, the Leo Racing team. That's second in class. So they're going to have to let that one go. And there goes the Porsche. Mercedes staying over to the right. Oh no, that's gotten a little bit awkward. Now, that's the thing. What do you do? Really, he should be just hitting the base. Oh, no, he's gone off the road. So he's kind of panicked a little bit that his lead is coming past. And through goes Niall Bullion as well. Now, there's been trouble as well for the number 17 car, the RSGT My Clark Powell car. I noticed that was stationary and off track a little while ago. Clement Jagard has had trouble, and he's in the pit in that LMP2 car. So hopefully we'll catch up with what's happened with them fairly soon. I think, is the 44 car back on track? Yes, Raul Suarez is back out on track now, 22.8 seconds stationary.
Not too long. I was able to get away with that one. I did see a car stationary in the SS. Didn't realise it was Jago, unfortunately, for them. But the Aspar Esports GT3 already back out there again in the 44. That, of course, being Raul Suarez, we just saw in the wall. Only 22 seconds of a fuel fill, so he's taken on half a tank of fuel, which is he probably filled the tank up to the brim again. And he probably used a fast repair as well. Or maybe not, but he certainly got that repaired done, no matter how he did it. So he's still definitely in the race there. He was running fourth at the time, and despite that incident, he's certainly in the race. And Sebastian Hove is in from third place.
Along with Laurent Miskovic in the 116 Red Face Racing car. Third and fourth and fifth, Odd de Graaf in the number 15 DSRT Simex Pro car have all come into the pits. Assuming that's a planned stop for them after 32 laps. That's fair enough. Sebastian Hove actually set the fastest lap of the race a couple of laps ago. And here we go, some more coming in. Ben Glover in the Team Red X car also coming into the pits. So what's the standard stop for these? We'll see. On board. So this is what happened to the 17 car. Oh, he actually got loose on the way down through the S's. And as soon as you go onto that grass, you're in for a rough ride anyway, because you just cannot get the car to turn properly on the grass. So, and that's a slightly less usual place to have a mistake, but those S's have bitten again.
Going round again is SRC Movano Corsa. We didn't comment on it at the time, but the leaders have exchanged places. Eduardo Leo now is in the lead of this one, with Andrea Barillero just using that slipstream to defend a little bit, as that was a bit of a moment. Phil Morton once again gaining places, gaining another place. This Tiziano Caponio, who went off the road. How on earth did this happen? He just broke randomly and then got shoved straight into the wall, and that's going to be a repair for them as well. But yeah, just broke at a very odd time.
I think he got loose going into turn one, but I couldn't quite tell whether there was impact between himself and Phil Morton. But yeah, Tiziano Caponio instantly recovered the car. As more cars into the pits, Patrick Skilvesi, Paul Darling, Jeff Lewis, and Brian Zinn, and David Schilling then. So that's the 108 car. That's the Team Ground Effect. The number 1, Satellite Racing. 16, the Hardpoint car. 73, which is Buzz the Tower, and number 13, Team Red X, all into the pits. So that, I think, only leaves our lead pair. No, never mind. They're in now. The 29 and 86 cars, the SRC Movano cars now into their pit stop as well.
Yeah, they are in as well, but they did go a lap longer than the bulk of the field, and they went 2 laps longer than Prosim and Sebastian Hove. So we'll wait and see just how that affects things. 34 seconds is a standard drop here by the looks of things for a standard fuel fill. No tyres being taken on by these guys at this point, because we are only 40 minutes into the race. There really is no use of taking on tyres every single stint, because you're just going to lose too much time. Despite the twisty nature of this circuit, expect to see a lot more tyre changes coming up in another 40 minutes time when they've completed 2 stints, and we may even see the first driver changes of the day as well. But it looks like those 2 leaders are going to come in 1 and 2 and leave 1 and 2, unless Sebastian Hove can really get his skates on and get out in front of both of them, but I'd be surprised if he does.
The number 13 car is still in. So the SRC car's now back out on track. As Eduardo Leo's actually lost the lead to his teammate. But David Schilling has, he had a 54-second stop. So I wonder, exactly as you said, Oh, he completely... Wow, he must have reversed by quite a way. He missed his pit box, but he lost a colossal amount of time. So either he's opted to take tyres, which, like you were saying, Ewan, I'd be very surprised at this point, or he missed his pit box by like a week.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure. At 54 seconds... because if you miss your pit box, it wouldn't actually count in your stationary time. 54 seconds is the stationary time
Good
that we're
point,
getting through for him at the moment. So if he's reversing and finding his box, then that's not counting towards his time. So something else is clearly at play here. I wonder whether there's been a tyre change there, all 4 tyres, because it would take about 20 seconds maybe to change tyres. I feel that's a bit quick actually, but... he wouldn't have taken. To me, that suggests he's taken 3 tyres, but that would be weird. So I doubt he's done that. But possibly a 4 tyre change there.
Okay, so we're being told he did his standard stop, went to go, and then went back into his pit stop again.
Is that allowed? I didn't even think you were allowed to do that, but.
I would imagine that's the only reason you can reverse in the pit is to just get back onto your own marks. But I've got no words for that. I've never heard of that one before.
No, I've never heard of anyone doing that either. But clearly something has gone wrong with that pit stop, and it is always very difficult to actually sort that out, especially if David Schilling is in there on his own at the moment. If he's starting this race on his own and he hasn't got a crew chief, as iRacing calls it, a bit American, I know, but we are in America. If he hasn't got someone to do it for him, then he's got to try and press all the buttons and maybe click the mouse or whatever while in the bottom right-hand side of his screen while he's on the fly. And it's a difficult circuit to be able to do that. It's difficult to do that anywhere as somebody's off the road at turn 5 again. So if he's had to do that all on his own, he might have just configured something wrong and his pit stop has just gone wrong. That's it. This is his pit stop on the right-hand side that we're seeing.
Oh, there he goes, up on the jacks.
So he does take 4 tyres. He must, or at least a few, because he's went up on the jacks there. But as we were informed, he got going and then stopped and went back out. And good presence of mind from the SRC cars to avoid him there, because they would have went straight into the back of him otherwise.
I have never seen that. I've seen people overshoot the pit box on the way in and have to reverse, a few feet, but nothing like that. He was completely out of the box and then reversed back into it. So what on earth's going on there? I don't know. You said you spotted someone off at turn 5. I think that was the number 15 car, the DSRC Simix Pro car, Otto Graf. I saw that he'd gone off the road at some point. So he's now in 6th with Paul Darling in the 1 car right with him.
His last lap time was 15 seconds off his best, and I know they're not supposed to be setting purple or even personal bests at this stage, but that is a long way off. As we've got a car off, I think that's the Team Red X SimSport red car in the background there. It is indeed Ben Glover from a top 10 place, has spun around. He'll hold on to his top 10, but remains to be seen whether that was because of traffic or whether he did that on his own. There were a lot of cars around him.
Oh, yeah, he's done that one properly. Let's have a look at... that's Otto Graf. Oh, that corner's bitten again. And thank you, Tree. We couldn't tell whether he hit the wall. It looked like the way the camera suddenly stopped that he's hit the wall. And judging by his... he's really struggling to keep up with the ground effect car right ahead of him. And Satellite Racing Blue all over his tail. I would suspect he's hit the wall. And having not long pitted, that is going to be horrible. Do they come in again for another unscheduled stop? Or do they just kind of limp that on for another, what would be 30-odd laps? We'll see what they choose to do. Obviously, sticking up for the time being. What happened to... he tripped over one of the Sausage Dodger cars. So I was about to say he did that one properly on his own, but no, exactly as you correctly said there, Ewan. He tripped over one of the GT3 cars. That was one of the Sausage Dodger Mercedes. As Otto Graf's day gets even worse. Also, that's trouble for the number 31. That's another one of the DSRT cars. Is now in trouble. That is Patrick Van Antwerpen again. So he had that early stop and he's off track again. So we'll hopefully catch up with what's happened to the 31 car. And Otto Graf staying in the tyre tracks of the number 1 car, Paul Darling, in the Satellite Racing car. So may well be wounded, but he's utilising as much slipstream as he can to mitigate the time lost.
Absolutely, it's all about just doing the best that you can at this stage in the race. It's early on. Getting through it at this point is so important. Getting through traffic as well, as that's the 43 car in second place in GT3 just at the moment, but a whopping 22 seconds behind James Armstrong in the lead for Brabham Esports at the moment, and they're still a good quarter of an hour away from pit stops. This is Patrick van Antwerpen. Oh, bouncing across the curb in a big way. This car has already been off today, by the way, and in the wall and in the pit lane indeed for an early stop, the 31. Not entirely sure why, but it's put them a long way down, and that is going to put them even further down.
Wow, Patrick van Antwerpen using his pilot's license there. Mind you, that was quite a thump that the car's taken. Did look like he kept it out of the wall. Obviously, he was right underneath the camera, but it didn't look like it bounced off of anything. As we now look at Andrea Barilaro in the race leading number 86 car, and Autograph is off again. The number 15 car, the DSRC Simex Pro car, is in trouble again. So his day's gotten even worse. There he is. So yeah, same corner again, and we're not even an hour in, and how many casualties have we seen up there?
It's all been prototyped so far. Getting things wrong up here. It's almost a replay. Oh well, it's different this time. It's almost like he preempted the same thing happening again, so he started his correction early, and in doing so, he's overcorrected there and gone straight into the wall, and this is awkward, because he can't actually see over that crest there to get back going again without causing, a bit of a problem. Oh, my word! That was close. Team Suzu was certainly having to get on the brakes there, because it's very difficult to get back going again when you can't really see what is over the hill. Into the pit lane comes Autograph at this stage. You can hardly blame him. He's clearly struggling out there. Needs a fast repair, new set of tyres, bit more fuel, and he'll be on his way again.
There's Niall Bouillon again on the tail of the sausage. What's the food related one? Sausage dodgers and potato salad. Again, not complaining whatsoever. But the number 27 car trying to work his way past the Mercedes, not there, I would think, into the twisties. There is the Sausage Dodgers car, so that was made easy for Niall Bouillon. Got the run through the S's somewhat wrong and killed a few road cones whilst they were at it. No iRacing race is ever complete without some road cone death going on.
It's very common. It's not like we're at Motegi, to be fair, where they do get completely destroyed, but or used to anyway. But yeah, it does happen quite often. But yeah, change of position there. Tim Williams has been falling back a couple of places in the last few laps to Team Suzu, and now the Eleanor potato salad car as well, been able to get through on him. But still in the race, and still has a fairly clean-looking car as well, which is more than can be said for a lot of the other competitors in GT3. Even the BMW in front was a little bit damaged, and this car, of course, was that little bit damaged earlier on as well. But still, watch out for these guys a little bit later on. Very much in the race, and Aspar Esports know what they're doing in one of these events.
Absolutely. So, very experienced team. Raul Suarez is no stranger to these circumstances. He's actually got the car back into the position it qualified in. So 7th in class. The number 44 has been through the pits, as we mentioned. So that is why it's very much out of position. And that then really will upset the strategy that the team would have planned out before the race began. So that'll now be furiously reworked to see how that's going to fit in with how the race is now going for them. 21 seconds behind the Delta Racing 6th place car. So we'll see, that's Higo Oliveira currently has the number 28 car. So we'll see if he's able to close in. The lap times. Yeah, Raul was a little bit quicker. He's actually one of the quickest last time around, one of the quicker of the GT3 class. So again, showing that he's a little bit out of position at the moment. But with driver changes likely to happen a little bit later on, of course, we don't know who's going to be in which car and when. So that is likely to have a bit of a shake-up of the order. I just spotted a slight off-track there. I think the number 88 car, Tiziano Caponio, has gone for a bit of excursion somewhere, but I think it was just very brief. He looks like he's back on track again.
Yeah, it looks like it. And on the teammates for Raul Suarez in here, we have got a list of drivers and which car they're in. It looks like it's just a 2-car team in GT3 for these guys, and Marcos Calvo will be getting in a little bit later on for Asport Esports, but when is the question. We don't really know the answer to that one for the moment, but yeah, all these teams will be using at least 2 drivers, maybe 3 in this race. You have to do a minimum of 2 and a maximum of 3 in this one. Most GT3 teams, I would suggest, would maybe go for 2. Some have gone for 3. In LMP2, it's a little bit more common to have a trio of drivers, but given the kind of event it is, the kind of event it's a one-off, it's a little bit all over the place. Everybody kind of decides what they want to do, really, with this one, rather than with what's fastest necessarily. They're just having a bit of fun this afternoon as Paul Darling is closing in on Patrick Skilvassi. Both of these drivers have been making good progress so far in the race and continuing to do so. Now trying to both get inside the top 5, making their way through, and a bit more traffic down the back straight.
Indeed, as Paul Darling continuing to work his way through. So that is, as you say, Skilvassi right ahead. Again, this is really testing of the driver's abilities. Where do you focus? You want to be keeping an eye on your quarry, the person you're chasing. So, riding on board with the Satellite Racing #1 car. So, of course, he's primarily, Paul is primarily focusing on Patrick's tail. But, of course, there is a whole plethora of other cars around. So you've got to try and anticipate what everyone else is doing. And to make it even more complicated, the car that's ahead of the Grand Fett car already, which is the one ahead of us right now, is a backmarker. So they should, in theory, be jumping out of the way. However, there's GT3 cars around them, so it's going to be a case of, oh no! Commentator curse, that's 1-1, I think. Oh dear, who was that? That was fun. That was the number 31 car. That was Patrick Antwerpen again. This time not anticipating what the leaders were doing and bouncing off of the Team Grand Effect car. Has that caused a lot of damage? Well, it still seems fairly rapid in a straight line, but the number 31 car back on track again. Oh dear, there'll be a few words said about that one, I dare say.
It was a dive from Patrick Skilvassi at turn 6. Whether he was alongside enough, was it a dive that he shouldn't have made? I'm not entirely sure. I think when you're a lap car like that, you've got to be expecting somebody to be heading down your inside when you're a slower car like that, and you've got to give a little bit of room as well. So I think Patrick van Antwerpen maybe did that one to himself slightly, although he didn't deserve to be shoved out off the road for it either. So hard to know quite how to call that one. But Paul Darling has certainly seized the opportunity. He has got inside the top 5 now. Skilvassi clearly almost recovering from that little bit of contact that may have seen a bit of damage on that front left. So Paul Darling not waiting around, looking to seize the moment, and he has done. He's now inside the top 5.
Ben Glover, as we're running about with before I talk about that trouble for the number 16 car, the hardpoint car has just lost a couple of positions. He's been off for a wander somewhere. Oh, Ben Glover, my goodness me, this is Brian Zinn and Ben Glover, the 73 and 18 cars, arguing for 17th position. 17th? Try again, 7th position. Wow, they're really having an argument. And now, Eduardo Leo's just lost second to Sebastian Hove. So, whilst we're focusing on this battle, he's really kicking off everywhere. Has Eduardo Leo hit trouble somewhere? I would imagine he's hit traffic more than he's hit trouble. As we see flashing lights there from the 73. We're coming through. I would imagine they're aware of that. But, they caught them at an easier time, more opportune moment to get past the slower cars in the chicane at turn 10. As, oh no, is that Skilvassi in trouble? Just saw off track next to his name. That was very brief, so... Whoa, wow, that's robust from Brian Zinn. Very much slamming the door. Firm but fair. But yeah, Ben Glover is giving it everything he's got to try and get up into 7th ahead of the 73 car.
Yeah, of course, recovering from the incident that he had at the top of the hill there, the run towards the S's, where he got, he came across on a GT3 and was served off the road, looking to make some progress off the back of that, although struggling to do so over the last couple of moments. I do think, by the way, that Eduardo Leo did run into trouble rather than traffic. He did lose quite a lot of time. He was only about a second behind his teammate beforehand, and now he's a good 5 or 6 seconds behind. So I reckon there was a bit of trouble, although traffic maybe playing it, maybe it was both. Not entirely sure, but I did know that earlier on, on the opening lap even. He ran very wide through turn 5, that corner where we've seen so many LMP2s having incidents so far. I don't think he's been off there because it does take quite a long time to recover from it. And we are hearing that it probably was traffic now, but either way, he did lose that second place. And he's looking to regain it by the looks of things. There's an off-track moment just in front of Jeff Lewis, who goes off straight into the other Sausage Dodgers car.
That was a bit bad, really, from the Sausage Dodgers GT3. They'd had their own issue for which they were trying to recover, and sadly, they caught an LMP2 car. I say bad for the Sausage Dodgers. I probably should say it was unlucky. What's Sean Guru been up to in the 24 car? That's down into turn 7. Oh, all right. He decided to do things a little bit differently. Block the road. Oh, get moving. That's an awkward moment there. Do you sit still and wait for people to come past you, or do you get out there and get on with it? But he's gotten going without too much problem. Into the pits then comes the number 4 car. That's the Colburn Fresser Motorsport car that Christian Valek currently has. So we haven't seen many of the GT3 cars come in, so that could be a scheduled stop for them.
Scheduled pit stops for most of these teams in GT3 coming up very soon. You'd expect them to go over the hour mark, but Phil Morton can't. He comes into the pit lane on 58 minutes. Bit of a surprise. You don't burn too much fuel around here, really. So a surprise to see him in only after 43 laps here. James Armstrong coming up towards the end of lap 44 already. That's the kind of lead he has got already here in this race, and maybe he will be in pretty soon. But surprising to see that they're struggling so much to get to the hour mark, and I feel like that's becoming more and more common in GT3 racing these days. It's just a struggle to get to the hour mark, whereas it used to be pretty comfortable to get to 65 minutes not so long ago. But now in the last few races I've seen, it's been a bit of a struggle.
Or that, but also there's a lot of accelerating from corners in this particular track. There's no long straights where they can just keep the revs up. They're down and up and down and up through the speed range, so that will burn a little bit more fuel. So, and also people are probably just not pushing the fuel gauge so early on. Quite a few of the GT3s now in, but we've got several fights in LMP2 going on. The lead of which is this one, which is for 7th. Brian Zinn and Ben Glover still having an argument. Jeff Lewis in the 16 car for Hardpoint has been... Oh, dear. That's
the road.
That's not gone well.
Ben Glover into the chicane at the bottom of the hill there. Got things wrong and doesn't know whether to get going again or not. Decides to wait and drops to 8th. Stays in 8th even. He's got such a big margin over that fight between Delta Sport and SLP Esports that he actually stays in the same place. But he was just attempting to make this move on the 73. Got a little bit too late on the brakes. I think actually he wasn't attempting anything at all. Just got too late on the brakes. He was braking so hard he turned his windscreen wipers on. And he's unfortunately gone for a spin. But thankfully he didn't actually lose any places because of the gap back to these two.
I'd imagine he was more concerned with slamming into the back of Brian Zinn, which I thought he did. But it looks like Brian, if he did hit the back of the car, he didn't hit it very hard. That's what I would have been worried about in that position. But we now look at James Horn close to the back of Jeff Lewis in that seemingly struggling number 16 car with a back marker right in the middle. That's why that doesn't look quite right. The very multicoloured SOP car as they dispatch of the 31. That is Morton. That car's changed hands. So that was Van Antwerpen that has handed that car over now. Morton Parliament now has that one. So they're continuing their battle, although with the traffic, that's cost James Horn a little bit of time, and nothing that he can't recover from. Ott de Graaf and David Schilling are close to having an argument for 11th position. I can see on the tower, as most of the GT3s have now been through the pits. Oh, there is Ott de Graaf squeezing through for 11th place on David Schilling. Fairly straightforward move. And off they go on the merry way. There's
been some changes in GT3 to talk about here. James Armstrong no longer leading for Brabham Esports. He's not too far away from the lead, it has to be said. But he no longer holds it because he changed tyres where Gaetano Vulcano did not in that one. So he has taken the lead now. He's not even taken on a full tank of fuel there by the looks of things. But a slightly bizarre pit stop, it has to be said, from Leia Racing Team. Oh dear, as that BMW is off in a big way, and no front end on that one anymore. So a big accident there, but as I was saying, yeah, the Leo Racing Team car has now taken the lead. James Armstrong took tyres there. Adam State took a couple of tyres for Satellite Racing. Phil Morton did take 4 tyres, but it's put him into the clutches of Blue Chip Racing, who didn't take tyres either. So there's a bit of a disagreement in GT3 as to whether to take tyres at this first stop or not, as the battle for the overall lead now kicks off.
Yeah, very much so. Yeah, that Aaron BMW was the number 26 car. It was Lee Bullion that is slammed into the wall. And I was about to say that Joel Delgado, the Brazilian in the 28 car, has had trouble. Oh, the tail just got completely away on the Delta Racing car. He's been off the road a couple of times. They're trying to get back into the rhythm. It's very difficult, actually, once you've had an issue like that, to get back underway again. And there it is. So the tail just got completely away from him in the middle of the S's, and that's a very smoky BMW, already recovered back to the pits. If they have a fast repair left, I dare say it'll be used there.
Yes, it probably will be. But this is the battle for the lead now already. I wasn't expecting SLC Movano Corsa to really come under fire from ProSim in this stint, but they are doing. And so now with only one car out front, it's up to Andrea Berlaro to kind of defend for himself here. And Sebastian Hove is going to try and take the lead away. Not going to be able to do it into turn number 1 or dare I say over the next couple of laps. Needs to get a little bit closer even than this. I know it's less than 0.3 of a second at any other circuit. That would be close enough. But around here you do need to be that little bit closer because of how difficult it is. This little bit of lap traffic may well help out though. Already getting into some LMP2 lap traffic. So some cars in the same class to be battling past. Oh, that's difficult.
Oh no!
Valero had to brake there to avoid getting involved in the 73's accident.
Now Brian Zinn. Oh, as the BMW's had huge crabbing going on there for Brian Zinn. That's Joel Delgado again in the background. So it's chaos and anarchy. We were getting into a bit of a rhythm for a while. Now it's all gone completely bananas. There's Joel's incident, which that's one of those incidents that starts off very slow and just feels like it goes on forever. Oh, and then that's why the 73 car is crabbing so heavily. They both had separate incidents that just happened to occur at, of course, turn 5.
Absolutely, and meanwhile at the final chicane, Sebastian Hove has taken the lead away from Barolero. So this incident that we're seeing the back end of right here gave the opportunity for ProSim to take the lead, although they've already had to relinquish it as Barolero gets down the inside into turn number 1, utilising that little bit of BMW lap traffic you could just see in the background there as well, and so he's retakes the lead. It's a great fight between these two, just over the hour mark in this race.
Great stuff here. There's no quarter given. Oh, it must be very concerning going over that particular point for anybody, especially when you're fighting for the lead of the race, because these drivers will know how bumpy it is out there. Now, that's the thing. You know that in order to get the best lap time, you've got to utilize every pixel of road that you can, which involves the very dangerous bits. Either way, Andrea Bolero no longer has his rear gunner. Of course, the sister car, Eduardo Leo, he's a long way back. He's about 5 seconds back now. You can see on the tower, 5.6 seconds back for the sister car, who were fighting for the lead, a stint to go. So, a bit of a surprise there for... I'm assuming that Eduardo hit something or is just backing off, whatever the reason is. That initial pace seems to have disappeared, but Sebastian Hove is just... Where's this pace been? I mean, okay, I know we're only an hour in, but he's just been biding his time. He's slowly made his way through. Started in 6th in the 007 car, in the ProSim car, and has just basically bided his time and is now really wanting that top spot.
Absolutely is, and showing a very good account of himself here. He'll have couple of teammates to support a little bit later on as well. We'll wait and see when those guys get in, the likes of Christian Hilgard and also Sebastian Schuhansen as well, who will be getting into that one. But battle for the lead very much raging on, and it was raging on in GT3 as well. Leo Racing Team were having to hold on to their lead from James Armstrong in the Brabham Esports McLaren, but Armstrong went off the road at turn 1. He was just recovering in front of these guys. You may have caught a glimpse of the Brabham Esports McLaren. He went off, and here it is. It was on his own. He's on the grass. He got the lead, and he hit the wall hard as well. He is the net race leader. He took tyres at that most recent pit stop just to be safe, I guess, and it was his strategy was working out for him. It was falling nicely into place in the opening moments of stint 2, but I'm afraid he's found a place in the wall, and that's going to be fairly hefty damage for them. He's into the pit lane already.
Any wonder hitting the wall. Why was he pushing so hard? He clearly had the pace in the car. A curious decision there, but it's really backfired. Phil Morton is in trouble. That's the other Brabham car. The 62 car's gone off for a wander somewhere. It's just lost the spot to Thomas Dunn in the blue chip car. There is the Brabham Mercedes. It looks like it's certainly back up and running again. James Armstrong back out on track. Now, what's happened to the Merc? Did he slip or was he? Yeah, did he slip or was he pushed? Oh no, he just got tangled up there in the LMP2s. I think Phil Morton was just minding his own business there. He just got a little bit too crowded. But the overall race lead continues apace. Then Hove ahead of Barilaro once again. No, never mind. Reverse that entire sentence. It's a move down into turn 10. Paul Darling is in from 6th position in the Satellite Racing. I knew at the beginning of this race it was going to be hectic. And wow, are we being proved right? Fantastic stuff. But also, they're continuing to build that gap between themselves and third, which is the 29 car, Eduardo Leo. That gap is continuing to increase. Although, last time around, 113 for Eduardo Leo. And these guys are still in the 11s and 12s. So they're still setting brilliant lap times, despite the fact they are arguing with one another absolutely, with crazy abandon. Laurent Mikowski, bearing in mind that I think he pitted slightly differently time to the top three. He's closing in, judging by the last lap time at least, 1.3 second difference between himself and the 29 car. But there is still a big gap there. Still, 14 odd seconds. So Eduardo Leo not under pressure yet, but that kind of difference, the 116 car will be challenging for the podium spots before long.
I think Leo is just struggling on tyres ever so slightly, if I'm honest. When they came out the pit lane again for the second stint in this race, obviously they already had a stint on these tyres and the full fuel load, so they were in the 113s, and everybody was, including Leo, so his times weren't too bad. But he just hasn't been able to bring that lap time down again as the fuel load has gone down, like these two have. They've been in the 11s at times, have Sebastian Hove and Andrea Barilaro. They're in the mid-11s there as well. It's such an impressive lap time on the amount of tyre wear that they will have on at the moment. So Eduardo Leo has just not been able to do that. His raw pace is as quick as these guys, but his pace over a whole hour 20 tyre stint is not quite as good as what we're seeing from Barilaro and Sebastian Hove. We'll wait to see if their teammates are as equally matched, because if they are, we're in for a very, very close race between these two, and fine margins are going to settle this one if it remains as it is. But there's a long way to go, of course. For now, Sebastian Hove is just wanting that lead, not thinking about the future really, just thinking about that lead and how he can get it over the next couple of moments.
Absolutely, and Barilaro had a huge slide on the exit of the chicane last time around as they continue to dance around the traffic into turn 10 chicane once again. Turn 10A and 10B, and there's the tail of the Movano Corsa car is getting a little bit uncomfortable. So yeah, I think you're right. Ewan, that the tyres are starting to misbehave a bit. Wow, that was very early to the defensive posture for Barilaro. It's either he may have had a snap bit of oversteer, although on board with Sebastian Hove, it looks fairly settled. So I don't think he did, but he went very early to that inside line. So that's what made me think it was a sudden snap bit of oversteer that took him in that direction. Sebastian Hove really closes in on the exit, coming through turn 5. Is he going to try and banzai on the inside of turn 6? We've seen a few people do it, and now he's biding his time at this point of the race. I'm not surprised. You may well just hover there, but with the kind of pace difference we've seen from Sebastian Hove, that 007 car still has the fastest lap of the race of a 110.5, and they're doing 112.2s at the moment, which is still very good by mortal standards. But it goes to show how much of a pace difference they are doing compared to what they can do. This is getting a bit uncomfortable, well observed by the BMW in the background. Another pit stop going on. The 881 car, Sebastian Britt, has brought in the RSGT car into the pits for another stop. This will be their second one, so more pit stops going on for the LMP2 squads.
It shouldn't be happening for a little while just yet, but some of those with issues maybe have had to do that. Of course, Sebastian Brits earlier on, of course, had to make an early stop after an accident as the DSRT car of Ott de Graaf gets down the inside of the number 12. So up to 8th place for de Graaf in that DSRT LMP2, but the battle for the lead remaining as close as ever. We're not too far away from pit stop. Sebastian Hove was one of the first drivers to come down pit lane actually on the first time round, so if he does that again, then he'll be in at 4 laps time at the line. Expecting him to be able to go 1 lap further this time though, because he doesn't have a formation lap to deal with, so might be able to go 1 lap further, and maybe he has decided that the race lead is not what I need right now. What I need is the fuel save that this is giving me, and I think that has been apparent by that move there. Just as they go down towards the chicane, he decided not to dive down the inside like he has done in previous laps, and instead lift off, and maybe he will be able to go an extra lap on fuel as a result of this.
Yeah, good point, well made. Paul Darling is in the number 1 car, the Satellite Racing blue car. Are very much... Oh, that was close from Barry Lara there. Also, the 881 car, the RSGT car, has changed hands, so that could be another reason why they came in when they did. Actually, so is the number 1 car, so it's now Guillaume Verdier in the RSGT car, and David Williams has taken over the Satellite Racing blue car.
What I just said about Sebastian Hove maybe waiting around and saving a bit of fuel has gone out the window pretty quickly because he wanted the lead into turn number 1, it seems like, and just as Barolero was slowing down a little bit to negotiate a bit of lap traffic, Hove saw that as the chance to take the lead, and he has done now, but it does seem to me as if he's maybe struggling for straight line speed, maybe slightly more than Barolero is. He's been able to break the slipstream quite nicely on this occasion, so he might well be okay, but look at the speed the Movano car is coming with towards the end. It's quite frightening. It's going to be frightening for ProSim throughout this race. It's possibly a reason why Movano were able to go so long on fuel as well. If you can really limit the amount of downforce that you put onto the car, it's obviously more efficient through the air and more efficient in terms of fuel as well, and that might be a reason why they were able to put both of their cars a lap further than everybody else.
Could well be, and that's kind of pros and cons there, because you do need a decent amount of downforce on a track like this that has a number of corners, like so, that you're taking at, you know, kind of medium speed, but there, that long straight into turn 10 chicane is certainly big enough to not want that downforce. But in a race like this, I think it's fair to say you can expect to be slipstreaming off of people. So I would imagine that people have risked putting a bit more downforce on than they would probably want, although that ProSim car did get a little bit uncomfortable coming through turn 7. On they go, though, not causing too much of a problem. And now there's probably not many cars on the same lap as each other along this particular straight. And that is going to make Barolero think twice about trying to make a move into turn 10. And again, using Sebastian's own tactic, exactly as you were saying, Ewan, about saving fuel. Now it's an opportunity for the Movano car to do exactly that. Not seeing any of the other LMPs coming into the pits for the time being. So yeah, just the few that have been in are pitting out of sequence. Oh, I thought that 72 car was going to come over and swipe the nose of Barolero there, and I would imagine Barolero probably thought about that as well, but no harm, no foul on this occasion.
Going to be a lot of waiting around here. 3 LMP2s waiting to get through on this Satellite Racing BMW. Not sure whether that's the one running in third or not. Hard to tell from this point, but a lot of traffic for Hove to negotiate down the inside decisively on that occasion in towards turn number 6. That's how you make a move on lap traffic into there. Don't think Patrick Skilvassi did a lot wrong in his incident earlier with the 31, but either way, it did result in a bit of contact, and you want to avoid that at all costs, whether you're at fault or not. Hove just weaving around once again to break the slipstream, but just watch the pace that Barolero is going to come with here. He's not going to be close enough, but you can just see how quickly he is gaining. Is in the bottom right-hand side of the screen. The battle for 5th place in GT3 begins to heat up. Phil Morton recovering from that mistake and looking to march on forward into the top 5.
Yeah, it's Thomas Dunn. He's arguing with the blue chip racing number 101 with back markers all around them. So, yeah, great scrap going on there in the GT3 contingent. Another one a little bit further down. Derek Wynn in the 111 Porsche is now arguing with the number 20. Well, it's probably continuing to argue with the number 20 Sausage Dodgers Mercedes, now in the hands of Chris Bell. So we'll see how that pans out. There is the double Merc battle we were just talking about, Phil Morton and Thomas Dunn. Some distance behind the sister Brabham car, number 42 James Armstrong. And there we go. The two Mercs have swapped round. That was a decisive move then from Phil Morton. Oh, nearly one's a little bit wide on the exit of turn 10, but keeps that one nicely under control. And that is 5th position. Both of the Brabham cars in the top 5.
Nicely done. Not unexpected, though, that move. Just seemed to be a little bit quicker than Blue Chip Racing so far today. But continue to get away. But there's a story to be told there in GT3, and it will develop over the next 4.5 hours or so. As into the pit lane again, Sebastian Hove already. So 32 laps seems to be the limit for ProSim, and that's going to be a bit of a concern because you need to be making it to lap 33 really in these stints. Movano coming in early this time as well, which is interesting with the junior car. Wasn't expecting that, but you need to be making 40 minutes really in these stints because that's going to line you up with 6 hours nicely. Only doing 39 minutes, 38 and a half, which is what they're doing at the moment, is not quite good enough. And it means they'll need a splash of fuel later on, which you desperately need to avoid.
Very true. Trouble again for the number 26 car. The LNR Coleslaw car is back in the pits. That was off the road. Lee Bullion has had an incident in that particular car. As you can see in the tower, 3 are the LMP2 cars now in. That's Laurent Miskovich just handed over actually to Laurent Cantor, the P Redface Racing number 116. Andrea Luciani in the junior car, the SRC Movano car, is in that one. Also in is the number 17, Clement Jagot in the RSGT. Again, apologies if I'm getting these names completely wrong. And has the ProSim car changed hands?
Yep, it has. Sebastian Schue Hansen has gotten in, and change of tyres there for ProSim. Interesting to see that Andrea Luciani has gotten in for the 29 car, where they didn't change tyres. That's pretty rare to see that you change driver but not tyres, sending a driver out with somebody else's worn out tyres already. You can see that Laurent Cantor is going to be given new tyres, and that's the recognised thing to do. But surprise for the 29, a bit of a risk from Movano this early.
True enough, we just saw the replay there of Lee Bullion trying to recover from an incident, but they're not opting just to return the car quickly back to the pits. Of course, that's going to be recovered for a while. Fast repair or not, it still has to be recovered. Oh no, number 15, Autograph is off the road again. Back going again. Also, James Horn and the number 17 car is in the pits as well. Now, the 17 has changed. One of the RSGT cars now. Matteo Bieth Darstein is now in control of the 17 car and is back on the way. And the number 12 is now just changed hands as well. The SOP Esports brightly coloured car has changed hands to Mark Bunyan.
Plenty of driver changes happening in LMP2, and expect to see a lot in 40 minutes time for the GT3 pit stops as well when they roll around. They'll be upon us pretty quickly. And, well, I say pretty quickly, it'll be Aspar Esports who will be in first. Raul Suarez should be in. The driver's doing about 43 to 44 laps. So he'll be in after lap 70. At the moment, he's only on lap 60. So we've got a bit of time to wait for that. But we are seeing some more pit stops inside the top 10 of LMP2. Ben Glover is in after a troublesome stint, it has to be said. Maybe not having a dream stint in this race, but he's through it now. And he's into the pit lane and gets out of that car, changing hands now.
That he is. As we see David Chilling in the Red X car, still chasing the DSRT car. As Scovasi is in the pits as well.
Luciani is in again. Don't know what that's all about because he was in
just come in
2 laps ago. Exactly, he was in 2 laps ago. So I don't know why he decided to come down pit lane again. Was it a mistake? Did they forget to change tyres on that car? It's very possible.
It'll be very, very painful if that's the case. Also, the number 18 car has changed hands. The Red X car is now in the hands of my screen to update. Jeffrey Van der Haeg, I think that's pronounced. So, again, I apologize in advance. Also, the 24 car, Sean Giroux, is bringing in the Buzz the Tower. I think that's the Maverick car. Oh, no, it's the Goose car that's now in the pits.
Bouchard's still in there. Still getting quite a long stop at 34 seconds. That's as long as it would take to fill up the car entirely with fuel. I wonder if that was the issue. Did they not put enough fuel in that car? Or did they not put very much in at all? But either way, that's very odd to see that they've made a second stop. By the way, we are expecting Andrea Barillero to come in here as well. Expecting him to at least have a full fuel and tyre change. Maybe even a driver change as well.
One of the sausage Dodger cars going for a bit of a wander. Several other driver changes going on. The 108 car, these Granifer cars change hands along with the 16 car, I can see. So Levante Santo now has the 108 and Giancarlo Schuler now has the number 16 hardpoint car.
A number of driver changes there. Barillero, by the way, did go past the pit lane, so he's done 35 laps here, which is comfortably the longest stint of anybody. I guess beating his own previous record for 34 laps on the previous lap. He's going very far into this race, and ProSim have got to keep an eye on that, and they've got to be concerned about that as well, because even if ProSim do sort themselves out and they make sure they don't have to splash fuel a little bit later on, which I'm hoping they will be able to sort out in the remainder of this race, there will still be a time in the final pit stop where Ravano will be able to take on less fuel at that very final stop than ProSim will, because they'll be able to come in a little bit later. So that will be into their advantage, and so ProSim will have to build a margin, and that's a margin that they don't have at the moment. Finally, Barillero does come in. We'll wait and see just how much service he takes on here.
Absolutely go. And there is the leader you saw in the picture-in-picture. Just bringing in the race leading number 86. Yes, of course, think about that sentence again. Of course, the leader will bring in the race leader car. There's a clue in the name, Chris. Good God. Yes, one of those days. As we are hitting the 1.5 hour mark into this race, I was going to keep an eye to see if that car changes hands. As we said, quite a lot of cars have had their first driver change of the race. So up until this point, the Movano car still leading the way, although being chased hard by the ProSim car. Now in the hands of Sebastian Schuhansen, as mentioned. Barillero still in the seat of the 86, doesn't want to share the toys just yet. And following the big accident from the Brabham Esports McLaren, it's now the Lear Racing number 43 car that leads the GT3 contingent. Gaetano Vulcano still in command of the race leading number 43. Yep, longer stop this time for Barillero, as you would imagine. Let's compare that to... Oh, he's in for longer than the 007 car. So good. Nearly 2 second difference between ProSim and SRC. And as a result, the 7 car comes out ahead.
Yeah, a bit of a surprise. The Barillero-driven car there should have expected to come out in front because, of course, they had lower fuel and will have benefited from that. That's a bit of a dangerous one from Hansen, who shoves the BMW off out wide. And they're not going to be very pleased about that. That's the worry, I guess, of James Armstrong earlier on when he got dived at that particular corner. He didn't want that to happen. Well, unfortunately, it just did to that BMW just in the background, and Hansen will have to be careful of doing that for the remainder of the race. Speaking of James Armstrong, he's been off for a wild spin down the S's.
I mean, well observed to keep that one out of the wall. But, yeah, he's considering his unbelievable early pace. This race is going horribly wrong for the pole starting GT3 car.
It really is, and they've got time to recover. Let's not forget, we're not even a quarter of the way through this one just yet. There's a long way to go, and so James Armstrong has got plenty of time to utilise that pace and get back towards the front, but he won't be able to do it if he keeps getting involved in incidents like that one. Needs to keep his nose a bit cleaner in this race, really. And if he does manage that, then he'll be right up towards the front. And considering he managed to pull 20 seconds in an hour in the first stint of this race, he can certainly over the next 4 hours pull I don't know the maths on that. A minute 20, more than a lap. So he could definitely get back to the Leo Racing Team car if he keeps things clean. But at the moment, that's not happening.
Also impressive from Barrilero here, considering the pit stop was nearly 2 seconds difference in the 007 and the ProSim car's advantage. They're only half a second apart again. So, that was great work from Barrilero. It wasn't a particularly hot first few laps then for Stu Hansen, no doubt aided by, or hampered, you should say, by traffic. So, good job then from the SRC car to mitigate that pit stop difference to keep this battle for the lead very, very much alive.
It is alive and kicking at the moment, this leading battle. Barrilero looking for ways through, or is he? It's hard to know at this stage. Is he just piggybacking on this one at the moment and just waiting, saving fuel? Well, he's right up the back of the ProSim car now. Not going to make a move in towards the S's, but his intention is there. His presence is there, and Hansen will be looking in the mirrors a lot right now, seeing the driver in behind. Maybe getting a little bit worried about it, but ProSim have got to start saving a bit of fuel. They've got to start working their way towards more than 40-minute stints in this race, because they can't afford to splash and dash later on.
We will see. We will see. We're some distance away from knowing whether that is the plan or whether that is the action they're going to take. As into the pits then comes Otto Graf in the DSRT number 15 car. As our lead pair dance past one of the BMWs without 2 minutes issue. Looks like everybody is settling back into the rhythm following what was quite a chaotic period of time. Raul Suarez has just brought the 44 car in as well, the Asper Esports car. Worked his way back into the second in class because they were one of the first GT3 cars following their incident at the beginning of the race to have to pit. So they're very much out of sequence with the rest of the class. Thijs van der Hoorn now takes over the number 15 car.
Very out of sequence. Only 38 laps there from Asper Esports, which is a little bit odd. We'll be getting out of that one now, Raul Suarez, for Marcus Calvo, but it is odd to see them in the pit lane now. 38 laps. I'd expected them to at least go another 7, but may not be seeing the benefit of that at the moment. Wants to get out the car, and maybe they do have something up their sleeve for the remainder of this race. The thing that they are going to have to get round is the fact that they're making an extra stop in this race compared to most of the rest of the field. This will have to be a 6th stop for them now, as now Bullion gets things wrong at turn 5. There may have been contact with that LMP2. He just saw go through shot there.
Could be. I didn't see a snap in the behaviour of the car, but I think that's just gone wrong again for Niall Bullion. Unfortunate, but back out on circuit now, and I think there's been an incident with the 15 car. It's already off track. Van der Hoorn's only just taken the car over. I know there's another car, David Williams, right near it that also went off track, so I wonder if there's been trouble for the DSRT car as he's come out of the pits. So, let's see. Oh, that was a little bit unceremoniously got punched in the face by the look at it from that camera angle. We'll have to see that again, but that's not an ideal way to start a stint.
It's the way you come out of the pit lane here. It's quite narrow on the run up towards the S's there, and so you can find yourself in trouble very early on in your stint. Here it is. There's almost nothing you can do, but you've got to be looking in your mirrors on the left-hand side there to see whether there's cars coming alongside, and you can see that LMP2 was trying to get round the GT car, almost focused on its own race so much, and just got into Van der Hoorn almost without knowing. It all happened so quickly, of course, and so it's hard to get around, and unfortunately has seen the 15 car in the wall, and that's the second time they've had an incident today. That's why their pit stop was so oddly timed. It was because of an incident earlier on, and another one, I'm afraid. They might have to use another fast repair as there's a car off in the background of that shot there as well.
I think that's Guillaume Verdier in the 881 RSGT car. That's gone from one day. It was indeed the strange half and half livery car. It's now getting back underway, as Van der Hoorn is already back in the pits. So he's brought the DSRT number 15 back in for repair. We did see it bounce off the wall following his, I say unusual, but it's unfortunate pit lane exit. As we're now looking at the battle for third. That's Red Face Racing number 116, Laurent Cantor, is fending off the advances of the number 29, Andrea Lucani. Both drivers just taking over their respective cars, and the battle for the last podium spot. They're some 42 seconds behind the lead pair, but they are giving it everything they've got. Andrea was quite a bit quicker on the previous lap, so is the 29 car... Well, he certainly is having a look to try and get his way through. We'll see how the traffic goes for them. But the Italian really looking like he's pressuring the Red Face Racing car as much as he can.
Yeah, it looks like it. Very battle between these two at the moment, but as you say, in a world of their own, with 40 seconds up in front to the battling leading pair, and 36 seconds back to the Team Ground Effect car. So a lot of space for these guys to fight, but it's a battle that Andrea Luciani really doesn't need to be in at the moment, or shouldn't be in, because of the extra pit stop they had to make. It's put him down in this fight, as it looks like James Armstrong has been off again, and he's towed back to pit lane, I'm afraid. There's been another incident for the Brabham Esports McLaren.
Yeah, I saw that. As there we go, the LMP2 cars just one round. There it is, the Brabham 42 backwards into the wall on the way up the hill in the squigglies. So, oh dear, that's got to be very, very frustrating for James Armstrong. But Licani now has got the 29 car up into third, and this is how it happened. Literally happened just as we cut away. So, fairly straightforward move for Andrea. Stuck to the racing line, whereas Laurent defended that inside line. Didn't need it in the end, as Bullion is off the road again in the BMW. The potato salad car is, proving very troublesome indeed.
It is, and off the road a couple of times so far today, but yeah, fortunate for Brabham Esports there, who dropped down, and just very apparent there in that replay. We saw Movano have real good straight line speed in that car. It's very, very impressive to see, and they're just absolutely monstering it compared to ProSim we were seeing in that fight for the lead, and there you can see it there, but also with the one with Red Face Racing there as well. There was just absolutely nothing that they could have done about that. Laurent Cantor just couldn't do anything about defending from Movano there. And it's all down to the straight line speed. I'm sort of surprised that they're managing this, because through the corners they don't seem to be suffering too much, as they're just having to dodge a couple of cars just up in front of them, and that might open the opportunity for Barolero to get through, although he does look a bit too far back.
Yeah, one of the sausage dodger cars was sideways in the road. They were reunited for a little while. And sadly, one of them ended up blocking the road, and he's back underway though. David Williams in the number 1 satellite racing car is in again. He's not long come in, hasn't he? And Caponio is also in, but the number 88 car, the Scorex Esports car, is, I'm fairly sure they're out of sync with the rest of the class. But David Williams has not long been in that satellite racing car, hasn't he?
I think he was in quite a while ago. At lap 55, I've got him in last. So it's not quite a full stint, but it isn't. But it isn't 5 minutes, at least. I suppose that's positive.
Fair enough.
For them, silver linings, all that. But yeah, I mean, it's not a full stint, so there may have been an incident there for David Williams. Satellite racing a long way down compared to where they're, you'd expect them to be. And this is certainly an early stop for the 18 car as well, which is also in the pit lane. I wonder whether there's incident point things going on here, because I'm not sure if these guys are actually stopping in the box. Didn't actually see David Williams come to a halt at all in that one, and not see it's an early one for the 18 car as well. It's only a 30x incident limit here in this race, which is not very large, and then you've got to go and do a drive-through. So I wonder if some of the drivers are already hitting that, and that's especially a worry only 90 minutes in, because after you get the first penalty, every 20 incident points after that you have to go and do a drive-through.
Good point. Well made. That could well be it. The number 88 car has changed hands now. Enrique Maranon, beg your pardon. Right, letters wrong order. Now in command of the 88 car. The 42 Brabham car still hasn't moved. That's nearly 4 minutes they've been stationary for as the lead battle. Oh, that got really uncomfortable for Barry Laro there. Really had to adjust how he was coming through the S's. Wasn't anticipating Hugh Hansen to have to bow out of the line he was taking. But again, you don't see an awful lot. You with how close the Movano car has been to the ProSim car, you can't always see the one that's coming up next down the road as they nearly join the Porsche there, coming out of turn 7. Now, is Barolero going to make the move? He's certainly close enough, but as we said before, I think he's just going to hover there, is he? It doesn't look like he's positioning himself for a move here. You'd have thought he was... Yeah, he bowed out of that. So he's saving fuel, and they've got plenty of distance back to the next car down the road to do that.
Yeah, you could see that with that onboard there that Barolero wasn't even on full throttle for most of that straight there. He was easing off, he was coasting down the hill there. He is saving awful lots of fuel here in this race, and it's a real concern to ProSim. Movano putting themselves in a great position for this race right now, and it's going to be difficult to come back from Scorex Esports after their slightly off-cycle pit stop, looking to make some progress as well. Just back in the pack a little bit in the GT3s, as there is now a change for the lead. Barolero does get through, and I think that was in traffic because look at Hansen losing a lot of time, a second and a half. The gap has opened up very quickly.
Yeah, it's either traffic or a mistake of some description. Now the BMW, he's gone wide at turn 10. Well, that'll do it. As it's cost him a good couple of seconds. The BMW in 11th, Scorex car, is getting very impatient. We saw him flashing the lights at Derek Wynn, but this is full position. The Porsche doesn't have to yield to the BMW, although it doesn't look like he's certainly not making the move easy. He's staying to that inside line. BMW draws alongside, but who's going to blink first? Coming down into the turn 10 chicane, the Porsche with a bit more braking efficiency retains that particular position. You can flash your lights all you like, but he's not doing anything wrong there. As now the BMW tries to cut underneath the Porsche down into turn 1. I think Derek Wynn saw his number was up on that one, and that's the Scorex car back up into top 10.
Yeah, you'd expect that, given the pace that they had and the position that they're in now. You'd expect them to be able to make that move, and they have indeed now got inside that top 10. But here's how the move happened, is it? Yeah, it is. It's wide at turn 5. So looking to make their way through on a bit of traffic. A big mistake from Hansen. Barolero did not need a second invitation. He grasps that one with two hands, and he's now got a 2.5 second lead. Now, we have seen them get a lead like this before. Just remains to be seen whether they're going to be able to hold on to it a little bit better than they did at the last lead that they had in the first hour or so.
It was a straightforward move there for David Williams. Mark Bunyan didn't really defend that one. Wasn't trying to hang on to that 9th position. So the SOP Esports car, and look at the gap already. So David Williams really pressing on in a hurry in the number 1 car. He's got 9.2 seconds to close in on the Red X Academy car, the number 13. So he's going to want to do that in a hurry, but he does not want a GT3 car in the twisties again, which is exactly what he's found. That's the 2 satellite cars actually united, but not doing the LMP car any favours.
Yeah, David Williams shouting at his teammates there, I'm sure, trying to get through the S's, but it's just the case of patience at Road Atlanta that we've seen time and time again here today, and we will continue to see over the next 4 hours 20 minutes in this race. There's a bit of a wide moment from one of the GT3s, allowing the battle for 12 to just ramp up ever so slightly. Brian Zim was comfortably inside the top 10 before a couple of problems earlier. Remember, at this corner here, he spun into another already spun car, got suspension damage. He's repaired that, and now he's on a charge up the inside into turn 6. It's a brave one, not one you see very often, but he has pulled it off.
Oh, and nearly undid it with rejoining the BMW there, but he has undone it. Oh. My goodness me, that's still raging on then, all the way down the back straight. Struth alive. Thijs van der Hoorn, it looked like he just was going to let Brian go there, and then thought, well, if you're going to give me the position back, I'll have it. Side by side, who's going to blink first into turn 10 chicane? It's one for Brian on this occasion. We can see the picture-in-picture. That's the Porsche we were looking at previously. And again, rather just going through the miles at the moment. So several other close encounters going on. Of course, we're looking at Brian Zinn and Thijs van der Hoorn The two up ahead of them, Mark Bunyan and Matteo Darstein, are having an argument for 10th place. You can see the numbers on the tower highlighting that one as the 73 car gets really uncomfortable coming through the S's, but manages to keep that one on the black stuff.
Yeah, nicely done. And Brian Zinn is surely going to march on now. We'd imagine he's going to be able to pull away from the 15. You can just see behind the red and black car, and maybe close in on the battle that's happening for 10th right now. SP Esports Racing, after having gotten passed by David Williams in the satellite car, are having to defend from the RSGT LMP2 at the moment as well. That's Mark Bunyan at the moment on the defensive in the distinctive number 12. A long way in front of this margin here for 12th place, 23 seconds. It's a long way, about a third of a lap around here. So Brian Zinn has got a lot of work to do, but it would help if these two start fighting a little bit in the bottom right hand side of your screen. It would slow them down and maybe quicken the rate that Brian Zinn catches them.
Yeah, Brian now looking like he's in a bit of a hurry as in comes the number 31 car. That's the DSRT, who's in command of that one at the moment. That's Morton Parliament that has that one at the moment. There is the number 12 car, Mark Bunyan, as mentioned. As I was going to say, fending off the advances of Matteo Darstein behind, but now about 0.8 of a second. Trouble for the number 16 car. Oh dear, what's happened to the hardpoint car? Just spotted. That's been recovered. So that's had an incident. Giancarlo Schuler has had trouble. And what has he done? Turn one. Oh, too wide again. And all brakes on. And yeah, the wall's only ever going to win that one.
Oh, it wasn't bad contact particularly, so I'm surprised that he's had to retire there, or at least had to tow back to pit lane. Thought he would have been able to get that back, but maybe decided that it was such a long way to go that he didn't want to do it anymore. I think that is a retirement though for Hardpoint by Delta Sport. It looks like they are now out of the race. There's no repairs happening to that car right now, so they may return later, but for now it looks like they are out of this race. Joining the already 3 retirements we now have, with James Armstrong's Brabham Esports McLaren now out of the race, along with the RFO Blue 444 Mercedes we saw in the wall hard earlier on, and the 38 LMP2 as well. We may well be up to 4 retirements in this race, bringing us down to 31 cars remaining in the race.
Goodness me, how fortunes can change. I mean, you could have written off the GT3 contingent with James Armstrong's early pace. He was just building that gap at a hell of a rate, and suddenly he's now out. So that's endurance racing for you. It can go in any direction possible, as we now see BF Darstein working his way through traffic, as we just saw in that shot there. Gaetano Vulcano in the 43 car, the Leo Racing Team. GT3 leaders coming in for their next stop.
It's early, but then again, their last pit stop wasn't very long. In all honesty, 33 laps on that occasion as opposed to 44, which they managed before. So what are Leo Racing's team's plans for the rest of this one? Well, first of all, get the starting driver out and get Alessio Bonino into the car. That's the first thing, port of action. But what are they going to do here in terms of their strategy? It looks like they're going to take on a full amount of fuel and tyres, but we'll wait and see what they do. You can see here, though, quarter of an hour short of the 2 hour mark, which would normally be a concern, but I reckon this is all part of the plan for them. They're aiming to do 6 stops today, and that's been the plan from the very start.
Could be. They could be sacrificing either the fuel saving. Oh, I was getting a bit tight for the 12 car. They could be sacrificing the fuel saving strategy and just going, qualifying laps all out guns blazing. Or another thing we don't know is because they're changing drivers. It could be that certain drivers have their own reasons, their own reason for being out of the car by a certain time, especially if their pit stop strategies have had to be altered due to an early issue. That might cause issues. Someone such and such has to be out of the car by 10 to 5 British time, then they have to kind of deal with that. So that could be another factor on why we're seeing strange stint lengths.
That could be a factor. It is a thing that is very much possible with a special event like this one, where it's taken maybe a little bit less seriously by some of the drivers. It's just a case of getting them rotated a little bit for a bit of practice. So maybe that there is something in that, but I do think this is just a strategical ploy by Leo Racing Team to try and win this race. They feel as if maybe they won't be able to do it any other way. So they're going to try and do it in this way, by the looks of it. Let's see where. Well, Adam State is currently leading in this class now for satellite racing, but his pit stop on last time was quite short. Now, if he comes in pretty soon, it's because he's underfueled the car. If he goes to the hour mark, then it's because he only put 2 tyres on. But that would be bizarre.
Ooh.
And speaking of bizarre, that was weird as well.
Yeah, Lee Bullion with an issue already. That BMW was already very slow, and yeah, that was odd. It just how that impact pitched his car so violently to the left is a bit of an odd one. But either way, that car is dented. Neil Bullion now takes over the 27 car again. Who else is out there? We've got Owen Davies in the number 80 car that's in the pits. The Battle Team racing car has been in for a little while, along with Daniel Rigby in the 26 LNR Coleslaw car has been in for nearly 2 minutes. So the 26 cars had trouble somewhere.
Many of these cars have had various troubles throughout the day, but it has been a little bit cleaner than maybe I was expecting, especially in the opening 20-30 minutes or so. Maybe afterwards it did get a little bit more like what we'd expect, but the opening moments were very, very clean considering how chaotic it was in terms of how many cars were around one another. It was good racing. Now we've got a nice race, especially developing in GT3, where the winner really is not known. In LMP2, Movano have got a bit of control over that category at the moment, not handing the win to them yet. We've got a long way to go, but 8-second lead and a fuel advantage as well in terms of where they are in their strategy. It's looking good for SRC Movano, but then again, could have said the same about Brabham Esports in GT3 after the first hour. Look what's happened to them now, so anything is possible.
Very true indeed. As we cut back to the battle for 9th position that's still raging on, Mark Bunyan in the number 12 SOP Esports racing car. And that's it. Matteo Bieth Darstein in the number 17 RSGT car. Continue to keep each other company. We run down towards turn 10 and dancing in between the traffic. Matteo keeping his presence very, very clear in the mirrors of Mark Bunyan. So the 17 car back in the position it qualified in, back into its 10th place, whereas the 12 car is 4 positions up from where it started. It's not been a bad race for them, despite their bizarre livery. Bit of traffic right ahead of them. Oh, again, it always looks close. It may well be a different matter for the drivers. Oh, bit of a lock-up coming into turn 2. It manages to get the car slowed down. And again, the amount of incidents we've already seen in those S's, and I dare say we've got a lot more to come.
Very much so. The most difficult part of this racetrack, arguably what this racetrack is iconic for, of course. Those tricky S's that leave really no room for error. Grass lining either side, and then walls to collect you as well. It's going to be one of the pinch points throughout the day, and already has been for a number of these teams and drivers. But battle's starting to just slow down a little bit at this stage in the race, and this is what we see, especially towards the halfway mark of any endurance race. It gets the most spread out it will ever be, and then later on, the strategies will converge, all the drivers and teams will converge, and we get some exciting racing towards the end as we try and figure out who is going to be ending up on top. But this is the highest up battle in either category right now. The one for 9th, and it looks like RSGT are going to be able to take that 9th place away from the 12 team, although nice side-by-side battle between them. Going to have to get this one sorted out before the S's, and in the end they decide in the number 17 that they'd rather not go side-by-side through there and just back out ever so slightly.
Great defence from Mark Bunyan there. I thought that was done. I thought that was move complete, and I would imagine that Beth Darstein thought that was done as well. Mark Bunyan just deciding not to accept that one, and fair enough. He's carried on his merry way. The 26th car, the Eleanor Coastal car, is still in the pits. Been in there for about 5.5 minutes now. I think we've had another retirement. The number 16 car, the hardpoint car, I think has retired.
I think so. After their crash, of course, at turn number 1, it just went up wide, went into the wall, and I don't think they're going to be returning from that one either. They're dropping down the order pretty quickly right now, so yeah, I think that's going to be them done. And as you say, the Eleanor Coastal car has been in there for nearly 6 minutes now, which yeah, leaves them a long way back. I guess maybe they must have used both of their fast repairs already, but not that hard to believe almost that they will have been able to manage that. But looks like they have done, and so yeah, they're dropping down quite a lot at this point. But hopefully they're not a retirement.
That's our battle for 7th on the picture-in-picture on the right. That's David Williams just got ahead of David Schilling, the number 1 Satellite Racing Blue, getting ahead of the number 13 Team Red X Academy car. We didn't see the move happen, so whether it was Schilling letting Williams go, it does look like Williams have got a bit of a pace advantage. I mean, it's about 1.5 seconds on the last lap. With all the traffic, that may not be entirely surprising. But judging by the pace now, I mean, look at that. David Williams is really pressing on. 13.1 for the 1 car and 14.1 for the 13 car. So I think that was, I don't think it was a particularly difficult move for Williams to make, whereas BF Darstein still staring at the back of the number 12 car, still trying to figure out how the hell he's going to do it.
Yeah, I think Williams found himself a little bit more out of position compared to where this the car of BF Darstein finds himself right now. Just needs to just kind of battling with teams on his level at the moment. At least in terms of the race where they are right now. Maybe not in terms of overall pace, but for where they are right now, these two quite evenly matched. David Williams quite a bit stronger than the Red X Academy car that he just passed, and there is definitely a strategical difference going on there. Shouldn't be too long until he comes in, actually. So we'll wait and see on the Satellite Racing car when indeed that moment does come. But here they're a lot more evenly matched. And that's been very apparent in the battling that we've been seeing, because the 12 cars proved pretty difficult to overtake. And right on cue, the Satellite Racing car does come in a good 5 or 6 minutes early. Along with the
Shizou number 47, Menendez has handed that over to Nick Jelicic. So a Shumilia scheduled stop for the Shizou squad. Yeah, so let's see what David Williams does in the number 1. It's not been a great day so far for the Satellite squad.
Not been a dream day, and maybe would have expected a little bit different or a little bit better, especially in LMP2, but they've got the GT3 result at the moment to fall back on. They're currently leading by nearly 50 seconds, but of course that's got to sort itself out a little bit later on. The 65 car came in on lap 44 last time. We're approaching the end of lap 85, which suggests 3 laps to go at the line for Adam State in that car. Morton being caught by the Leo Racing team a little bit at the moment, 7.5 seconds, and another 3 attempts taken out of him on that last lap. So very interesting in GT3, where strategies are all over the place, and we'll wait to see in this next round of stops who takes tyres and who doesn't. It should be fairly obvious in LMP2, and most of the teams will be taking tyres.
Yeah, the GT3s have got a really split strategy. We haven't seen a big block of people doing the same thing at all through the GT3s, which only makes things a little bit more, well, far more interesting to figure out who's doing what, as Guillaume Verdier has brought in the 881 RSGT car again for another stop. He's back out on the road as we look at the Shizou car now in the hands of Nick Jelicic, seeing what he is able to do. 8th position now for the Shizou car. He's got a bit of a, not too big a gap to close in. Only 2.5 seconds to the straight line car in 7th. That's the Porsche that's just gone through the shop. We'll see what he's able to do. But we've seen a few times in this race where the new driver in the car has struggled to get back underway or has had been involved in some kind of incident. So we'll see if Jelicic can get into the groove fairly quickly. Well, he did. He made fairly short work of the gap to the Porsche directly ahead of him. I think the Porsche got bogged down in a bit of traffic, or caught up, I should say, in a bit of traffic directly ahead. I love the livery on the nose of the Porsche. My goodness me, Jelicic didn't hang around there. Just shot straight through on the inside line. Nicely done. And through into 7th for the Shizuka. I love the emblem on the front of the Firebird emblem on the front of the Porsche. Very much reminds me of the old Trans Am bird used to see. I know that's not what it is. It's just what it makes me think of.
It's one of the many unique liveries that we're seeing out here today. Some odd ones, but it's a bit of a break from what we normally see in these kind of events, which is just the normal iRacing teams with their normal, or just blue, the normal iRacing teams with their normal liveries that we're used to seeing. So it's a bit of a shake-up here today as ScoreX Esports look to make their way through on straight line racing as well. Struggling really a little bit in that Porsche towards the end. I wonder if they're towards the end of a double stint here, maybe, for straight line Esports. Not entirely sure there. Yes, it looks like they are actually. So that might be why straight line racing in that Porsche just struggling with the really old tyres at this point. You saw how quickly we got the Team Suzuka Mercedes through. The BMW has done the same there, really.
Some more GT3s coming in. The number 4 Corbin Frasser car has now changed hands, and Phil Morton has brought the 62 Brabham car in as well. Justin, I'm going to struggle with this one. Schultz, I think it is, has now got the number 4 as Harold Stadler now has the Brabham number 62 Mercedes as that's come in from second.
It looks like it. And Adam State as well from the lead in GT3 should be coming in at the end of this lap. The 101 car of Thomas Dunn won't be too far away either. He's got one more after this one though, because effectively already in the blue chip racing car running third, he is already one lap down, which just shows you how spread out this field is, as we see in LMP2 a pit stop as well. But interestingly for ProSim, they were able to finally go 33 laps, but it looks like they've had to slow down quite a bit to do so because the gap has opened out to nearly 13 seconds.
Yeah, now we're seeing a real split in pit stop strategies. As you say, the ProSim car is in. Laurent Cantor has brought the P Redface car in as well. The 116 from 4th in the LMP2s. Stadler is back out on circuit. Number 80 car, the Battle Team Racing car's in again, as Owen Davies now has that one. Has that one just retired, or has that one had a really, really short stop? I think that's retired, so the number 80 car may well have called it a day.
Quite possibly. It does look like that might be the case for a number of teams now. I reckon that could be up to 6 retirements for us now, down to 29 cars out there on the track. Sebastian Johansson gets his service. He's going to get a full fuel load. Quite a long stop. Maybe he's changing tyres as well. This would be a surprise. Guess just trying something to change up this race a little bit in LMP2, because they're not getting anywhere near to SRC Movano Corsa. Otherwise, they're changing tyres here, which is pretty rare to see, really. And it's going on for a lot longer than that. It goes up towards a minute. This pit stop is far, far too long for ProSim. Something is going wrong here.
Oh dear, yes. Well over a minute now, 1:10 on the board for the 007 car. As the 17 is also in, Matteo Bieth-Darstein has brought in the RSGT car. Mark Bunyan's brought the number 12 SOP Esports Racing car in as well. So, number of cars in. David Michael Nickel has got the Satellite Racing, the GT3 lead, number 65 car. Arthur Skiboria has got the 35 straight line racing Porsche. Oh blimey! There's pit stops going on all over the place. Thomas Dunn, exactly as you called. Ewan, the 101 blue chip racing car is also in, along with the second place LMP2 car.
Yeah, Andrea Luciani into the pit lane after 98 laps in this race as well, but expecting about 5 laps more from Barrilero, although we're hearing that Luciani had to reverse into his box there, just overshot ever so slightly. That will cost him just a little bit of time, but shouldn't be too bad as long as he does actually get his service out properly. It will have cost him a second or two maybe, but he did put a bit of time into red face racing, so should hold on to third place at least, although it won't do on the road per se, because Team Ground Effect will take that ever so briefly as they complete their stint. This should be their final lap now that they're just starting in this stint.
Short stop for Luciani in the 29 car, so the Movano Corsa car now back out on circuit, 36.7 seconds for them. I just noticed the 24 car, the Buzz the Tower car, has been off the road somewhere. Wow, nearly 3 minutes now. Well, that is 3 minutes now for the Pro Sim car. I wonder what on earth happened to them, because their pace still seemed to be there.
Yeah, it did. Although, saying that, they did slip to 12 or 13 seconds behind the leader, so I'm not entirely sure why. But I don't think there was an incident. Didn't see one. So, I think it must just be. It must just. I can't think of what it must just be, because they're dropping now. They're going to be outside the top 10 in a few moments' time. Jack Bell and Mark Bunyan in a little bit of a fight. They're a few seconds apart, but they both go through. Hansen drops to 12th. It will continue. This is especially bizarre from this team that were running so well earlier on.
Sadly so. That is the nature of racing. In comes the third place car, the Ground Effect car. The 108 is now in to serve another stop for them. That'll be their third of the day. Clemente Santo in command of the 108 at present. Looks like everybody else is settled back into their rhythms now as we continue to see Noah Bullion now on the back of Brandon Rutt now has the Red Kite Motorsports 111 Porsche.
Hearing from Hansen now, by the way, that they can't get their third driver into the car, so clearly there's a problem at the moment with the server, maybe. I'm not entirely sure what the problem is with, but the third drivers are not at the moment being allowed to get in or struggling to get in at the moment, so it looks like the server might have 2 drivers as the limit at the moment and not 3, and so some teams are struggling with that. ProSim apparently having to withdraw now. I think the ProSim car, the opening driver for ProSim earlier on, Sebastian Hove, is no longer able to drive, and because of all the rules and whatever, Hansen can't do the rest of the race on his own, so he's got to change. But unfortunately, they're not able to change driver here. It would be an odd time to change driver anyway, but it does seem that they are rewinding anyway, or withdrawing anyway, unfortunately. That's a shame for ProSim, who aren't able to get their third driver in the car.
It's a great shame indeed. Hansen's not been in the car that long, or doesn't feel that long, as we have hit the 2-hour mark. And Noah Bullion has managed to get past the Porsche, up into 11th position now. Jack Bell in the 24 car is now back out on circuit. So, yeah, it does seem that the 007 Pro Sim car is just going to continue to fall through the field, sadly. So, adding to our list of retirements, that'll make 28 cars remaining in the race.
Yeah, should do. And, real shame. It's remains to be seen who's going to challenge the 86 team now of SLC Movano Corsa, and it doesn't seem to be that there are going to be any obvious teams. They've got a lap lead at the moment, but we are, of course, still waiting for Andrea Barrilero to come into the pit lane for his third stop of the day. Not expecting him to get out of the car even now, but we are expecting him to go another lap here. He's coming to the end of lap 103, expecting him to go at least one more.
On he goes, and that's exactly what he's done. With now his main rival, the Pro Sim car, no longer able to continue. It's going to be a pretty I was going to say pretty straightforward run for them, but as they nearly slam into the back of the BMW, or again looked it from that particular camera angle. And again, we've lost several class leaders already in this race, so you can't assume that just because their main rival has stumbled into difficulty doesn't mean they won't, as they very patiently wait their turn to get through the S's. And it does mean the SRC cars are back into 1-2 in the race now, although quite some distance apart.
They are quite some distance apart. That is, of course, going to close pretty soon. There are going to be 2 cars back on the lead lap again, but not much more than that. I think it will be limited to two cars. Andrea Luciani has been pretty comprehensively faster than Laurent Cantor in the Red Face Racing car, so it's looking comfortable at the moment for Movado. 1 and 2, but as I mentioned earlier, we said this with Brabham Esports in the first hour in GT3, but things all went wrong for them from then on in, as once again we see going past the pit lane, Andrea Barillero. He's now completed 35 laps on this stint. He's going for 36, which we haven't seen all day long.
Wow, why not? As there is a Benino in the Leah Racing number 43. What's the gap he's got behind? About 30 seconds back to the Satellite Racing car. With a big face full of squabbling cars directly ahead. I think one of them is the 4th place. It is, yeah. One of them is actually, the next guy he's going to face is the Brabham Esports Hissing Sid Mercedes. So, again, it shows a very topsy-turvy nature. Not taking anything away from the performance of the Leah Racing number 43. They've done a sterling job, but it's just been such a mixed bag, and we're only a third of the way through the race.
Yeah, it has, and yeah, that is the only Brabham Esports car left in the race, of course, with the demise of the McLaren, so Mercedes just up in front. And it is, yeah, it has been, well, I said at the start of the broadcast, thought this race was going to be separated by fine margins. There was not going to be many, big margins, and there was not going to be many cars on the lead lap and so on. I didn't quite think there were going to be so few cars on the lead lap so soon. Seeing in LMP2 right now, there's barely 2 cars on, depending on where we are in the pit stop strategy. Seeing in GT3 as well that there's only 4 cars on, and it might be about to be 3. So yeah, it is a bit surprising even to me, even though I thought it would be an attritional race. It's going to continue on, but let's not forget that this traffic especially gets easier and easier as the race goes on, as the number of cars on the grid, on the circuit, does go down. There are less cars to come into contact with, and in that respect it will get slightly easier for these teams.
That is true, and also there may well be less cars, but turn 5 gets no easier, and that's bitten quite a few people already in the race, and there's fatigue begins to kick in the closing stage of the race. We'll see if the attrition rate continues to rise as Joel Delgado has brought in the number 28 car. The Delta Racing squad coming in for another stop. Noel Bullion and Brandon Rutt, I think, are still fairly close together in the GT3s, but race leader is in, so Barillero went on quite a bit further than he has done in previous stints. And there, as you can see, picture in picture, the race leader has finally decided to bring the number 86 in. But does he share the toys? Let's see.
I don't expect him to get out here. I expect him to carry on with no tyres being changed and no driver being changed either. But then again, they changed at a slightly strange time in the other car with Andrea Luciani. Well, actually, it was more normal, but not expecting Barillero to get out, and he doesn't. He will just get fuel hit and carry on. We will see the other Movado car get back onto the lead lap, but that will be it. With 2 cars in the front of this race on the lead lap together in this one already. Just showing the attritional nature of the early part of this race. But that was a 37-lap stint there, by the way, from Barillero. Absolutely unbelievable fuel mileage he's getting on that car, because when these guys are pushing really hard, some of the guys in the pack pushing hard for the whole stint, they're only going 32 laps. He's stretching that out 5 laps compared to some teams. Very
true. Thijs van der Hoorn, as you can see, has brought in the number 15 DSRT car. I did notice that Jean-Sebastian Roos in the number 35 straight line racing car had gone for a wander somewhere as well. If you were out on, if you were racing this one, Ewan, what would be your stallion of choice?
Not entirely sure. I mean, purely in the visual aspect, I would be inclined to pick the McLaren. It is one of my favourites. But I have to say, I've never driven any of these cars in iRacing, so I can't really comment too much on the drivability of it. I suppose we haven't actually got one in this field, but one car I would certainly avoid, just based on looking at it, not even having driven it, is the Audi in a longer endurance race like this, because of how unpredictable and how snappy it is compared to a lot of these cars. It's very, very difficult to drive the Audi for a long periods of time, so I certainly wouldn't choose that, but not sure which one I would go for, to be honest. As I said, the McLaren, certainly my favourite in the visual department.
I'm certainly with you there. I love the McLaren. I always have done, but it would actually be Merc for me. Now I don't race in iRacing. I don't race at all, but I'm not an iRacing racer, so I have no idea what any of them feel like. But I know I cannot control LMP2 cars. In whatever sim I've tried it in, LMP2 is just a class I cannot get on with. I'm too heavy right foot, so they're not forgiving enough for me. I would need a GT3 car for that. But I'm a bit partial to the Mercedes, of which there are not many of those. The Brabham one is being the leading one, at least. The BMW is not bad, but I've gotten on better with the Merc in the past when I've given it a try. As I say, not in iRacing particularly. As we continue to look at Niall Bullion, he's lost a little bit of pace to the Porsche ahead, as in again is Delgado. He's not long been in. The Delta Racing number 28 is back in the pits again.
Yeah, not sure quite why he's in again so soon, but looks like it. Yeah, not sure quite why at this stage, but maybe a drive-through. It was a drive-through. Yeah, it was a drive-through. Didn't see him stopping his box there, so clearly that is part of the incident limit. It's a rule in place for this one. 30 incident points is all you can get, and then you've got to serve a drive-through, and after that it's every 20. So he's only managed 1/3 of the race with 30 incident points so far. He's going to have another couple of drive-throughs unless they just clean things up a little bit.
That's another thing, isn't it? If one of your drivers has explored the track limits a little bit too much, that penalty then is carried over to the rest of the teammates. So if someone's used up a lot of the hex penalty points, the next driver has got to be very, very careful about how they go about it. They're racing as we look at Marcus Calvo in the 44 Ferrari on the back of never mind, the BMW has gone a little bit too deep into turn 7, and that's second place now to the Asper car. Now that is pitting out of sequence, as we said before. There was a potential battle that's just been denied, so that was a bit unfortunate.
It was a bit, but I mean, Aspar Esports and Leo Racing Team are continuing to put themselves forward here as real contenders for this race. Satellite Racing are struggling in this stint, really losing a lot of time there, mostly in the 122s, where the two cars in front, Leo Racing Team and Aspar Esports, both in the 21s for the most part. Apart from a poor lap on the last one there for Leo Racing Team, a 26 there. There may have been a mistake, but yeah, it's becoming a bit of a two-horse race in GT3 as well. Which is expected. I mean, in a race like this, it will eventually spread out and get down to the real main contenders in this one. And that's exactly what's happened there. So we'll see how they develop, really. But because, as you say, the Aspar Esports team pitting off cycle, so are Leo Racing Team, though. So 6 stops for both of them, and they've got to make sure that they can make those stops. And not lose the lead that they're fighting over, because I don't think Satellite and Brabham will be making an extra stop.
Assuming they don't hit trouble, of course, which Brabham, one of the Brabham cars already has. We'll see. Oh, in the pits comes Bonino, Alessio Bonino in the 43 Leo car from the lead of the GT3 class has now come in. So is that going to trigger any more to come in as Brandon Rutt is defending from the LNR Potato Salad car for his spot in the top 10. Ooh, flirting with the grass. That's dangerous to do.
Just pull you off to the left-hand side there and into the wall through the final corner. So thankfully got away with that one, Brandon Root, but it wasn't comfortable. Interested to see Leo Racing Team in here so early. Only 22 laps on that stint, which is about half what you expect. Only in half an hour ago, but decided to come in again. It does seem that they did take tyres on that last time. And another driver change here to Gaetano Vulcano, but once again, only 3/4 of a tank or so. Their strategy is especially bizarre, and I'm really scratching my head to see what they're doing in this race. 45 minutes since, for the most part.
Very curious. Yeah, you would expect the GT cars to go quite a bit longer than that, as Brian Zinn in the 73 car, that's one of the Buzz the Tower cars, is back in the pits again. We'll see if that changes hands. As we look at Joao Delgado just having come out of the pits again, or been through the pit, we think for a drive-through penalty. Now Luke Sherlock in the Sausage Dodgers number 20 is challenging him for that 13th place. That's for the rest of the field, though. It is very much business as usual. All off the road briefly. Number 31 DSRT car has gone for an explore, but is back on track again.
Yeah, just getting back on it. All importantly, of course, and try not to end up in one of the walls around the outside here, as we've seen from many in the past. As there's another fight going to be denied us a little bit. David Williams gets through into the top 5. A bit of a mistake from Van der Hagen there in the Red X Simsport car. Drops down to 6th place. Didn't really realise David Williams was on quite such a charge here, but he has caught up this 18 car quite quickly and dispatched of him quite quickly here as well. So he's going to try and march on up the road now and try and catch ground effect, but that will be a very, very tall order.
Very true, but there's still time in the race to do it, with 3.5 hours still, or over 3.5 hours still to play out. As drivers then, or teams starting to get into the regular rhythm now, with Van der Hagen continuing to or try to keep David Williams company, but David Williams was quite a bit, was nearly 3 seconds quicker last lap alone, and is one of the few drivers to get into the 110s, or the one car is one of the few drivers. Only 4 cars have actually gotten into the 110s in the LMP2 class, and Van der Hagen is trying his best to hang on to it, but you can already see that gap, almost 1.5 seconds already.
Yeah, it's extended out quickly, and this is what David Williams is expected to do, really. He's a strong driver, and maybe out of position, as we were saying about satellite racing all day in LMP2. Out of position for a lot of the day, and that's proving to be a real problem for them a little bit, in terms of making these overtakes, but that was a nice easy one. And now he's able to just march on forward. You can just see the pace advantage that he's got. So this is not exactly a surprise. It would be a little bit of a surprise, I have to say, if he was to catch Team Ground Effect. Then again, Levente Santo doesn't seem to be quite as quick as we saw earlier from Patrick Skilvassi, who very much seems to be the standout name in that car.
Very true. And there is the 108 car. It's minding his own business. Oops, just seen, as we look away from Jeffrey Van der Hagen, he's wandered off track. Oh, trouble for number 43. That's the lead. Oh, there was the GT3 leader. Oh, huge trouble. That's on the way down through the S's. The Porsche facing the wall. Well, the bonnet's still on it. Let's have they hit it? Let's have a look then. What's happened to Volker? Oh, bit of net code there, and that shoved the Porsche into the tyres.
It was David Williams, and that is not good news for Leo Racing Team. They were in with a real good shout of winning this race, but they might have to come back in pretty soon here and use their first fast repair of the day. But it's going to set their strategy completely off compared to where they wanted it to be. They needed this stint to be one where they could really use the strategy they were on to push on a bit, try and catch those cars in front. But look at the suspension damage on this Porsche, going nowhere, and this car will have to come in.
A great shame, but we'll see if they're able to mitigate the damage, like you say, with a fast repair. That'll be ideal, but they've not long been through the pits. Was it Gaetano retaking the car that he started? Oh, this is going to be awkward. Can he get to the pit lane? Yes, he can. He ducks behind the LMP2, and into the pits again comes the number 43. Oh, a shame, but hopefully they can kind of keep their head, which is far easier said than done when you've been involved in an incident like that. Now, we could see from the external shot that was netcode related, as we see GT3 leader Marcos Calvo flashing his lights at the Mercedes ahead, trying to tell them, coming through, stay out of the way. Easier said than done, though. He's one of them. Oh, no! That's Stephen Hatter in the 101 Merc that's just caught up. That's the Blue Chip Racing Mercedes that's caught up with what was the race leader, and that's Satellite now into the lead.
Yeah, Carvo rejoined as well, straight into the side of one of the cars as well, which is not a good look either, I'm afraid. So that wasn't good. Anyways, round from Marcus Calvo. The dive down the inside, was it on or not? Well, it was. Not entirely sure whether he was at fault or not, but it didn't look good for him. Let's have a look here from on board. He's a long way back on the Mercedes. Let's see into the chicane. He just showed the nose early, and he sees the Mercedes braking early compared to where he brakes. And in the end, they just come together. He wasn't even attempting the move, really. But that rejoin certainly could have been avoided, and that's the especially frustrating and especially avoidable one, that one.
Yeah, but I think you're right. I don't think that was an intended move. I think that was Calvo slightly later on the brakes than the Merc and just couldn't avoid the impact in the end. And then, unfortunately, as Calvo was trying to recover, he caught the side of the number 12 car. So that's been in. James Horn back in command of the SOP Racing multicolored LMP car. So that's going to leave Marcus Calvo with a wounded again, number 44. Again, that was, as we said before, for those that didn't see the beginning of the race, that was involved in a very early incident that's put their pit stop strategy very out of sync. Although, in fairness, he's pressing on. It doesn't seem to be, if it is wounded, it's not slowing him down that much, as he's already hassling back for the GT3 lead, which is now in the hands of Satellite.
I don't think it's going to affect them too much, really, that damage. It was a very minor contact. I know there can be some damage seen on the front right if we get a front-on shot that like this one. The fender is just pushed in slightly, and you can see a bit more of the wheel exposed, but it's not going to affect them too much, really. You wouldn't imagine, anyway. So, should be able to make this move. Will certainly want to make this move. They still need to push on here, despite the fact that Leo Racing Team are now effectively out of the picture. They do still need to push on and try their level best to get back to the lead right now and just see where the rest of this race takes them, because let's not forget that they will be making an extra stop in this race compared to Satellite and Brabham.
And there's the car that unfortunately he hit. So the number 12 car has just gone past. Managed to avoid contact this time. It would seem that Calvo is going to make a fairly straightforward move, although, as you can see, that's David Michael Nickel in command of the 65 car. It could be there was a little bit more damage on that Ferrari than we think. That 43 car still in the pits. Gaetano Volcano still in the pits. That's over 3 minutes. That car has been in for now, the Porsche. Oh, again, Calvo flirting with the grass. Possibly a bit of frustration, but it could be that damage on the front right is making that car a little bit more difficult to steer. So, as that's another back marker trying to get out of the way and cuts right in front. That's the 27 car. Niall Bullion almost coming to contact with the Ferrari, but kills every road cone he can find in avoidance. Oh, that got a little bit clumsy. Or I looked at it from that particular angle. And there you go. This is where the Ferrari's really struggling. In a straight line, it might be fine, but in the twisties, that Ferrari does not seem to be handling well at all.
It might be affected a little bit, but I feel like that moment just over the hill there towards the final corner was just a lack of concentration. Carbo was looking to make sure that he wasn't going to turn across any lap cars, making sure he was out the way a little bit. And in the end, over the crest there, unsighted, just couldn't really see where he was going almost, and drove off a little bit. It wasn't anything too major, fortunately, in the end, but it could have been a bit worse, I suppose. He's managed to keep it on the road at least, but yeah, it's not ideal, particularly for him. He's back on now, though, and back on the charge, trying to close in to Satellite Racing. Just over a second is the margin, and a little bit of GT free lap traffic there not helping him.
Oh, indeed, David Williams has brought the sister car in. The number one is now in the pits. Brandon Rupp, which is the 111 Porsche, we just spotted in that shot, has also just come into the pits as the 43 car is still stationary in the pit lane for now 5 minutes. So we'll see what they're able to do. I did have another point I was going to raise it, and I've completely forgotten what it was. It'll come back to me at some point.
Satellite Racing in the LMP2 field back in again. Feels like that's a little bit early, although I couldn't be sure. It's hard to know. This race flying by a little bit, especially with the stints the way they are. Making, I guess we are kind of closer to a pit stop window in LMP2 than I thought, so maybe that is on schedule. And I know that ScoreX Esports in GT3 also makes slightly pit stops at slightly odd times due to the way their strategy is. The number 44 though of Aspar Esports won't be far away either. Lap 65 they were last in. This is now lap 107. That seems like a lot of laps. That's 42 laps by the end of this, so very soon this car will be coming in. I mean, 2 laps maximum that Ferrari will be in.
Speaking of ScoreX, the number 88 cars change hands again. Enrique Marinon is back in command of the ScoreX car as we continue to see the GT3 leader with the number 13, David Schilling, and the 6th place Team Red X car has just danced past. The lead of the race still in SRC Movano's hands. Andrea Barilaro in command of the number 86. There is Laurent Cantor in the 116 P Redface Racing car. Started 4th, up into 3rd now, and carrying on his merry way. David Williams has been in the pits quite a while, so has the number 1 car come to grief again? We will see. That's a long stop for the satellite LMP car.
I hope the same fate hasn't befallen them as befell ProSim earlier on in this race, because that is a long stop for them now, and I'm not entirely sure why at this stage. It is a mystery. They're dropping outside the top 10. They're dropping time more and more, over 2 minutes of a stop now, and that is far too long for any stop in this race, never mind at this stage, unless there is an incident that they had that we didn't see, but I don't think there has been an incident for them.
Like you say, not that we know of. Also in is Morton Parliament in the DSRT number 31. So a assumedly scheduled stop for them as we continue to see Laurent Cantor doing the rounds. And that's Galvo. That's Marcos Galvo who's brought the Aspar 2nd place GT3 car in. So it's going to be curious to see how long that stop is, considering the issues they had. But also, again, we can't judge their strategies on the same as everybody else. Yeah, I wonder whether you're right, the same issues hit the Leo number 43 as hit ProSim, because that's nearly 8 minutes now that the 43's been in for. Are we seeing another retirement? Hopefully not, but it could be that 27 cars now remain.
Oh, David Williams is back out there now. 2 minutes 50 in the box, but he's out there again for whatever reason. Not entirely sure what the deal was. Oh, well, now they're out completely.
Oh,
Maybe they are retired. Maybe they are. I'm not entirely sure, of course. No confirmation of that just yet, but it's not looking good for them.
No, indeed. Patrick Van Antwerpen has taken over the DSRT number 31, so he's back out on circuit. Brian Zinn is back in the Buzz the Tower Maverick car as we look at race leader Barilaro. Oh, that looked a little tight from that angle. He's working his way through the traffic. Marcus Calvo in the 44 car is back on track. A minute stop, so fresh tyres and fuel for him. Standard stop for the Aspar team. Not bad whatsoever as Barilaro continues to work his way through the traffic.
And indeed, continue with this lap lead that he now has over his teammates. SLC Movano Corsa Junior car now a whole lap behind. You can just see the Italian flag, LMP2 in the background of some of these shots. Valero clearly the class of the field here. Obviously ProSim were running them close, but even they were struggling to keep up towards the end of their 3rd stint of the race. The end of which, of course, they unfortunately did retire from this race, but they were pushing them close all the while. It's a shame that they are no longer in this one, of course, but I don't think Barilaro will be thinking about that too much, or indeed too disappointed, because he's now got a very big lead. These guys, Andrea Luciani, losing a bit of time in this battle for second. Laurent Cantor just gaining a bit 8 temps on the last lap. We'll see when everybody gets over the line again what it's going to be on the next lap. But it started about 20 seconds half an hour ago, this gap did. And yeah, we've come down 3 or 4 seconds now.
14.7 for Andrea. Let's see what the 116 car. Trouble for 108. That's our 4th place car. That's the ground effect car has gone off the road. What has happened to them? That's Santa.
No.
Oh no! Just misjudged the line coming through the S's. Ouch! That's going to be that thing's going to be like a boat to try and steer now.
Oh yeah, very much into the wall, quite hard there for Santo, and yeah, not particularly ideal, has to be said, and that's going to cause a lot of damage. I don't think they will have used a fast repair just yet, because the incident that Patrick Scovassi had earlier didn't require one. However, this certainly will, and it will drop them back quite a long way, because the gap from 4th to 7th is not that big.
You can see they're even struggling to get past the GT3, so that's how badly the pace has been affected in the 108 car. So I'm expecting that one to... Oops! That's Jack Bell in the 24 Buzz the Tower car. He's overcooked that one coming through the turn 10 chicane. It's dented pride and a bit of lap time loss, no harm, no foul, as he's now behind the satellite GT3 car. Dances around them without too much time. And yeah, that's going to be a... well, if there's no fast repair available for the 108, that's going to be there a while, because that was quite a thump.
They will have a couple available, but hopefully they do intend on using it here. Otherwise, they'll be dropping down quite far. Let's hope so. Anyway, then that they can get back in the race very quickly indeed, but not ideal. Whichever way you cut it, much rather there was no incident for them at all. And Patrick Scovassi gets straight in as well. Seems to have been a planned driver change there anyway, where there'll be a tyre change and fuel as well, as a driver change as well. So this is all planned. It's just coming about 7 minutes early. Now they're going to hope that they can just save a little bit of fuel so that they can avoid a splash, because a strategy earlier had them on course to avoid that splash. But now with this incident, they may have to take one.
And that's how quickly things can change. Second place SRC car is now in. Andrea Luciani is into the pits then. From second place. Just spotted another off track there. I think it was number 4, but it was very, very brief. So no particular issue there. As we continue to watch the 9th place car of Jack Bell. Following their part spin at the turn 10 chicane. And Luciani is back out on track. That was short.
We've had a drive-through. It was a drive-through for Andrea Luciani. He's back out there again, but this is an alarming amount of drive-throughs early on in this race. And so that's going to be a concern for everybody going forward here. 30 incident points, to be fair, at a circuit like this is not very many. So it's been a real case of trying to cut that down for all the teams and drivers. Unfortunately, they've not been able to do it in the 29, and so now they're going to set their sights on Red Face Racing. But as we commented earlier, Cantor had a little bit of pace over Luciani earlier, and that might well continue.
Yeah, and with that, that's completely changed how the top 3 are looking. As yeah, they were 30 odd seconds ahead of Cantor. Now they're 9 seconds behind, and this is very testament to why you should never give up on where your position currently is. You might think, well, we're miles behind, there's no point trying to close in, but I mean, look at the amount of retirements we've had alone, let alone how penalties are impacting the teams. But yeah, like you say, 30 points, 30 incident points at a track like this is very, very easy to accrue. I mean, I'd be up to about 300 by now. That's why I go for the commentary box rather than the driver's seat.
That it's not very many to deal with in this race, and given how many we've seen in the first half here, we're going to see many more, because after you do get one, every 20 after that you have to take a drive-through penalty, which is pretty harsh on these drivers. So it's going to be very, very difficult. It's going to be one of those, once again, staying out of trouble going to be very, very important, as we said all day long, but also just staying on the road. Forgetting about track limits for a moment. just thinking about staying on the road in terms of the grass and everything, and in that respect. So, yeah, it's turning into a difficult race in more ways than one for these teams now.
Very true. As we look at the Team Jizu car, Nick Jelicic still in command of the number 47 car. It's not been a bad run for them. So currently 5th in class. Started in 6th. And he's got only a couple of seconds to try and gain on Hatter ahead of him. Stephen Hatter in the 101 Blue Chip Racing car we saw was involved in an incident earlier on. And you can see the gap that's being built up to Sheecholch behind in the Colburn Fresta Motorsport car, which I'm sure I'm butchering the pronunciation on. There is Jelicic's quarry you've just seen going through the shot. So that's what 3 seconds looks like in these GP3 cars, or just under. Yeah. So still pressing on. Whoops, has just spotted Hatter with an off track, so he's gone for a wander. And there's the road cones to prove it.
Yeah. It's a gap that's closing here. And Team Jizu started, of course, well out of position. We've been talking about out of position drivers and teams all day, but Team Jizu, probably the best case of that, started way down and have been fighting their way through the order ever since. So they've got good pace, really. Blue Chip Racing have not got bad pace either, but they are being caught very comprehensively now, and it's going to be an all-Mercedes battle for this 4th place very, very soon, and one where I feel as if there's only going to be one winner. It's just a case now is how far can Team Jizu go, really? Because they're looking very, very good. Are they going to be able to start catching Aspar Esports once they get through here? And I feel like this pass is indeed inevitable. So let's wait and see whether they can indeed do that and what happens afterwards.
Very true, yeah. I mean, it's not an insurmountable gap whatsoever. 8.3 seconds is not an insurmountable gap whatsoever. So, we'll see. Trouble for 35. I've just seen them go off the road a few times. And actually, that brought that to an end because Jizu is in. So Nick Jelicic has decided to bring the car in. What has happened to Jean-Sébastien Larousse in the 35 car? Oh, the Porsche got really squiggly through turn 1 and didn't even make it as far as flirting with the grass. That got unhappy on the rumble strip on the outside of turn 1. He's doing the right thing of being very, very careful about rejoining the track in the right way. Of course, it's cost him huge amounts of time, but it does mean that he's able to rejoin in a very safe manner. As we come back to Stephen Hatter, that's right on the back of the Sausage Dodger Racing Mercedes. Few more pit stops then. That's the P Redface Racing car, Laurent Cantor, that has brought in what was second for a while, the 116 car in the LMP class. The 881 RSGT car is back in the pit as well. It looks like Jizu had a drive through. That's why they had to come in. That's the incident limit biting again. We continue to see Steve Hatter on his merry way. A bit of a side-by-side between a couple of the LMPs right behind them. That is Darstein. Wiggins made that's not for position. That is a back marker who's just getting past, which is really awkward when you're trying to get past back markers with other back markers around. Now we've got trouble for the 881 car. That's been in the pits for over. If they're in for anything over 110, it's a long stop. Now they've gone through a driver change. Now I wonder if that driver change took longer than they'd like. Sebastian Britz back in command of the car. Laurent Maskovitz is back in command of the P Redface Racing number 116. So that driver change has gone on quite smoothly. As BF Darstein continuing along his merry way. Brits will come back out in around about 12th place. As there is BF Darstein still dancing around the back markers. There is Miskovitz in the 116 car. Still trying to close in. Obviously just having taken over the car. Now faces a minute gap between himself and the Movano Course Junior car. But themselves a lap behind their sister car. This goes to show the outstanding pace that the number 86 squad have managed to deploy here in this race. And we still haven't hit the halfway point. We're still 20 minutes, well, just under that, 19 minutes away from the halfway stage here at Road Atlanta. Harold Stadler in command of the Brabham Esports Hissing Sid Mercedes. He's got about 45 seconds between himself and the GT3 leading Satellite Racing GT3 AM car. The BMW in the hands of, who's got the race leading car at the minute? Oh yes, David Michael Nichols still has that one. And Shazoo now down in 5th position, and Nick Yelich having served that drive-through penalty for the Scottish squad. He's got about 15 and a half seconds around about to close in on Stephen Hatter. And we'll see what he's able to do. There's the number 12 car. James Horn back in command of the multicoloured car for SOP Esports. Now in 10th position. As I say, most squads are getting back into their rhythms now. And we've lost the number 1 car. The Satellite Racing car, David Williams, that car's retired. What has happened to them? They were in the pits for around about 3 minutes last time in. As our 2nd and 4th place LMP cars now in. Andrea Luciani and Jeffrey van der Haag have brought in the respective cars. Flash of the lights, furiously flashing of the lights. Marcos Calvo in the 44 Ferrari. After one of the back markers still flashing the lights. That's the treble 1 Porsche that he's planned. He's nowhere near. Why is he flashing the lights so far back? He was nowhere near trying to make the move there. Eduardo Leo back in command of the SRC Movano car, and Ben Glover back in the Team Red X car. Also into the pits, number 17, Matteo BF Darstein in the RSGT car, in for another stop as we continue to look at the 44 Ferrari. Where did the Porsche go? There, see, that's quite a gap to be flashing your lights that furiously. A bit of a question mark there. Yeah, there's Brandon Rutt that still has command of the treble 1. And we can understand it. Now the Ferrari is a bit closer. I can understand him flashing the lights that hard at this point, but earlier on that seemed a long gap. Unless he was just making sure that he was very, very well aware of his presence. Now much, much closer. So he's going to be in a position to try and make the move. Oh, wow. He's not even going to wait for turn 10. He's going to try and get alongside. Brandon just needs to bleed out the throttle a little bit. There he goes. And then slots into the slipstream of the Ferrari. Nicely done. And let's make sure the pass goes unhindered. There's Ben Glover in the Team Red X SimSport car. Currently 6th in class. They've gained a couple of positions over the course of the race. With still 3 1/4 hours remaining. There you go. You can see the position changes from when they started. It's a big improvement there from the number 13 car. That's the Team Red X car. You can see 7 positions up. Actually, so's the Buzz the Tower Racing Goose car that's just come into the pits. Jack Bell in command of the 24. Yeah, no doubt some of that is down to pit stop strategy differences. It's obviously we've had a fair amount of attrition going on in this race, so at least 8 cars have fallen by the wayside. I was thinking the number 1 car, David Williams, there, that has definitely retired. It's a great shame. There's Joel Delgado, who was at one point getting quite, or he would seem he was getting close to the car ahead. But I think either pit stops or issues have put pay to that. Now, speaking of David Schilling and the 13 car, he's just come in. So 4th position in the LMPs is now serving another stop. Does David Schilling hand the keys of the number 13 over? We will see. Sean Giroux is back in command of the number 24 car. That's the Goose car of the Buzz the Tower squad, or Buzz the Tower pair. They're united as positions are concerned, 10th and 11th. Brian Zinn in the number 73, and now Sean Giroux, as mentioned, in the 24. As Sean's just coming up back on track. Chris Henneberg now is taking over the Red X car, so almost half and half driving distance between those two. There is Sean Giroux, so back out on circuit for the 24 car. That's the satellite GT3 car. He's just danced around. So we'll see how long. It looks like a longer stop for the number 13 that Henneberg has just taken over. There's the two Porsches. There are two Porsches, not the two. There are more than that. Out comes number 33, Chris Henneberg then. Tyres and fuel. Well, that was actually sub-minute, so yeah, pretty decent stop if they took all four tyres on. Easy move for Sean Giroux there. It looks like everyone is settling back into the rhythms now as the previous close encounters that we had have now kind of resolved themselves. Eric Albright's taken over the Sausage Dodgers Racing Mercedes, the 707 car. 797, beg your pardon. I said 707 there. So they're a little bit wayward, really, because I mean they're not too far behind the next car, only 5.5 seconds, and 14 seconds ahead of the Red Kite Motorsports Treble 1. That's Brandon Rutt that currently has that one. But Eric's a little bit slower than Joel Delgado in the 28 car ahead. They're 12 positions up from where they started, so they started right at the back of the GT3 field. I think both of the Sausage Dodgers Mercedes cars started. Yeah, they did indeed. They started right at the back of the field. So only way is up, and they've done pretty well to improve their position. On board with the Red X Sim Sports number 18 of Ben Glover. As the order from the 111 Porsche there continued to dancing around the GT3 cars. There's the number 12, the distinctly livery car, right ahead. That's the 44 car, the Ferrari as well. Even if you're catching another car in the same class, as we're seeing here, that there's still the worry of how are they going to handle a section such as this. As Niall Bullion in the 27 potato salad car has also come in for another stop.
Pretty regular stuff at this stage. I mean, expecting the GT3s to be able to go that little bit further at this stage, especially the likes of the leader, the satellite racing car. Harold Stadler in the Brabham car as well. Should be able to go that little bit further, but not too far away again from seeing those pit stops and seeing what happens afterwards, I guess, is more important. Expecting Asbury Sports to maybe take the lead, but maybe not. And that's the intrigue. With still more than 3 hours to go, we have no idea who's really going to win in GT3.
Very true. The 27 cars just changed hands. Jacques Vermeulen now taking over the potato salad car. Oh, that's getting a bit close for Ben Glover. It's just, yeah, nicely done. Stayed in the tyre tracks of the number 12. And, of course, the 12 car realising what was going on there. And easy pass for them. There's our GT3 leader. Still in the hands of David Michael Nichols, the 65 car. With a 40-second lead now over the Brabham Mercedes. Just needs to. It sounds a simple job. Just needs to keep hitting the marks. Just needs to bring it home. But with still half the race to run, and with all the with the issues we've seen thus far, it's a far easier task said than done.
And if it was simple, we wouldn't have seen. So, oh my word, that's off. And it's not so simple, clearly, because David Nicholls off the road at turn 5. It's getting things slightly wrong and almost following the Porsche in front there. It's always the danger when you are following a car like David Nicholls is at the moment, that you just kind of follow their wheel tracks, and if they're going wrong, then you're going to go wrong pretty quickly as well, and that's exactly what happened there. Went slightly wide in that satellite racing car, and kind of proving a point, almost as you were saying it, that hitting your marks is not that easy. It sounds simple, but to do it for 6 hours, do it over and over, and do it for nearly 300 laps, which the LMP2 cars are going to be getting towards today, well over 250 for these GT3s, it is not so simple.
Yeah, no. I can manage about 40 minutes. That really is it. And even in that time, I'm making silly mistakes through concentration lapses and things like that. So I have a huge amount of respect to these guys. They can go for hours and hours and hours just hitting them out. Trouble. Oh, no, trouble for the number 18. That's Ben Glover. He's gone off the road. Where on earth has he done that?
Turn 5 again, I think.
That's turn 5. Yeah, it is. So, another one bites the wall.
Yeah, taking a bite out of the wall, unfortunately, for Ben Glover. It's been a little bit troubled for Ben Glover. He's been really fast and really great to watch at times, and then also he makes a mistake that just undoes some of his hard work previously. This is not a fight for position, by the way. This is a lapping a car so that he can get to that fight for position. It would be for 5th, but rather puzzlingly, the lap car was almost defending there, and that was a bit weird. Maybe they realise that they do have a bit more pace right now, and it does look like that. Oh my word! It looks like that lap car is recently out the pit lane with new tyres on. DSRT was stuck on the outside there, needed to get to pit lane, and there was nearly a big incident. Fortunately, Ben Glover could see it happening, developing in front of him, and he could avoid it, but unfortunately couldn't avoid this.
It's the bumps on the way up to the crest. At least he kept it out of the wall, so that's the crucial part for Ben Glover. The car is okay, just cost him a fair amount of time. But that does kind of make you rethink how you attack that corner the next few times around, but you'll still get back into the rhythm that you find quickest, if even if it does risk going over those bumps. That number 15 car, the DSRT car, now has changed hands. It's Autograph back in command of it.
He was so strong earlier on, despite the issues that he had, of course. About 7 laps into his second stint in this race, well into the first hour, he had a bit of a problem. That forced him to come down pit lane once again, but fortunately those are behind him, or hopefully I should say those are behind him. He can have a nice stint that he can really settle into and get on with over the next hour or so. Would be nice to see. But it's very close in the midfield, this LMP2 field. I know we're looking at the 2-lap lead at the moment in LMP2 and thinking, my goodness, where's the excitement in the race going to come from in LMP2? But it's going to come outside the top 3, I think. The fight for second place, first of all, might well be an interesting one, but certainly then once you get outside the top 5, the gaps really do get smaller and things really do get interesting.
Yeah, very true. It's not uncommon for, after hours of racing and hundreds of laps, for the last few laps to contain a huge amount of action. As you've got an amount of management that go on in any endurance race. You just got to hit the marks. You go through the miles, and you kind of let the race play out. But when you don't have the time to do that anymore, you have got to push for any improvement you can make. So that's when you tend to see a lot of things going on. Oh dear! That's Stephen Hatter just tapping the back of the Porsche there, coming into the twisties. Oh no, that's the treble 1 Porsche that's hit the wall. Brandon won't be pleased with that.
No, didn't really see how it really was developing there to see quite who's at fault, but that looks like a pretty poorly Porsche now. Bit of suspension damage on that one, surely. And he's going to have to limp that one back to pit lane. I'm not sure if they've even got a fast repair left because of that. Oh, it looked like Hatter was just drifting up from the inside line there. When you're on the inside there, you do need to be sticking to the curb, sticking to the white line really, and not drifting into your opponent. And that looks like what happened there. And Brandon Rutt is to the consequences of that.
Well, really sure where Brandon could have gone there, because again, making a pass in the S's is not generally a good idea. But that Porsche, it doesn't look happy, exactly as you say. Nick Jelicic for Shizou is in the pits again. Assuming the standard stop for them. Also, race leading car is in. The number 86 has just changed hands. So finally that 86 has been shared. It's Riccardo Garoli that is now in command of the race leading car.
And he may well go to the end of the race now with that car. We saw Barolero nearly doing 3 hours. Now, it's not for everyone, of course. And certainly, on a personal level, I would want to be getting out of the car after that amount of time. But it doesn't look like these guys are really feeling the effects the same way. And 3 hours is not an outrageously long stint. It's not like he's done the first 5 hours and just handed over at the very end. He has, evenly split it. And it's not easy to evenly split an LMP2 race, in all honesty. So, given the fact that there's 9 stints in a 6-hour race for the LMP2s, it's difficult to divide 9 by 2, really. So, Riccardo Garoli gets into the car now, and we'll continue on. We'll try not to get swiped there by that LMP2. Very nearly went wrong immediately for him, but just wants to settle in here and get into the rhythm of the race, as his teammate did so well.
Shorgaroo, that was the one of the Buzz the Tower cars. Yeah, that looked very, very close on the onboard, but now Riccardo Girelli, and starting to get into the rhythm already, retakes that particular spot and on his merry way. Yeah, driving 3 hours in a row car is hard enough, let alone in racing conditions. So, yeah, a huge amount of respect to these guys. As I said before, they can just go on and on and on and on. And it's not like the 86 car is letting up any pace. They've got well over a lap to themselves over what is now the Red Face Racing team, as Eduardo Lea has fallen behind Miskovic. Although those two are pretty close together, if that time is correct. So a battle for second is really hotting up again between the Red Face Racing and the second of the SRC cars.
Yeah.
And
we saw the combination of these two earlier with Miskovic and also Eduardo Leo, and it did seem that, especially towards the first part of the stint, that Leo, before tyre wear really came into effect, Leo did definitely have the advantage, so it does look like we've got a fight brewing there.
Looking at Enrique Marinon. Oh, trouble. We've got 2 cars off. Number 4, or we did have briefly. That's Justin Schicholz for Colburn Fresser, and the number 86, the race leader, I think they've just had an incident. Oh, no! That's the race leading car, had its own incident. I think number 4 just had its own problem somewhere else, I think.
Goodness me. That was down at the chicane, the number 4. Oh, wow.
Just went off its own incident.
And that was weird. That I thought there was going to be some kind of contact, but no, just drove straight on there, and straight in the pit lane as well. I wonder if they're towards the end of their. Well, it must be towards the end of their stint there. So straight into the pit lane for the number 4, and one of the more bizarre off-track excursions we've seen. But that is exactly why we can't exactly hand the 6 hours of Road Atlanta to Movano just yet, because you just saw it there. Riccardo Garoli going that slight bit wide. Can go very, very wrong very, very quickly around this circuit, and Garoli will be breathing a big sigh of relief after that.
And it's so easy to be caught up in someone else's incident as well, especially here, where mistakes are more prevalent, and there's not as much room to get round them. So expect more of that as well, as we are now hitting the halfway stage.
Yep, 3 hours down, 3 hours to go. It's been a very attritional for 3 hours, it has to be said, here at Road Atlanta, but we didn't expect much different. I believe we have quite a few confirmed retirements from the 35 that started this race. I think 9 are retirements now, leaving us with 26 remaining. The most recent one, Satellite Racing and David Williams, which I didn't quite realise pulled the plug for sure. But I suppose we saw their really long pit stop, and I should have guessed, but yeah, it seems that they are out of the race, and a bit of blinking there as well from one of the Porsches. Not very comforting for Enrique Marinon, just in that BMW behind. Seeing a blinking car in front of you is always a nerve-wracking experience.
That's the straight line Porsche that is trying to figure out which plane of existence it wants to be on. There's James Horn in the number 12 car. just going to dance around them now. The ideal time for the LMP2s to catch them, right on that straight. It is always worrying when you're following a car and it suddenly lags out of existence, because you not only lose all the slipstreaming effect from that car, but you then lose track on exactly where they are, and if they reappear at the wrong time, then someone could well be sent into oblivion. We've had plenty of enough of that already.
And into the pit lane for Maradon. 2 incidents, I think, unrelated, but he needs a pit stop anyway. So indeed does that as the battle for 9th. Well, it's not a battle for 9th, it's just a battle on the road. Track position, I suppose, going on right now. Brian Zinn just having to defend from... There's somebody trying to lap him, or somebody trying to unlap themselves from him. I don't know who that could be, really. Possibly Ben Glover actually trying to put a lap on him. The 18 it is, in the 5th place car. So a bit naughty from Brian Zinn to be defending quite as aggressively as that, because when you are a lap car, of course, from a car in your category, you aren't supposed to be defending, and even when you're a GT, really, you're not really supposed to be defending from the faster cars.
No, indeed. A bit naughty there, as Chris Bell in the Sausage Dodge number 20 just served a drive-through. I mean, they're somewhat on their own a bit, so that won't be... Also, I've just realised they're the last car running, so that's not going to help their charge too much. Steve Hatter in the 101 Blue Chip Racing car is in, along with Harold Stadler in the 62 Brabham Mercedes, and James Horn, the aforementioned number 12 car, has also just come in.
This drops down to the lower parts of the top 10, drops down 2/10 now for SOP Esports, but an important stop for Harold Stadler coming up right now, and an important one for David Nichols as well in the satellite car, just 1 lap later. We'll see if those two continue their strategy of changing tyres every single stint. Harold Stadler looks like he is going to do that. What are they going to do about Marcus Calvo in this race? Is there anything they can do? Aspar did take tyres on their last stop, which is a bit bizarre for them, because they don't normally change tyres every single stint. But I guess their stint was 43 laps long that time, so it's difficult to go much further with the tyres, really. So it's not a bad call, but now Stadler comes out the pit lane. He's nearly 50 seconds behind Calvo, and it's a lot of margin to close. But of course, Aspar will be making that extra stop, so it's difficult to know quite who is in the actual lead of this race at this stage.
Yeah, that's when this gets really, really tricky to keep an eye on. As we see Stadler just keeping out of the way on the number 13 car. There's a few more people in. Eric Albright in the 797 car, as that's the other Sausage Dodgers car, is back on the road again. David Michael Nicol in the Satellite Racing GT3 lead, or was in the lead, has just come back out, along with Sean Sebastian Larousse in the number 35 Straight Line Racing Porsche.
Only 10 seconds or so between Satellite and Aspar. That's a short margin. I'm not entirely sure, because 54 seconds either suggests one of two things. It's either, or in a GT3 car at least, it either suggests that David Nichols took 2 tyres there for Satellite, which I feel like would be slightly bizarre, especially at a circuit like this, or he's taken on not quite a full tank of fuel. He's maybe done 3/4 of a tank, and obviously we have to wait 45 minutes to get the answer to that. If he goes an hour, then he's taken 2 tyres, but if he only goes 45 minutes or so, and we know that Satellite Racing are doing something similar to Aspar, which is not quite filling their tank up the whole way every single time, hitting a little bit early, getting a little bit off strategy, but I don't see how Satellite Racing can gain time on Aspar by doing exactly the same thing as their rivals. For me, they need to do something different to try and get ahead of Aspar, because at the moment on pure pace and on the road right now they're quite a long way behind. Surely by doing exactly the same thing they're not going to get there. As Satellite Racing come in again, that David Nichols' outlap has ended with him in the pit lane again.
Well, that's going to completely change whatever strategy decision they were trying to make. That wouldn't... Either they've just earned themselves a drive-through, or the...
Drive-through.
That's a drive-through, isn't it? Yeah. So, Well, whatever strategy decision they were trying to make has probably just been completely rewritten with that drive-through alone.
I don't think they're going to have to rewrite their strategy, but they may well have to rethink where they're going to finish in this race, at least. Because obviously it's set them back a good 20 seconds now. And so they've got a lot more work to do. However, you'd expect surely that everybody's going to have to go through pit lane at least once in this race for a drive-through on incident points. So they might hold out hope for that. But well, we look at second place in GT3s and the demise of for those guys. It's looking pretty good at the moment in terms of a battle for second in LMP2 right now. SSC Movado Corsa Jr. closing in on Red Face Racing, and this is a bit of a fight that I was, well, a little bit surprised to see, I suppose. But then again, when you look at the drivers and how they matched up last time they were in the cars together, it's not too much of a surprise. Eduardo Leo does have the measure of Miskovitz, especially at this opening moments, in the opening moments of the stint. His time management is maybe not as good as it could be, but his raw pace at the start of stints is very good.
Very true indeed. And Eduardo Leo was very, very close to, particularly the Shizou car there. I thought that was going to be a expensive mess for certain, but no, they managed to keep the cars pointing in the right way and keep them in the right shape. They're still flirting with that run on the exit of turn 5. It is the quicker way to do it because you're straight line, or near as much as you can, straight line in the exit of that chicane. So it is the quicker way to do it. But if you get the approach wrong, we've seen the effect of that time and again. And unfortunately, as much as you might know that you've got the approach wrong, it's too late. The momentum is going to take you the wrong way.
You do obviously need to keep an eye on these GT3s when you maximise lap time. You can't be thinking all about your own race. You've got to think about GT3s around you as well and their race, trying to manage that and making sure that you can get around them without too many problems, without crashing into them, of course. But it's certainly noticeable now. I don't know if it's obvious at home maybe, but retirements that we've seen is certainly reducing the number of cars out there on the track. Obviously that's one of the most obvious things I've said all day, but it means that it just looks less busy, and the laps for individual laps for these drivers will be less busy as well. And to be honest, most of the retirements have been GT3s. We've got 13 LMP2s still running, so only 3 of the 9 retirements so far have been LMP2s. Which so you know, for the remaining ones, there's 6 less GT3s than there was at the start of the race, and that's it's making a visual difference to the race, but it's also going to make these drivers' races a little bit easier in terms of lap traffic, because simply put, you're just going to have less cars to overtake every single lap. 6 less is quite significant, really.
Yeah, that is quite a number of cars, and they're not all slow ones either. That's the thing; they're not all. You could be forgiven for thinking it won't make much of a difference if they're all back of the grid cars. They are. We've had class leaders and midfielders retire, so just through exactly as you say, just general volume is going to be less and makes the rest of the field easier to deal with. There's one of the sausage dodger cars, Chris Bell. He's really caught in with the Trouble 1 car. Derek Wynn back in command of the Red Kite Motorsports Porsche. Their last lap times within a tenth of each other, so similar pace for those guys. I mean, this is now wooden spoon avoidance because they are the. Whoa, hey, that's what oversteer looks like. This is wooden spoon avoidance. They are the last of the GT3 cars still running. So even still, they're going to give it everything they have to have a good race out there.
Absolutely, and the last cars in the overall running as well. Nobody LMP2 or GT3 behind them at this stage, as you'd expect. But it's been the story of their race a little bit, and it's these teams that are just trying to get to the end of a race like this, just trying to get the experience in. As mentioned earlier on, maybe some of those out there right now cycling through their driver lineups are just preparing almost for next weekend's Petit Le Mans, which is coming up in the iRacing Special Event Canada. One of my favourites, I've got to say, after the real life event took place last night. If you're in Europe, yeah, it's a good time to be racing at Road Atlanta in LMP2s and GT3s. This is the format that it will take on next weekend as well. We'll just be running for 4 hours longer when we get to the end of this race, as Chris Bell gets a nice run out of turn 5. Looks up the inside of 6, but was quite tentative on the brakes there, in all honesty. Didn't really want to cause an accident, and you can hardly blame him, considering what we've seen at turn 6 so far today.
It was a clenching moment for Eduardo Leo on the right-hand screen there. He got turn 5 a bit wrong, and he bounced somewhat as he came out of it, so that cost him about a second or so. Trouble for number 13, Chris Henneberg. He's off the road. What's happened to the Red X car? As Chris Bell has another look on the inside line of the Porsche. What's happened? That's turn 5 again. Did he get the ball? No, he managed to avoid it. It's going to cost him a lot of time as he recovers. Now we've got a swathe of pit stops going on. It's the Buzz the Tower car, Brian Zinn, is now handed over the number 73 car to Carrick Bell, Sebastian Britz, and Patrick Van Antwerpen, bringing in the 881 and 31 cars respectively.
Oh, goodness me, that was close. I thought the Porsche got unsettled there as a result of the Mercedes, and there's all kinds of a stack up there. Chris Bell shoves on the Porsche almost, as if to help him, but of course it wasn't. It was just a case of a big stack up there. I was thinking it's a case there of just a lot of things going on at once. Not quite able to keep up with it all. Chris Bell and Derek Wynn looking in the mirrors to try and let the LMP2 through, having the battle of their own, and in the end they just made a bit of contact between themselves.
That's the thing, is you've got to keep an eye on what you're doing, whilst trying to keep half an eye on what the faster class is doing. But there comes a point where you just have to essentially ignore them and focus on not flying off the road. And that could have gone rather nasty, but they're both pointing in the right direction. Number 28 car, the Delta Racing car, has also changed hands. Hugo Oliveira now has that one.
Number of driver changes. It seems to be the time to do it a little bit in LMP2, especially expecting a few more at the end of these next stops. This is coming up towards the end. Are we coming to the end of? We're coming up to pit stop number 5, which means it means we're going on to another stint really. So it looks that we might well not see too many actually in LMP2 for the near future. Certainly not many in GT3, but by the time we get to the end of the next hour, at the end of hour 4, we may well see a few more in GT3. But we're getting towards the end of this stage already. It's a 6-hour race. It's not a particularly long one. Where in 45 minutes time or so, some of these teams will be making their final driver change of the day, because a 2-hour driving shift is pretty normal, especially in a race with a distance like this one. So expect to see quite a few with the final driver change of the day coming up over the next hour or so. You really do want to avoid it really in your final pit stop, especially in LMP2.
Sure enough, and the wooden spoon avoidance battle we were just looking at, between Chris Bell and Derek Wynn. Derek's just served a drive-through, so the 111 Red Kite Motorsports Porsche is now at the back.
We'll be looking to rectify that as much as possible over the next few laps or so, but obviously it just opened up quite a large gap, so that will take some closing. And speaking of gaps closing, it's just closing in for 7th place at the moment as Chris Henneberg begins to look over his shoulder at the DSRT LMP2 just in the background of some of these shots here. Getting past Aspar there is Henneberg, leading GT3 for now. There's the lap times you can see, and that's De Graaf just behind, I think. Oh, De Graaf, it is indeed. Closing on him lap by lap. Look at that. 7 tenths, 1.9, 1.0, 2.3, 1.1. He is gaining comfortably per lap, and De Graaf may well be in 7th place by the end of this lap.
Was that trouble there for... it looked like someone just took a very odd line there. No, they're still in their positions. As Patrick Silvasi has brought in the 108 Team Ground Effect car for another stop. See how they did. And it must have been the way the camera cut, because I thought Henneberg suddenly flew off the road a bit. De Graaf is still out. Never mind. Commentator curse number 6, I think, for me.
He's certainly been off now. Went slightly too wide through 7. I think he was trying to let through a lapped car. I'm not sure which, or a car lapping him. Not sure which one it was. Could have been the Red X Sim Sport car in 5th at the moment. I think that's Ben Glover still right now. But yeah, I think that's why the line was slightly strange and it looked a bit weird on camera there. But it's clear to see that Henneberg just doesn't have the pace of the of De Graaf at the moment. He's accepted that, I think, and they'll just run with their races from this point. This battle, though, is going to be a little bit more highly contested. Although, saying all that, the 116 is not too far away from a pit stop here. This is the 30th lap of their stint, and they've been going for 32 lap stints religiously so far. This is the 5th stint, so expect to see them in on lap 160, 2 laps away. And we'll see if Eduardo Leo can effect a pass before then.
Oh, and he thought it looked like he was thinking about it on the run into turn 1. Has he got to run up to here? It's not long enough. The run to turn 1 and 2 is too short to try and banzai it, especially then into the twisties. But it does look like that Eduardo Leo is getting very, very impatient behind Masinski as they fly past the straight line racing Porsche. It looks like Eduardo Leo really wants to get on with it as the number 12 car, James Horn, for SAP Esports, is in again.
It looks like Leo is looking forward to getting through here, but not entirely sure whether he will be instructed or not on the strategy here. Because these Bravado cars so good in a straight line, it might not even matter about the strategy. Forget about all that for a second. It's not going to cost me much time to get through here, so I might as well. Down the inside into the chicane. Miskovitz not really with anything to answer with. He gets very, very close through the final corner and might have a go into one. Although there is the Team Suzuka in the way, and he decides it's probably too dangerous to go down the inside there. So he stays behind for now. And Movano restore their 1-2, but this battle is going to rumble on for the remaining 3 hours between these two teams.
Absolutely so. And I wonder whether Miskovitz was thinking about trying to box in Leo behind the Shizuka, but didn't have the run on the 29 car to try to enact that one. As the number 88 car, the Scorex car, has just come in. That's changed hands again. Oh, that's getting close for Miskovitz. Caponino. Why am I struggling with his name? Tiziano Caponino is back in command of the number 88 car. Miskovitz still stares at the back of Eduardo Leo.
He should be in at this lap as well, unless he can finally do 33 laps in the first time today. He will need to do 1 or 2 just to make sure that he won't have to splash fuel later on. But clearly not worrying about that right now, I don't think. And into the pit lane he comes, getting onto this slightly difficult pit lane. He's made it, and so yeah, he will be on pit lane now, just getting that service. It will likely be only fuel hit, because he changed tyres at his last stop.
As Caponio is back on track then in the 88 car after 56 seconds, so normal length stop for them. There's Kerrick Ball now in command of the 73 car. That's the Buzz the Tower Maverick squad. Still 10th and 11th, the Buzz the Tower pair. Flash the lights there to the Sausage Dodgers and dutifully gets out of the way. Kerrick's not far behind than the freshly pitted 12 car. There he is. There's James Horn. Oh, number 65 has just gone for a wander. That's David Michael Nichols. The Sattler racing car was leading the GT3 class for a while. Well, for a long while indeed, but now about 33 seconds behind the Asper 44 Ferrari. As we continue to see Kerrick Bourne. Now the car behind Kerrick is not for position. Oh, trouble for Ben Glover. The number 18 car has gone off. That was quite some time he was off the road. That's turn 5 again, isn't it?
This corner is so tricky. I'm not entirely sure why it's catching so many out. I guess it's just the curb on the outside, the bumps as well, the traffic playing a role in that as well. Glover fortunately not finding the wall, but he does lose a place to ground effect. And this is what happened to David Nichols. Thankfully, it wasn't too much of a bad trip across the grass there on that occasion. Some cones kicked up, but nothing, no harm, no foul there really. he'll be able to continue on. But he has been slowly bleeding time a little bit in this stint here. He came out about 20 minutes ago, of course, on this most recent tanker fuel and set of tyres, I believe, anyway. And he obviously had that drive through as well. And at that point, he was 30 seconds behind Asper Esports. Now it's gotten out to 34. So, and his gap over Brabham is falling to 7 seconds only as well. So, could be some changes coming in GT3. But Asper Esports look like their alternate, slightly strange strategy might just be paying off. We
will see, as Ben Glover now has caught the back of Patrick Scalvesi. The 108 Team Grand Effect car. That's the Brabham GT3 car getting out of the way. Easy able to regain that. This is where frustration management also comes in. You know, you've made the mistake. It's very easy to kind of lose your head a bit, and that starts breeding further mistakes. Whereas, what separates the good and the great is that ability just to kind of reset your mind and just get back on with the job, back into the rhythm, back into try and make, not necessarily pushing hard to try and make it. For last time as he nearly hits the back of the Grand Effect car. The very greats will be able to just shake off a mistake and get on with it. It's probably easiest to do in a endurance race. If you're in a sprint race, you've obviously got much less time to be able to make up for those mistakes. So it certainly plays on my mind. If I make a mistake, it plagues me. I start doubting what I'm able to do in the next lap or what have you. So, the really great drivers are able to just shrug that off and get back on with the job.
Yeah, but I mean, in an ideal world, pushing to make up for a mistake is exactly what you've not got to do at that stage. You can't push even harder than you were before to try and make up for that. You've just got to settle back to where you were, accept the mistake has happened, and just get back to where you were previously, into that rhythm. It's not about making up lost time for Ben Glover, but I mean, he's done this many times so far today. I have to say, this car's been off the road on a few occasions. He does tend to recover from it well. He doesn't let it snowball too much, and I'm sure the same will be happening right now. He's just lifted off into the chicane on that occasion. This is the 32nd lap of his stint, and he might be in here. Oh, he's going to continue one more. He's at least fuel efficient enough for 33 laps. We'll see how much further he can go, but I wouldn't advise going through on the Grand Effect car really here, because these two are in completely different races. Scalvesi not long out of the pit lane, whereas Ben Glover is not long going to be in the pit lane.
That's the thing, isn't it? Is that we know that, but Ben may well not know that. So he may well take the assumption that they're on the same kind of pit strategy and feel the need to make the move on track. Or, realistically, if he is only a lap away, he really should just sit there and not risk losing more time, making a mistake, making a pass. It's just going to undo itself in a few corners' time. But we will see. It's easy to say that from the commentary box position, but when you're out there, when the red mist has descended, when you're under pressure, it's very easy to make the wrong decision.
It is, and it's where a team behind you really comes into effect, as Glover does dive it down the inside of Scalvesi. Very nearly heads into the side, but the Hungarian gives enough room. Glover getting on the power, squirming under the throttle. Does indeed go in the pit lane. That's a bizarre one, because if they'd have remained side by side, he wouldn't have been able to get in the pit lane. So that was a slightly bizarre one, but either way, Glover is in now. As I was saying, that is where a real good team behind you comes into effect, because they've got to inform you that Scalvesi is on a different strategy here. We're not really racing him right now. Maybe later, but for now, don't worry about him at all. Don't fight him. And in the end, Glover did decide to go for it anyway, but that's it wasn't advisable. It wasn't textbook exactly, but that's a dive as well from Scalvesi once again, trying to make some moves. But yeah, more pit stops happening at the moment with the second place car in as well.
Yep, Eduardo Leo's in along with Matteo Bietdarstein. As Scalvesi continuing along his merry way. I wonder from Ben Glover whether that was actually impact avoidance, because it looked very late. He did make the apex just about.
Yeah.
It was a good thing that Patrick was on the ball, because he could have turned into the apex expecting there to be space, and suddenly a wild number 18 car appeared.
You might be right.
As a few more driver changes have taken place, Clement Chagard is back in command of the RSGT number 17 car. Eduardo Leo hangs on to the keys of the number 29.
We do sometimes see that into the final chicane, that some drivers not intentionally making a move just end up braking where they normally brake and find themselves on the inside line. Fortunately, as you say, Skilvassi had the awareness there to open the steering and let that one happen, but could so have easily... is that a phrase? So it could have so easily just gone wrong for them both as well. So thankfully there was an avoidance there, as we look at Howard Stadler making some inroads into the Satellite Racing advantage over the last half hour. Now, well, it was below 7 seconds for the first time in a good while. Just a moment ago, goes back to 6.2. He has been gaining on a couple of these laps, and Stadler as well, gaining on Calvo, who all of a sudden is the car in front, because Satellite Racing, what's happened to them?
They've
been fallen behind.
The 65 car, I think, has had an issue with Sebastian Brits and the 881. They were both off the road. Oh, and there it is. And that was David Michael Nichols just having his own issue there. I wonder if this is just another incident where there's been a lap with two different unrelated incidents in it, because I saw that Sebastian Brits was off the road. Oh, there it is. So, now was that when David Michaels was recovering that caught the 881 out? We'll see.
Not entirely sure. It looks a bit strange. So as he was spinning, Brits got hit and he goes into the wall as well. Harder contact for Brits in that one. No fault of his own either. So, although then again, no fault of Nichols is really either. He just made a mistake. But yeah, it's not been the dream stint for him. By the way, I've never seen him called David Michael Nichols in a sim before. I've seen him do a lot of R-Factor 2 racing. I wonder if he's just put his middle name into his iRacing name as well. I've never seen him with a double second name, but I could be wrong. There we are. He's been around for a good while, and staple of that Satellite Racing team that are so strong as well on some of the sims. iRacing not their particular sim of choice, I would argue, but they're doing a little bit more of it. But I'm afraid Nichols has gone off again by the looks of it.
Oh, that was well avoided. Managed to stick it in reverse again, turn 5, claiming a victim, or the same victim again, and that's for third in the GT3 class as well. So, what could have been for Satellite? I mean, again, there's still 2.5 hours to go, as that was Calvo that's in the pits. Is that car changing hands? Yes, Raul Suarez back in command of the 44 Ferrari. So we'll see how if they're able to keep their momentum going. Yeah, that would be quite a story, from early troubles to class lead. Yeah, it seems to be playing out well for Aspel, although Brabham in the Mercedes have just taken class lead, but that's due to pit strategy differences at the moment. Sebastian Brits is back into the pits in the 881 car, which is not really a surprise considering the impact they've just had.
I think it's going to be pretty exceptionally close between Aspar and Brabham. Satellite could have been there as well, but these last couple of mistakes from Nichols has really set them back in this race. It's to be seen whether they can recover from that, but it has set them back, as I say. The new tyres for Raul Suarez, and he does get some new tyres on. A little bit shorter pit stop times, by the way, in GT3 than we used to see. The pit times have been slightly changed, so you may be noticing in the race right now the pit stop times mostly 102, 103 for a tyre change and full fuel now or for a full service for GT3s. That's because the tyre changes have been slightly decreased in terms of how long they take. There you can see at the bottom of your screen. So there's been a recent adjustment to iRacing. I think it might have been in the last update actually for season 4 of this year, or maybe season 3. I can't remember, but there's been an adjustment to how long it takes pit crews to actually change tyres. It's been reduced from however long it was before by 1 or 2 seconds per tyre. So it does knock off a good 8 seconds or so from the pit stop time. We used to see 1 minute 10 or so for a GT3 to make full service.
There was a bit of trouble as well for the number 88 and 4 cars. So Justin Skitschaltz in the number 4, Colburn Fresser car, and 88, I think it was 88, the Tiziano Caponio car. That's the Scorrett's car. Both have been off the road somewhere. There's a few more pits. That's the 881. That's Britt in the pits again.
And possibly as a result of damage as well, which is not great. I'm pretty sure they will have run out of fast repairs here at this point, and it's a real shame to see as Blue Chip Racing make their way out of pit lane right now, and Team Shazoo can be a little bit more comforted in that 4th place. Oh, that's not comforting though, is it? Goodness me, that was close.
Somewhat. Why the hell are they so close? Well, there's no need for the Suzuki car to be that close to the Sausage Dodgers, but either way, that's what he chose to do. And Nick Jelcic back in command of the number 47. A few more pit stops going on. Chris Henneberg in the number 13 Team Red X car is in the pits, and Guillaume Verdier in the RSGT 881. I wonder if that's why he came in again. He came in, pitted following that incident, is back in now doing a driver change. So, curious one there.
Seen a number of curious ones so far, really. But I'm very interested to see what's going to happen, despite how close they were getting through the S's there. Very interested to see how Nick Jelcic gets on in these next couple of moments. This Team Shazoo car seems to be a very quick car, just been qualified pretty poorly, and in the first hour at least was in a pretty poor position as well, but now in a much better place. What can they do with it? 4 seconds behind Aspar, and that's a real test, because Aspar have been so quick so far in this race, of course, especially in GT3, where it's a little bit closer in terms of the battles at the front of the field than what we're seeing in LMP2 right now. Difficult to tell just for the moment in terms of lap time, because Raul Suarez only just out the pit lane, but in the next few laps I'll be interested to see whether Team Shazoo can match the Ferrari of Aspar Esports, or whether they have found their limit in 4th place.
Time will tell, as you say. A few more cars in the pits. Number 15 Ott de Graaf for DSRT is coming again. So we'll see what they're able to do as we see one of the LMP2s dancing past the 3rd place GT3 car of Raul Suarez, now about 12 seconds behind David Nichols in the 65 satellite car. The Ferrari was about 1.5 seconds quicker last time around, but again, still with traffic management going on, even for the slower cars, the lap time will ebb and flow. Let's see what it is this time. So David Nichols is 22.5. Last time a 20.5. So 2 seconds to the good for the number 44 Ferrari. So Suarez is pressing on. They're not that far from the team best lap time as well.
Yeah, he really is pressing on quite nicely now. And Jelcic's not doing too badly either. Was second fastest of everyone on that last lap around. You can see the lap times on the left-hand side. So, taking out Aspar Esports, Team Shazoo are the fastest out there. And so maybe a podium is possible for that Mercedes just about to come over the crest. There it is. Maybe it's possible that they can get on the podium here ahead of the likes of Brabham and Satellite, but Aspar Esports becoming increasingly unbeatable here in this race. 36 seconds from the front of the race right now. But let's not forget, Brabham Esports have 2 pit stops remaining in this race. Aspar Esports also have 2 pit stops remaining in this race. Admittedly, Aspar have some shorter pit stop, or a shorter pit stop, where they only need to take on half a tank of fuel, and they probably won't take on tyres. So that pit stop's obviously quite a lot shorter. But it's very, I don't know, hopefully it's very easy to see just how in the balance this GT3 race is at the moment.
Yeah, that's really going to build into a lovely crescendo at the end of the race, as we were alluding to earlier on. Oh, trouble for number 13. Chris Henneberg's gone off the road somewhere. He's kept it going, and he was off the road for a period of time. Oh, he's gone in too deep at turn 10. That's a little bit late on the brake pedal there, so no particular harm caused. The 881 car, the RSGT car, has not reappeared. That's been in there for over 4 minutes now. And there goes Henneberg again.
Yep, not a dream couple of laps for him. But yeah, Guillaume Verdier was most recently in the 881. And now that was the car we saw Sebastian Brits in, wasn't it?
Yeah, he took it over, but hasn't gone out since.
So this is my theory about them, is that they've used all their fast repairs, and they're now actually having to sit and wait for the repairs to be completed before going out there again. They've only got 5 or 6 minutes or so before they're going to be overtaken by some of the GT3 contenders in this race. So that just shows you how many troubles they've had today.
Very true indeed. As we look at James Horn in the number 12, 9th position overall. He's got 6 seconds between himself and Chris Henneberg in the very wayward number 13 car, and that gap is, well, plummeting really. So there is still trouble for the number 13 car, it would seem. Yeah, that gap is tumbling, so looks like there's damage on the 13 car. I wouldn't be surprised to see that in this time around. We will see what he does. It's along the road somewhere. Not really tell from that particular camera angle. As we got the Brabham car just going through the shot, I think it'll be down into that chicane somewhere. Keeping an eye on the timing board. Does Chris Henneberg come in this time? He does not. So whatever the problem is, he's choosing to live with it.
Yeah, 1:16 on that lap was not particularly quick. Not particularly where, or at least compared to where he was earlier. Let's have a look at it. It looks very understeery. Looking at that camera angle there, it looked like the front end was just not having any of it. But then again, as they go further downhill, it's looking a bit better now. Staying off those curves on the right-hand side, probably a good idea. Yeah, it's difficult to see quite what the problem is there, if there is any at all. But not entirely sure at the moment. Not immediately obvious what the issue is with that car. It just doesn't seem to want to turn. You saw it through turn 7 there as well.
Yeah, that's not happy whatsoever. Also, right behind, I've just realised, right behind James Horn, it's Carrick Ball in the number 73 car. There it is. That's the one dancing out behind the Mercedes. So we've got 3 cars close to each other for position, although not really too convinced Henneberg can put up much of a defence. But James Horn's going to have it all to do to try and keep the Buzz the Tower Maverick car behind him.
He is. This battle, 3-car battle just developing for 8th place in LMP2, and there's one developing for second in GT3 as well, which is going to be happening in a few laps' time. But for right now, James Horn trying to, I think, get through into 8th place before he can get overtaken and before the pressure can be applied to him. He's just going to make this dive at the S's. That's how to execute it well. We've seen a few bad examples of that earlier. That was well executed on that occasion. And he's done well there, because you see there, Carrick Ball has had to stay behind a little bit of those couple of cars, and it's opened up a 2-second gap on a margin that was below a second at turn 1.
Yeah, absolutely. So, keeping an eye on that battle you mentioned in the GT3s, that's, 2nd, 3rd and 4th. David Nicol for Satellite, Raul Suarez for Asper, and Nick Jelicic for Shazoo, all not quite all in sight of one another, but well within 10 seconds of each other. So that is that's a definite battle brewing for the remaining, or the rest of the podium positions. As again, the Brabham car that's checked out up front. But how the pit stops are going to play out, we will see. It's all going to be down, exactly as you were saying earlier, Ewan. It's going to be down to who does or does not have to do a splash and dash at the end.
Absolutely. It's all these calculations that have been going on so far in this race, and are continuing. Just a culmination of that a little bit later on. We are going to see a pit stop from the race leader, not at the end of this lap, but at the end of the next one. Somehow he's able to do 37 lap stints, and it's pretty unbelievable from them, really. Just the way they're able to hold out for so long in terms of the fuel. It's pretty unbelievable from from SRC Movano, of course, blue here today, as Chris Henneberg now is going to have to get on the defensive from James Horn, but as he said earlier, he's not going to be able to offer up much of a defence, and we're seeing that writ large now. James Horn down the inside into 8th place, and he's managed to get in front there before he started coming under pressure from the 73 in behind. That was very well done.
As in comes our race leader, Riccardo Giroli. The unchallenged SRC car up front. So we ride on board with Carrick Ball then in 10th position. That's Henneberg that's wandered off the road. Again, just that understeer killing the performance of that car. So whatever the issue is, that Henneberg is really struggling to live with it. But live with it he's still trying to do, as the 13 car now back on track. But he's losing time badly. But then how much of a gap have they got back to the next car, the number 24, which is the Buzz the Tower Goose car. Sean Garou, that's over a lap. So if they can limp that car to the next pit stop at very least, that will be that will mitigate the. Oh my goodness me! Again, commentator Gus is strong in me today, it would seem. As Patrick Silvasi has come in the ground effect number 108 car.
He has only 36 laps, by the way, for the race leader on that last stint. It must be doing poorly, but no, of course they're doing very well and going quite a lot further than everybody else in this race. Not entirely sure how they've managed to lose their. Well, I guess they had a 1 lap lead before, didn't they? They have lost their lap lead, haven't they? Just about. So they are being caught. Giroli is being caught ever so slightly by Eduardo Leo, but it's not really a concern. First of all, they're both Movano cars, but also it doesn't really matter whether they've got a 1 minute lead, 1 lap lead, or a 1 second lead. By the end, it really won't matter to them very much at all. So, looking pretty good in the race lead right now, as this free car battle for second in GT3 is beginning to just develop that little bit. And looking at some of the, or when these guys last made their pit stops, I think we're going to have a little while to just enjoy this one. Nick Jelicic's last pit stop only came 34 laps ago. These guys expected to do maybe another 10 there for teams to do, so got plenty of time to enjoy this fight between these three, and I'm pretty sure that David Nichols is pretty disappointed about that, because he is struggling out there and will likely get pushed off the podium in the next few laps.
Yeah, that is a definite danger. But the battle is raging on nonetheless. And now, as we are not too far away from just 2 hours remaining, there's going to be less time, as I was saying earlier, to just let the laps go. They're going to have to really think about where they push and where they don't. As James Horn has come in the SAP Esports number 12. So we'll see if that's a standard stop. Yeah, Jelicic is really hounding Suarez, and Suarez is still on the back of. Oh no! What's happened to the number 13 again? It's more trouble. That's on the top of the hill again. That's again where the car just will not turn. At the top of the S's, it's just really hurting that car. Here we go. This is the battle that's been developing. It's Satellite versus Asper versus Shazoo.
And here comes Raul Suarez with a move down the inside at the chicane. Surely it will be. Nichols realises the inevitable here, and he's going to surrender to it as well. He brakes a little bit early, lets the Ferrari in, and so Raul Suarez is up to second place with only 35 seconds off the lead, although it's a great exit from the BMW that is so powerful on that little stretch uphill there. Nick Jelicic now trying to get through as well. Oh, just gives a bit of a bump to the BMW. He doesn't really want to go through in towards turn number 1, and so will stay behind for now, but it might cost him a little bit of time.
Absolutely so, as the SAP car now in the hands of Mark Bunyan to come back out on track. Oh, that's going to be risky. Big armful of opposite lock there for Jelicic, but he doesn't want to be behind Dave Nichols for too long, because Suarez is already breaking away. The BMW has gone a little bit too deep on the exit of the S's. Here comes the 72 car getting rather tangled up in that particular mess. Can the Shizuka outbrake the BMW? Yes, he can. That's 2 positions gone in a lap for David Nichols.
Yeah, mate, it's not been the greatest stint for him, I'm afraid. We've seen him off a few times. We've seen him have to take a drive through as well. Of course, that's not all his fault, but he did have to serve the drive-through. And now, it's all going wrong in terms of a positional sense, as he loses second place and third place in the space of a lap. Jelicic is looking so strong, though, in this Team Shazoo Mercedes. From being nowhere earlier, they're right up there now, and looking to maybe cause an upset on the podium, although judging by the way their stints are going right now, I am expecting them to have to take a splash and dash in this race unless they can do some real fuel saving towards the end of this one. It's becoming more and more between Aspar and Brabham, but then again we've narrowed it down to 2 in the past, and it's turned out to be a little bit more open than that. It's still difficult to call in GT3, but the top 4 are certainly getting away from the rest of the field. Look at the gap between ScoreX Esports and Satellites, more than a lap, and so we're likely to be choosing between the top 4 teams to be deciding a race winner today.
Fantastic stuff. Trouble for 797. Eric Albright was off the road somewhere. He's lost a bit of time in the second Sausage Dodgers car. So another car going for an explore of the countryside. Let's see what happened here. Oh, flirting with the grass on the outside of turn 1. That's got several drivers. That's where the Brabham McLaren got it all wrong. Well, that's where it started to undo itself for Brabham. At least he realised his mistake early and managed to keep the car under control, and no real harm done. But look at the gap now between Jelicic and David Nichols. That is grown very quickly. So the BMW, it's strange because that satellite car was so strong early on. I wonder where that pace has gone.
I'm not entirely sure. It'll of course be down to the different drivers that they've got in that car here today. Nichols being one of them. Adam State was the earlier driver, of course, and maybe he was a bit stronger. So Ryan Walker is into the pit lane already for Satellite. Into the pit lane. How long is that stint? Well, let's see if they actually stop in the box first before we say too much. But 164 suggests that they've only done, 31 laps there, which is not a lot.
Trouble for number 4. That's had an incident. That's been, now
didn't
been
stop.
recovered. No, drive-through penalty for Satellite. Oh dear. Well, to explain the strange lap count then. So Justin Skiholtz has had trouble somewhere. He's having the car recovered. That's the Coleman Fresser car. Is that turn 5 again? No. Oh, he got a punch in the face coming down to turn 1. That's going to hit the barrier. Oh, very, very hard.
Yeah, mate. Yeah, hard hit for them. And decided immediately, figured out immediately that was not going to be able to be driven back in any good state. So, decides to go back. Yeah, there, he's made the decision immediately. Let's just tow this back to pit lane and get the repair done in that way. And hopefully they can get back out in the race. But from what we saw there, I think they do at least intend to rejoin, which is good news. But, not good news for Satellite Racing. Second drive-through in one stint. And we mentioned it earlier, once you get your first one, it's 20 incident points every time after that. So that means that David Nichols effectively has picked up 20 incident points in this individual stint, and he's served his own penalty there, totally of his own doing. Unless I'm mistaken in getting my timing wrong, I do believe that this is the second drive-through of their stint.
Ouch! This comes back to what I was saying before, where mistake breeds mistake. I mean, if you can't kind of reset your head and get back in the right state, then the instant count is going to continue to rise, unfortunately. But we'll see what he's able to do. Also keeping an eye on whether the number 4 car is going to return. But of course, that had to be recovered to the pits before being fixed. As we now look at Nick Jelicic, he's still close. Oh, he's now trying to close back in. He gained about 3/10 on Nick Suarez earlier on, and yeah, there is the Ferrari. So it's going to be Italy versus Germany for the second podium spot in GT3, it would seem, but still got time for that story to be rewritten.
I think Shazoo do have a little bit of an edge here in terms of being able to catch our spot. We've seen that over the last few laps, but just wondering how much further Shazoo have got in terms of this stint now. Jelicic is on the 41st lap of this stint now. Couldn't tell you how long his stints have been usually, but an average GT3 stint has been 43 to 44 laps, so 3 or 4 more, including this one, I don't think Jelicic is going to have time to make this overtake on the road right now. He is going to be slightly short of the hour as well. They do need to find some laps of fuel from somewhere.
Which is not an easy thing to do in the heat of battle. So we'll see how Shazoo deal with this one. But looking at the pace difference between himself and the satellite car, with that kind of difference, that gap may well present itself. They have to come in for a splash and dash. They may actually maintain that podium position as into the pits comes the number 27. That's the LNR potato salad car in the hands of, I think it's just changed, Jacques Vermeulen, as Justin Schieholtz has come back out on track.
To see, suggesting maybe that there was a well, I was going to say, suggesting there was a fast repair remaining, but then again, it was 3 minutes 15, which is not fast. So
No.
I don't think I don't think there was a fast repair there. They just did need to do it the old-fashioned way, and we're getting to that stage now with a lot of these teams that they are having to do it that way now because of the incidents that they've had so far in this race. But these two continue on another lap. They're both closing in on the Brabham Esports car. Out in front, Balak Swings. Harold Stadler not quite as quick.
That was Sean Giroux. That was the I think it was the Buxton Tower 24. So we just saw sideways on the road there.
Didn't spot that. I was looking away at timing to figure out what Brabham Esports were doing, but yeah, it seems that Sean Giroux may have come unstuck. Guess where it is? No prizes. But yeah, there you are. Turn 5 once again. You'd get the feeling that these drivers would stop going quite so wide over the bumps there, but we're still seeing everybody pushing to the limit there, despite the fact it's gone so wrong so many times.
Everyone's determined to write their name in the grass up there, as we see flash of the lights there from, I think it's the 86 car. That would be our race leader. It is indeed. As off the road is the 73 Carrick Ball, as made us ask. The other Buzz the Tower car has wandered off the road somewhere. That's not turn 5. That looks like
7.
Turn 7, yeah. So, and the number 4 car is back in again. So Schieholtz did get the Colburn Fresser car moving again, but it's back in the pits again.
I think he may have taken the required repairs to clear the meatball flag, but and has decided to do away with the optionals for now, and then decided that actually maybe it is a good idea to get the optional repairs on there as well. Normally you would do that when you've had a full accident like he just had. Although I'm just completely speculating, of course. I've got no idea really why they're in, but they have now dropped outside the top 10 as a result. As we're on board with the Jelicic, how much longer is this stint going to go for him? It's not too much longer until we're going to see the Mercedes in, and we're not too far away from the hour mark. They just need a few more laps of fuel. They do need to start thinking about that because there's only 2 stints remaining in a GT3 race now.
This would be a hell of a white knuckle ride hanging onto the roof of the Mercedes whilst it's flying through the corners. I tend to race from the bonnet cam. I know that's going to upset some. What's going to upset more is I do it in VR as well.
Oh no.
So yes, I am a VR non-cockpit driver. And I make no apologies for it.
It would feel wrong. It certainly seems like it would feel wrong.
You say that.
I've never tried it.
Well, before VR, I was always used to doing the bonnet cam, and I find I can see more. I'd rather be safe than immersed. If I'm honest, if I'm doing time trialing or things like that, then I or daft challenges or something, there, on board all the way. But when it comes to actually racing and not trying to kill somebody else, I would go bonnet cam. Not that camera though. That would be challenging.
That would be challenging. Yeah, we should have a race where everyone's forced to drive like this. Just look at yourself and try and drive.
That's a real test of track knowledge.
Yes, very much so. But only for a laugh, of course, and not for 6 hours, hopefully as well. No. Anyway, Nick Jelicic is focused in, locked in. Sure, he's in the regular camera at the moment, just trying to make his way onto the back of Aspar Esports and maybe make an impression on that Ferrari. But he's going to be in soon, and he is in now. So how long was that stint for him? It was 44 laps. It's not bad, but he's still, look at that on the top left-hand side, 4.5 minutes before the hour. They do need to find maybe 4 laps of fuel before the end of this race. A couple of laps of stint, it doesn't sound like too much. It's not impossible, but of course they're not going to be able to go quite as quick as they want to if they're saving the fuel like that.
That's the problem, is that where do you make that sacrifice between raw pace and fuel economy? He'll want to try and, or the team rather than he, assuming that there is a driver change going on. There is indeed. It's Mert that's back in the car now. So the number 47 Mercedes is back in the hands of Menderes, not sure how that's pronounced. Number 31 car has just been through the pits. That's the DSRT car. Has been through for another stop. So let's see how Mert Menderes does in the Shizou car. But how much further will Raul Suarez go?
Yeah, let's see. He's going to go quite a bit further, actually, thinking about it. Last in lap 151. This is the end of lap 20 of his stint here. So he's got plenty of time left. Good half an hour left in this Ferrari. Brabham Esports and Satellite Racing are going to be the next ones to be in. You can just see that. How much does a pit stop cost you around here? An awful lot. It's cost them almost a lap there at Team Shizou. Almost exactly a lap. Look at that. Menderes out there again.
Ooh, that got a bit uncomfortable. That put the Ferrari right on the marbles there. But yeah, that's put the Shizou car right back where it was, just with a lap in between the two now.
Yeah, it has. And so that's going to be a lot of work to do for Menderes, who's in there now, probably to the end of this race as well. I was looking up Menderes actually earlier on to try and find out how you pronounce his name, but he's German, so I've still got no real clue at the moment. But anyway, we'll figure it out. Jelancic certainly did a very good job, though, has to be said, in those last few moments. He really did bring that Shizou car from being a lower-end top 10 car, which it was when he got in, really, and brought it to a really solidly top 5 car and a podium contending car now as well, which is very exciting for them. Looking forward to seeing if they can manage to pull that one off before the end. Yeah,
absolutely so. But like you said earlier, the advantage really is with the Asper car, because they'll only have a short stop to do at the tail end of the race. They, of course, have one full-length stop to do, as we see the 108 Team Grand Effect car come in. So there is a definite advantage in the Ferrari if, of course, they don't have any other misadventures between then and now.
I think that could be a drive for... Oh, no, Skilvassi does... he was very far to the left-hand side on the in the pit lane, in the fast lane there. I thought he was not bothering to go in at all, but he has now. He does get out for Levente Santo, who will probably take this car to the end of the race. And, we've seen Skilvassi do a very good job, actually. They were doing 33 lap stints previously, but when they had their issue a little bit earlier, they were forced to go to 34 lap stints just to try and make up the difference, and they've nearly managed it now, and to make up the fuel difference. We'll also see that for the 116 as well, who need 1 or 2 laps more in terms of fuel, and then they'll be absolutely fine. But another nice stint from the 116, another 32 lap stint is what they've been doing all day long.
Indeed. As Levente Santo has taken over the Grand Effect car, now in 5th position, the 108, as he's coming back out on track. Looks like Laurent Miskovich is staying in command of the 116. No, he isn't. It's Laurent Cantor that's just taken that over. So what is potentially their last driver swap of the day, as we are now hitting the 4-hour mark. 2/3 of the race done, 2 hours to go.
Absolutely, and still a lot to be decided. It's very much the time for LMP2 pit stops and GT3 pit stops as well, as we see the track conditions on the right-hand side. 59 degrees on the road. Ouch. That's hot. And toasty. So that will be, toasty, understatement. Burnt toast, actually, on the floor today. But no, that's I guess, really why we've seen quite so many tyre changes here today in GT3. We were speaking about this earlier on, or we were getting some information earlier that skipping tyres here generally is actually quite a good idea. Double stinting tyres at GT3 is quite a good idea, really, because You can get away with it at a circuit like this, but you can't get away with it anywhere when it's 59 degrees. That is far too hot. And so that does explain why we've seen a lot of tyre changes today. I mean, looking down at the order now, there's 1, 2 GT3s in the last round of stops who have not changed tyres. So the other 15, 16 cars all changing tyres, which is a quite high rate of tyre changes.
Yeah, very much so. The number 4 car has changed driver, but still in the pits. And the Coleman Fresser car has been through the pits quite a few times in the last 10 laps or so. So Christian Volek is back in command of it, but a long stop seems to be presented for them. So hopefully that's not going to spell the end of their race.
Hopefully not. Not sure, yeah. 2.5 minutes now for the number 4. But the encouraging thing is, to offer a bit of hope, is that they've changed driver from who was in at the time. So that does suggest that the fact that they've got their previous driver out and a new one in suggests that they do intend that new driver to actually have something to do by leaving the pit lane fairly shortly. So I think that is an encouraging sign. That's what we saw as well with the with the 881 LMP2. Despite the fact they're a good 3 laps down on the next car, even nearly 4 laps down on the next car, they got Guillaume Verdier in for Sebastian Brits pretty immediately after their incident, suggesting to us that they were going to continue on, and hopefully the case is the same for the number 4 team.
Autograph in the number 15 car. Oh, just bouncing over the curbs at the top of the treacherous turn 5. Dancing around one of the BMWs. He's really closing in pretty quickly on the Team Granifet car that does seem to have really lost a lot of pace from certainly their earlier laps in the race. It's the Vente Santo that is in the 108 car as Autograph is really pressing on. Oh, trouble for our second place car. Eduardo Leo is off the road. What has happened to the 29 car now? He's been really pressing on. That gap was down to about 47 seconds. Has he pushed too hard? Oh, yes, he has. Oh, is he going to hit the wall? No. Manages to save it, but of course it's going to cost him a while to get back on track. He did the right thing in backing up. Oh, no! And then sideswiped by the sausage dodger car.
Absolutely clattered there. That's going to be damage. Surely that's going to be damage. Oh yeah! Oh yeah! Look at that. Dear. The 29's got big damage.
Wow! What was looking like a guaranteed 1-2 for SRC, and potentially the SRC cars being close together by the end of the race. Because as I say, Eduardo Leo was, whether it was Giroli's just not pushing to the maximum potential of the car, because he doesn't need to, because he's got a very big gap, or whether Eduardo Leo or a combination of the two. See, Eduardo can't even turn it to get into the pit lane properly and hits the tyre stack.
Oh, my word. He probably does have one fast repair left. Remember, I can't remember them using or having any incidents so far in this race. I know they had that slightly odd pit stop after their second stop of the race, if you remember all the way back then, when Luciano had to come in pretty quickly after their first pit stop or when he got into the car. They had to come in pretty immediately after that, but I don't think it required a fast repair. I think they are going to get the fast repair here, but I guess the difference is that this is going to be a full service for them anyway. They were only 2 or 3 laps from their actual pit stop anyway, so it will take on 4 tyres and fuel, I think.
That still look damaged to me, but we'll see how quickly the SRC Junior car can get back out there as we look at the sister car. It's going to have way more than a lap to itself now from number 29 car. Yeah, 2 laps now. Flash to the lights. Well, yeah, we see you. We'll see what Eduardo Leo does, or even if that car does return. Adam State is in the pits. The satellites Adam State's back in the satellite car now. So let's see if he can drag the number 65 car, kicking and streaming back up to the front. The number 4 car, the Coleman Fresher car, still in the pits. That's 6.5 minutes now they've been there.
Yeah, so Satellite Racing have come in at a pretty normal time, suggesting to me that they did go for a 2-tyre stop last time with David Nichols, and it really didn't pay off because he really struggled throughout that previous stint, possibly in part due to the horrendous track temperatures we've seen today out there that I didn't really know about until not so long ago. I didn't quite realise it was quite so hot. Obviously, it's looked sunny all day long, but I didn't quite realise it was that hot. And that surely played a role in today's race.
Absolutely so. And Eduardo still hasn't moved. That's nearly 2 minutes they've been sat still for. So had they have used their quick repairs as Giroli actually tries to get in between the Raul Suarez and the Shizou car. So Suarez now leading the way as the Brabham Merc is now in the pits. And the person that is essentially going to be challenging him, or was challenging him, is the car already ahead of him on the road.
The question for Movano is as well, did they even tick the fast repair? It's all well and good having it, but if you've not got it ticked, then it won't happen. So that's another consideration to make there as well, but it doesn't look like it. It looks like they're continuing to fall down the order at the moment, and it's not good news for them. A real shame, really, because as you said, they were really closing in on their teammates almost, and we looked like we had a race for the lead coming on again all of a sudden.
I would imagine that probably Giroli was just realising he's got such a comfortable lead, doesn't need to push that hard, as the Brabham Mercedes is now coming back out. So Suarez is staying nailed to the back of the Shizou car. There's actually 2 positions behind him. There's a bit of a strange position to be in now. Strictly speaking, that Merc would be under blue flag conditions, but in a situation like this, you don't have to just jump out of the way. He's not. If he was seen to be impeding the race leader, then yes, that would be penalty bound. Which, considering that Merc should be a lot heavier than the Ferrari at the moment, I wouldn't be surprised if there may well be some kind of protest given if Suarez fails, or if Asper Esports fail, they're being held up.
Looks like we've had confirmation. The 29 Movano car has retired, officially out the race. Andrea Barolero confirms that to us. Not his car, of course, but he is part of that team. And they are officially out of the race. So what was looking like a 1-2 for Movano is all of a sudden down to 1 bullet in the gun now for them. But it's a very good one, fortunately.
Wow, what a great shame for what was looking to be an excellent race for the SRC squad as a whole, but for the 29 car in particular, that it still started well. It started in 5th, but it's was looking like it was closing in on the lead on the sister car. But from trying to recover from an incident, and oh my goodness, it was such a heavy impact from the Sausage Dodgers car that I think the other car, which was Luke Sherlock. Yes, they are actually back out on circuit. They must have had a fast repair because they were in for the standard minute stops. So, oh dear, that's all we can say to that. Although the number 4 car is back out on circuit, I can see. Or are they? No, the number 4's retired as well. So that's 2 cars we've lost.
That's a shame. So yeah, now down to 11 retirements and 24 cars now out on the circuit, which is a real shame. An attritional race, but that's exactly what you'd expect from a circuit like this, and by the law of averages, we'd expect to see possibly 5 more in the remaining 2 hours of the race, although it doesn't quite work like that. Of course, there's less cars on the track now, less potential for incidents, of course, as well. You can see it really here as we look at Vente Shanto trying to hold on to 3rd place for ground effect. You could see that this is nowhere near as busy of a track as what we saw earlier on, where 35 cars began this race. 4 hours on, it's a lot quieter of a racetrack that you'd be hard pushed to find a part of the racetrack that looked like this 4 hours ago, but now there's space everywhere. So it's certainly a changed race compared to what we saw at the start of this 6 hours of Road Atlanta, but it's been SRC Movado Corsa Blue in control for most of it. They were pushed hard by Pro Sim earlier on, and their teammates, both of those cars now having fallen by the wayside, got a laps lead over Red Face Racing, and still waiting for them to make a pit stop, by the way, Movado, the leaders. They're currently, 34 laps into this stint, but they've been going up to 37 in the past. We'll see how far they can go on this occasion. Leaders in GT3, Bar Esports, with over 1 minute ahead of Brabham. This is the situation they'll find themselves in before the end of the race, in the final moments. They'll need to splash and dash half a tank of fuel in that minute's time. Have they got enough space to do that? They'll certainly have enough space to do it over Shazoo. I think they'll just about have enough over Brabham as well, but it's going to be pretty close. And speaking of close, that was not comforting. Down the straight there. Well, after only 34 laps this time, Movado make the stop from the lead. Not too long by their standards, but they are comfortably in the right window in this race. So that's good to see for them. They're on the right track, and they're still in the lead of this race as we go back to the fight for 8th place in GT3. The potato salad car trying to make a meal of straight line racing. That didn't really work, but they're trying to get into 8th place.
I thought it was a pretty good effort there.
I tried.
Yeah, quite a few cars in the pits then. Race leader back, the race leading car back in the hand of Andrea Barilaro, and also the 28 car Higo Oliveira for Delta Racing is coming through the pits as well. But yeah, great battle here for 8th position. So it's Jacques Vermeulen in the LNR Potato Salad squad having an argument with Artos Giboria for straight line racing. Can he get it slowed down? That looks deep. He managed to do it though, in fairness. It was a confident move then, and that's 8th position. But can he hold it?
Did look like a certain time that he was going sailing off at the chicane there, but he managed to pull it up in time. It was a well-executed move for 8th place, and they'll be promoted to 7th now as well. So very well done from Jacques Vermeulen there, up into that 7th place. And interestingly, further up in GT3, by the way, we've seen Brabham Esports lose a lot of time. They're down to 3rd now behind Team Shazoo. Not entirely sure how or why Phil Morton has lost so much time.
Why has he had a 2-second pit stop?
That is very odd.
Because they've not long been in. Why has he been in again?
Well, I guess that my bigger question is, why were they in for 2 seconds?
Driver change? Surely it's the only thing you can do.
I don't even know if you can do that in 2 seconds, but
no idea.
No, I've no idea really either why they've done that. It's a very puzzling one. Try and get to the bottom of it. Was Stadler in when they... that's not de Graaf. He got a pretty good save there.
Catch!
Yeah, well. A good save from him. But yeah, I mean, was Stadler in there before? Not entirely sure. It's a slow-mo replay of Autograph and his wheel work.
Goodness me. Sign that man out to the cricket team. That was a catch and a half. And he's come into the pits probably for a change of underwear at that point, because, goodness me, that would have been a clenching moment if nothing else. But that was well done for the number 15 car. What about, not so lucky, though, for Verdier. There was just road cone death on his occasion, so no harm, no foul. I reckon that's a driver. The only thing I can think of is it's a driver change for Brabham. I cannot fathom why else they would come into the pits for such a short period of time. And still the Asper and Shazoo cars are glued to one another.
The frustrating thing is that I don't actually know whether Stadler took that car out initially or whether it was Morton or not. I can't remember. I don't think I even looked, to be honest, because I didn't think it would be particularly a problem. But you might be right. There might have been a late driver change there. I don't suspect we're going to find out. It's a very puzzling one, and it may just have given Aspar the advantage that they need, because you've got the front three in your shot right now. They're not in the right order. Team Shizou are the first car on the road. They're second in the race. It's Aspar, then it's Brabham. And basically, to condense it down, everybody's got... Well, Aspar have got 2 stops remaining, so in an hour's time, we're going to see a very similar situation with the gaps right now. Aspar will need, though, to pit again and take on about half a tank of fuel and then go back out again. Now, they will be able to do that in the 1 minute 20 they have right now, but if Shizou really bring that gap down over the next hour or so, then Aspar could have a difficult time of things in terms of holding on, but it's certainly an advantage to them as the race stands right now.
Yeah, but, and I think this is probably why the Ferrari hasn't made a move past the Mercedes. You know, I was questioning earlier why Suarez was behind the Shizou Mercedes. It should be a lot lighter. It should be able to make the move, but he doesn't need to. He's making the fuel last. Could they possibly eke it out to actually just do one more stop? No, that's going to be physically impossible, I'd have thought. But yeah, but what they're doing is they're making that short slot that they have to do at the end even shorter. Yeah, they are. They certainly are, and it's just helpful to be there at the moment. They're actually pushing the Mercedes down the straight now. Very much want to stay in behind the Shizou car now. Do they want to maybe try and look to go through now? No, they're going to lift off and just save that little bit of fuel once again. So it's a good situation for Aspar to be in at this stage. Although it's will get awkward because Brabham and Phil Morton seem to have a little bit of pace here compared to the 2 cars in front. Let's not forget, of course, as well, you mentioned the fuel load difference there. Aspar will have lower fuel than Shizou, so should be quicker. But then again, Aspar have spent nearly 50 minutes on these tyres now, whereas Shizou have got near fresh ones on, so that's surely going to be playing a role as well, considering the track temperatures we've been seeing today and the tyre wear that we've been seeing. It's very rare you see a GT3 endurance race where every team is changing tyres every stop. That's the straight line Porsche. That's the number 35 car that was stationary at the bottom of the hill. What on earth happened there? Oh, why would you try and make a pass there? That's someone getting very, very impatient. It's Thijs van der Hoorn of DSRT. And I have to say, van der Hoorn was very aggressive on Team Shizou going in towards turn 6 on the previous lap. It was a sharp take of breath from me. I'm sure there was from inside the car as well. It was not a good moment. And unfortunately, van der Hoorn a little bit impatient again in his chase of the Red X car up in front. As Phil Morton passes Aspar, I think they orchestrated that one between themselves. Yeah, it looked like it. Oh, that's gotten really uncomfortable for Shizou behind the sausage dosher Mercedes then that turns into the pits. Now this is a real battle for second position as the as the Brabham Merc is already looking to try and put a move on Shizou on the inside of turn 1. Oh, he nearly got there, but not quite far enough alongside, and kind of worry for Morton was there that he was just going to get that little bit of understeer on the inside line and he was going to drift out into the Shizou car on the outside line and cause a bit of an incident between the front 3. Didn't want that, and so decided that it was probably best to back out of it, and he's probably right in doing so. But yeah, Brabham are looking really strong at this stage in the race. Unfortunately for them, Howard Stadler wasn't quite as quick as maybe he needed to be in his stints. However, he still handed over fresh shiny Mercedes to Phil Morton in a decent position. Now he's going to let his teammate do his thing, although we'll see if Morton can do it now into the chicane with a bit of lap traffic as well to maybe help him. There he goes. Is he going to commit to the move? Oh, that was a very late closing of the door there from Shizou, but no impact, barely. Everybody's still facing in the right direction, but that would indicate that Menderes is prepared to defend against Morton, not just let the move happen. Otherwise, he'd just probably hit the brakes a little bit earlier. But again, all benefit to Suarez, who's just staying in the tyre tracks and still eking out the fuel. Oh, somebody's kicked the cones around already ahead of us. More trouble on the way down through the S's. And now the Brabham car's back on the Shazoo car again.
Shazoo really over the curb at turn 5 there, and might be a chance here for Morton. Doesn't happen very often, but a mistake from Shazoo has opened the door there, and just defending initially, went back to the racing line. But Menderes is going to get away with it on that occasion, but Morton is going to apply even more pressure in response, and it's a very good exit from the man we're on board with right now. Flash of the lights there from Morton as well, just to try and intimidate Menderes a little bit. He's going to pick up that slipstream. These two in the same machinery, of course, and there might be a chance for a dive.
There he goes again. He couldn't quite pull alongside last time around, and again, same thing. Well judged from Menderes to not sideswipe the side of the Brabham car, and again, well driven from Phil Morton not to accidentally spin out the Shazoo car, and again, Suarez just along for the ride, enjoying the show.
Absolutely. He gave even a little bit of space to those guys down the back straight there, just to allow them to do their thing, and it was probably wise in the end, with the way that the battle actually turned out. Over the curb, oh, massively over the curb there from Shazoo, and fortunately, Menderes holds on to it, but it's all closed things up once again. Morton gets up right onto the back of him through the S's, although it's another very strong section there for Menderes. Just gets a couple of car lengths over his rival.
All the podium 3 for the GT3 class will be in the wrong order. Right there after nearly 4.5 hours. Now, Brabham very close once again. Is Phil Morton going to try and get the move done early? He's drawing alongside Menderes. Now, what's Suarez going to do? As the Brabham car noses into the lead. Now, is Menderes going to try and defend this one? Oh, he's trying to outbrake Morton, but I think he realises that one is done. That's second place back to Brabham.
Nice move. Got quite sketchy for a moment as Aspar threatened to make it 3 wide, but fortunately that didn't happen. Morton was able to get through, and he's going to march on now. We're going to see Aspar make their way down the inside now. Rose Suarez wants to put a lap on Shazoo now. Inside line is turn 1. Oh my word! Not something you want to partake in really if you're a race leader or if you're on the podium, and I think Suarez has realised that, and he decides to let them have it for now, but that was really close.
That was unnecessary. There was no reason for Suarez to try and make that pass. So, I mean, well driven from the pair of them to not end up spun off into the dust, but there was no reason for him to be there in the first place. Just let the Mercs continue to fight and continue to just save fuel behind them. The only danger, the only reason Suarez would make that move is if Phil Morton starts to really gap the pair of them. Well, then it would make sense for Suarez to get past Menderes and stay with Phil Morton. That would make sense, but there was no indication of that soon after the positions had changed.
There certainly isn't an indication of that now, 3/4 of a second, but at the time it was all very close, and yeah, maybe a bit too risky really. But then again, when you're in the heat of battle, in the heat of the race like this, it is hard to really think logically sometimes and choose the right thing to do. But let's not forget as well, even more reason to not make the overtake is that Aspar are only 3 or 4 laps away from making a pit stop here as well, so that's even more reason to just hang back and save that little bit of fuel.
Indeed. Unless they decide to shorten the stint now, but there's probably no point when they're that close to the end of their stint. As in comes Mark Bunyan for SOP, as you see on the tower, and once again the cars are these 3 are reunited. This time, 2nd, 3rd, and 1st in that order. Oh, that got a bit uncomfortable for the 24 car. That is... Who's driving that one? That's Jack Bell in that one. Oh, that's compromised the Brabham car a little bit. That won't cost him too much, but this could give an opportunity back to Menderes to challenge for 3rd. And there goes Suarez. So I wonder if Suarez is just determined to stay with whichever of the Mercs is in the lead. But again, he's not sticking to that slipstream line. Now Menderes has pulled out from the slipstream. Is he going to try and make the move? You can see Phil Morton defending very hard. Still side by side between the two Mercs. Oh, there was nearly impact between the two. And yeah, Suarez is staying with whichever Merc is the lead of the two as he nearly takes the nose off of the LMP2 car. That's Van der Horn that nearly got himself introduced to Ferrari. Yeah, Suarez is doing the right thing. He's actually staying right on the tail tracks, right in the tyre tracks of the lead of these two Mercs. That's exactly what he needs to do to maximise the difference in his pit stop strategy.
I think if I was him, I would be sticking behind these two and letting them get on with it. First of all, they're wasting time and allowing you to fuel save a little bit. And second of all, I just wouldn't, for the safety aspect, I wouldn't want to get involved. But now maybe is his chance. Shazoo have made a big mistake there with Menderes. He loses out not only on that second place, but also out to the Aspar Esports car as well. So the positions 4 second changes once again. And now it's a real dream situation for Raul Suarez. He might be able to get away from the two Mercedes, although I feel like Phil Morton might give him a difficult time towards the chicane. It's always a bit of a grey area unlapping yourself like this, and I feel like it may be on the wrong side of the grey here for Phil Morton to try and go for a move if it's really audacious. It does seem like he does want to give this a go. He's going to stay behind, and I think that's sensible at this stage for everybody. Although Suarez might well be in here.
Yeah, that's the thing, is that this is another reason why Suarez may be getting his foot down a bit. He's getting to the end of his stint. So why not just try and essentially extend the gap that he's going to have to slot into. But with regards to unlapping yourself, in general racing etiquette is you are allowed to unlap yourself from a car as long as you don't impede the car you're unlapping yourself from. It's not a hard and fast rule, but that's sort of general good racing practice. So if Phil Morton wanted to, he could try and get ahead of the Ferrari, but he must realise that there is a lap difference between the two. What he probably doesn't realise, unless his team have told him, is the pit stop difference between himself and the Ferrari. That was I love the move out of the way there from Menderes to let that LMP2 through. That was very nicely done. But again, I'm surmising. I'm completely guessing on what's going through the minds of the drivers. So I'm as much in the dark as the rest of us.
I think as well that if Morton were to be able to try and make a move, that he would be impeding the Aspar Esports car, to be honest. They're so evenly matched on pace, having such a good fight. And if it was 3 for the lead right now, it would be exceptionally exciting. But unfortunately, there is a lap here in there, so it's not quite the same. But they're so well matched that it's really leading to Phil Morton if he's kind of stuck here. Because if he does make a move, then he would really be impeding the Ferrari, in my opinion. So he's staying behind for now. Also, what's also a factor as well is that Aspar and Raul Suarez just went on to his 44th lap of this stint right now. He's been doing 43 lap stints for a very long time now. Since, as I said, very long time ago. He started his first 43 lap stint an hour and a half into this race. So he started this pattern 3 hours ago, and he's now broken it. And it's partly down to Morton and Menderes fighting so much in front of the Aspar Esports Ferrari that he's been able to save a whole lap of fuel behind them, or a part of a lap of fuel behind them. It's allowed him to go this extra 4 kilometres around this circuit, and maybe now he'll be into the pit lane.
I would imagine so. What's Phil Morton going to do here? Now, I would think that if Suarez is coming in this time, if Morton does try the move, he's not going to fight it. And look at the gap back to Menderes. So now the Brabham car utilising that slipstream brilliantly well. Now, let's see, what is the 44 car going to do? Yep, in he comes. So, yep, you call that absolutely right, Ewan. It's really going to be interesting. We know that it's about a lap worth of cost if he does the full service. So I'll keep an eye on the time, and we'll see where the Ferrari slots back in. It looks like he could slot right back with these two Mercs.
It depends if it's a full service or not. Expecting it to be. It could well be his final full service of the race. Could be his final tyre change of the race. Really change tyres for a half-hour dash to the line is what it's going to be effectively for him in an hour's time. So Expecting this to be his final tyre change of the day, and you're right, he could well be right out with these guys once again. If you think about this in another hour's time, he won't need a full service. He'll only need about half a tank of fuel, and in which case, Brabham and Shazoo won't be able to get anywhere near him, really.
Well, that's the theory. We'll see if we're right on that one. And Suarez does look like he's going for the full service here. That's 50 seconds in. As into the pits comes the 101. Stephen Hatter has brought in the Blue Chip Racing car. There's a picture-in-picture. There is Suarez. So should be going any second now. And there he goes. It's a slightly longer stop than some of the full services we've seen. And already through. Well, not quite. We haven't hit the pit lane exit yet. So pit lane exit is on the right-hand side there. So the Brabham car's through.
Yes.
So's actually both Mercs have gone through, but the Brabham car has actually got himself 1.7 seconds over the pair of them now.
Yeah, Phil Morton is really stretching his legs now, getting away from Menderes. Does seem to be a little bit stronger, and fair play to Morton as well, by the way. I believe he is from the oceanic part of the world, and so it must be a ridiculous time at the moment. I'm not entirely sure what time it will be. Probably 3:30 in the morning, if I'm honest. On a Monday morning, by the way. Wow. He's doing a very, very good job. Very dedicated, and I hope he hasn't got work.
Yeah, that's fair play if that is the case. As we now look at Raul Suarez. Now, this will feel a bit uncomfortable for Suarez because that Ferrari is now going to be much heavier. It's, tables turned on the two Mercs. So I would think that Raul is really going to press on hard. If we kind of read his pit stop strategy right and he's going to go for a splash and dash, well, a shorter stop towards the end, there's not really any reason for him to save anything. There's no need for him to conserve. He's done what we believe to be the last tyre stop for him of the race. So he can now just press on. But he's going to have to really push hard to stay, in theory at least, with Menderes, because the Merc should be quite a bit lighter than the Ferrari. But again, we will see.
Yeah, I think in terms of fuel, definitely Aspar Esports and Raul Suarez will be able to push on for the rest of this race. There's no need to fuel save anymore, but there will be a need to tyre save. We've seen how much these drivers are struggling on tyres. Track temperature, the amount of tyre changes, but also when David Nichols decided to go for a two-tyre stop, it really didn't work out throughout the stint for him, and that just shows how much the tyres are wearing. As wide for Menderes there through 6 and 7, he got on the grass, he went wide, and Raul Suarez walks on through the open door there, but he does need to be careful on his tyres in this stint, does Suarez, because he's got to go a whole half hour extra compared to most of the other drivers.
True enough. Let's see how things are getting on. Third place in the LMPs is Levante Santo for Ground Effect. They've had a very mixed race today, but find themselves up into third at the moment with 3.5 minutes before they would get hold of the next guy down the road. So a couple of laps between themselves and the top of the tree, but still pressing on nonetheless. They've got about 15, 16 seconds or so back to the Red X car, so they're still in a comparatively comfortable position to hang on to that podium spot, assuming that they don't have any misadventures of their own. The straight line Porsche, as they dance around quite merrily. Also chasing the number 12 car, that's Mark Bunyan in the SOP Esports car, which they would prefer to probably get out of the way at this stage, but through the S's it's not so easily done. They don't want to be costing themselves too much time. They want to be trying to maintain the gap behind.
Will, and they're not doing that right now. Levante Santo is losing time in this Ground Effect prototype. Dips below 13 seconds. The Team Red X SimSport car is really motoring. Jeffrey van der Hagen doing a great job in fourth place, looking for a podium in this race. It's been a troubled race at times for this team, but going a bit better now. Bit of a slide on the way into 7 there, but generally this gap is trending downwards. Ground Effect do not have the service of Patrick Skilvassi at the moment, who is clearly their faster driver of the two. And they could really do with him. I wonder what they're going to do about that, really. Because there's only 2 stints in the race coming up when they make some pit stops very soon. And these pit stops are not far away for these two drivers. Shanto just beginning lap 30 of this stint. And for the most part, that team, well, pretty much religiously, actually, doing 33, 34 lap stints. So we're only 3 or 4 laps away here in LMP2.
Garrick Bell has brought in the number 73. That's the Buzz the Tower Maverick car. We'll see then how else that plays out. We continue to watch Van der Hagen. A gap down to 12 and a half seconds between yourself and Thijs van der Hoorn in the number 15 car. So it does look like Red X and DSRT will be having a turn into walls. We see the straight line Porsche right behind, getting a bit wayward, coming through turns 6 and 7. There is Santo in the Ground Effect car. He is being reeled in by Van der Hagen. He lost pretty much bang on 2 seconds last lap alone. So he's going to have to hope for some better traffic luck or find some extra pace from somewhere. There we go, 13.4. So he's been a bit unlucky in the traffic the last few laps. We'll see how he gets on from now.
It's all ebbing and flowing, of course, but I do believe that when these two came out of the pit lane about half an hour ago, that gap was about 20 seconds, closer to 20 seconds, and so generally this gap has been going down. You can see that Shanto is very much in a bring-it-home mode sort of driving style for now, because he didn't go anywhere near that outside curb at turn 5, although who would, after seeing what we have seen so far today. It's been a very, very dangerous place to go, the outside line there. So I mean, I don't think we're not going to see a fight before the end of this stint, but where will we be in an hour's 20 time with these two? Because there is very much a spot on the podium up for grabs here.
Oh, it's getting a bit spicy. Wow. Mark Bunyan's a very popular man right now as the race leader. Barry Laro just coming past in the 86 car, along with Van der Hoorn. Well, Van der Hoorn's very close now. Actually, there's Van der Hoorn. So, yeah, that's what's confused me. The Red X car's in, so that's going to give the 4th position then to Van der Hagen. No, sorry, the Van der Hagen's the one in the pits. Again, read properly. Van der Hoorn should be taking that 4th position next time around, but again, that's getting a very busy part of the circuit.
That's an early stop, and there was no stop there. It's a drive-through penalty, I'm afraid, for Van der Hagen in that one. It was only 25 laps on the stint, and so that's exactly why they come in early. It was a drive-through penalty, and I think to close a 34-second margin in the rest of this race is a very tall order. They might well be hoping for Ground Effect to suffer a similar fate in the remainder of this race, otherwise they are going to miss out on a podium.
Into the pits comes the 31 car, so Morten Peilman is in. That's the DSRT car from 11th for what is going to be their penultimate stop. As everybody else continuing their rhythms. There's Suarez, a couple of seconds behind the Brabham car. There's the Chassou car. Wow, there's 5 seconds behind them now. And this is after the Ferrari's not long been in the pits, so it does look like that Suarez is leaving nothing on the table by the look of this.
Yeah, he is pushing, but then again, Orton's able to get away from him, so there clearly is either something missing there, or he's or he is holding something back, and it's Menderes who's falling behind. Although ebb and flow of traffic once again is going to change things. That train of 5 LMP2s has slightly halted Morton over the last couple of moments, and so the gap just closes to 1.4 I think whether it's 1.4, 3 seconds, even 5 seconds between Brabham and Aspart, the advantage very much still held by the Ferrari.
True indeed. Cantor is in the pits in the 116 car. The P Red Face Racing LMP2 is in. Short stop for them, so fuel only. As we see the Brabham car flashing his lights, was he leading the class? So, and off the road goes Luke Sherlock. Oh dear, and a rejoining LMP2 car. That was Laurent Cantor. After having just finished his pit stop, nearly came to blows with the GT3 leader. But all the while, that's allowed Suarez to really close in, so the GT3 lead is going to get very spicy very quickly.
Yeah, well, it's just extended out again because in his rejoin, Cantor just got out in front of the Ferrari, slowing it up ever so slightly, so the gap has nearly doubled there. But yeah, that was a dangerous moment for Red Face Racing, who came out the pit lane and nearly got drove straight into the side of by Morton. It's such a deceptive pit exit. When you're on the circuit there, you're really in your blind spot and you can't really see the cars that are exiting that pit lane. So it can make for some awkward moments, and it very nearly did between those two, but thankfully they got away with it as ground effect are in to the pit lane now on schedule. Be another 5 or 6 laps time until Red X Simsport Red come in, but I don't expect there to be a real fight on the circuit there between those two anymore, because ground effect do have that advantage after the drive-through penalty taken by the 4th place car.
Enrique Marinon is taking over the Scorex car on number 88 as Menderes is in for Shazoo. So penultimate stop then for the 47 car. Let's see if it's going to be tyres at this stage. They took tyres last time, but with the track temperature being what it is, so many people have taken, exactly as you were saying, Ewan, tyres and tyres and tyres. Oh, drive through. So, yeah. Well, that's pretty much put pay to. Well, I was going to say it's put pay to the podium battle for Menderes, but not necessarily. As again, it's very easy to pick up the penalties, and that could still happen to any one of the top 3.
It could. It's very much brought Satellite Racing back in the conversation for a podium. Only 25 seconds away. Adam State back in the car now. It doesn't look like Ryan Walker's going to get a chance in that Satellite Racing car after all, which is not unexpected. We haven't seen any team utilising 3 drivers today. I don't think these teams have been able to. So Adam State back in, and I would argue that, with no disrespect to David Nichols, hopefully he's not listening, but I do think that State is slightly quicker in this race at the moment. Yeah, it might be ideal for them anyway, but their hands has been forced a little bit really with the way that that's worked, because as we mentioned earlier, teams are struggling to get all 3 drivers cycled through the cars today. It's been 2 driver teams all over.
Few off-track excursions. Chris Henneberg again in the number 13 was off the road for a little bit. I don't think he stopped. He was able to keep going. But still, people finding ways to get their cars on the grass. As we look at Adam State, let's have a look at I know we haven't looked a great deal at any LMP2 battles, and the good reason for that is they're all pretty spaced out. So there's no LMP battle to look at the moment. The closest one we've got is, well done, director, is this one, which is Carrick Ball is 3.3 seconds ahead of the SAP Esports number 12. So you've got a couple of cars in the LMP2 squads that are close together, but only those 2. The rest are pretty spaced out, whereas the GD3s have been giving us quite a lot to shout about for quite a while, but that doesn't mean it'll stay that way, as we've got, as Gary Ball got really squiggly there. That's going to allow Bunyan, there is Mark Bunyan at the top of the shot there, to close in quite a bit on that one section alone. That's Carrick catching traffic just at the wrong moment. He should be able to squeeze past the Satellite Racing BMW. That is definitely going to cost him. So battle for 7th, but with the GT3s once again giving us the most to shout about.
Yeah, the gap, even just as you were talking there, comes down to 2.5 seconds without any real traffic intervention there. Nothing major anyway. So it may be something that can close. However, there was a bit of a problem at the chicane there. Mark Bunyan tried to make his way through on the BMW, but didn't quite do it in the most beneficial way for anybody. And unfortunately, he's seen that gap doubled. Here it is. Oh, well, here's something else. Here's Chris Henneberg.
This will be his grass cutting I mentioned earlier. Up, too deep. And he's had a spin. So there, that's just fatigue kicking in. Concentration starting to wane in the closing stages of the race. And gone for an explore on the exit of turn 7. That's not going to help Mark Bunyan at all. Being caught behind a GT3 car in the middle of the S's. But as we've said repeatedly, traffic giveth and traffic taketh away.
Absolutely, it's certainly taken away from Mark Bunyan over the last couple of moments. 7.5 seconds. It's really remarkable how quickly it can change.
A huge difference there for Mark Bunyan. So that's a combination of this and the previous lap, because he was nearly 2 seconds slower than Kerrick, despite Kerrick getting tangled up in traffic himself last time around. So a few unfortunate laps there for Mark Bunyan, but certainly nothing he can't overcome with an hour and a quarter still on the clock.
Yeah, plenty of time for him. See where they are in terms of their pit stops in 7th and 8th at the moment. A few laps apart. But they're both going to have to splash, I feel, in this race, are they? Maybe. It's going to be pretty close for Kerrick Ball. Mark Bunyan certainly is going to have to splash in this race, judging by the way this has gone at the moment. Where, anyone stopping from this point on still needs to stop after the one they're about to have, as is the case with the overall race leaders. Andrea Barillero at the moment on lap 29 of his stint, not long until his ultimate pit stop of the day. And interestingly, got told a little bit earlier on by Riccardo Giroli, who was the other driver in that car, that he had a wheel disconnection during his stint. But fortunately, he was in the final chicane of his stint, and he could give the car straight over to Andrea Barillero. So, and he wasn't supposed to be back in the car yet, I don't think, or maybe not at all, Barillero. But Giroli kind of forced his hand there almost, and he had to get back in to prevent that from happening again. So maybe that's why they've lost so much of their lead and why it was so close towards the end of that stint.
Yeah, fair play. Mark Bunyan's been off the road somewhere. I think he went for an explore on that final chicane, judging by where he is on track. So he's trying, but I think, as I say, fatigue, tiredness, concentration breaks, and what have you are really starting to take their toll now.
Certainly are. The fatigue of a race like this certainly sets in at this stage. You know, we're nearly 5 hours in, so it's very much going to be wearing down these drivers at this stage, as Van der Hagen is in again. This time I think it is a real pit stop. He does come to a halt, and it should be a no tyre change but full fuel fill for that car. We'll see just how close he can get to ground effect, but there's a lot of work to do over the remaining hour and 10 if he wants a podium.
Yeah, I think he's going to be hoping for misadventure from the top three. But we will see, though. Let's see. So coming up to 30 seconds then, as Van der Hoorn's just gone past him. So if there's no tyres, he should be coming out any second. And there it is. Yep, spot on, Ewan. Out he comes. So Jeffrey Van der Hagen in the number 18 car is back out on circuit in 5th.
I'd be very interested to see what all of these teams do at the next pit stops, actually, because we're coming up to... So we're coming up towards the end of a double stint in half an hour's time. We'll have put 2 stints on these tyres. But then, with 40 minutes to go, do you change tyres for only 40 minutes, which seems odd, or do you try and stretch a set of tyres 2 hours, which seems too far in conditions like these? So there's a real conundrum for these drivers. I think the option is obvious for the likes of Redface Racing, who will have a lap ahead and a lap behind at the time. Might as well change tyres anyway. It won't change the outcome of the race, but the likes of ground effect for Red X Sim Sport, what do you do? Because a tyre change or not for them can be the position between a podium and not.
You would think that if you can make the tyres last, you would, but with the track temperature being so high, it may not be worth trying. I don't know. I have absolutely no idea.
No, it's difficult to know. Really, I think it would be difficult to know from a driver's perspective as well, to be honest. We're trying to work it out, having not driven in this race. It's even for those who are in it right now, difficult as well, really. So, I mean, calculations were being made. I think if you are in the number 18 camp here, you've got to take a bit of a risk and go for it. Hope that maybe ground effect do change tyres and you can benefit from not doing it. But even then, I don't think they get in front with nearly 35 seconds to ground effect. You know, it's not going to take them that long to change the tyres. So I think even then they're going to be struggling to get on the podium unless there is a drive-through for ground effect, which all of these teams are going to be worried about at this point. The incident points have been pretty brutal today.
Oh, Santo's gone off the road. That's the ground effect car. He's gone off the road somewhere. I think he's going again. But I just saw the 108 as off track somewhere. That's turn 1. Oh, he's overcooked it.
Oh, he's in the wall here. Wow, he kicked it out.
He managed to catch
done.
it. Oh, no, and then bounces off a GT3 car and then goes off the road again. Oh, my goodness me. So there's still twists in this tail yet.
Wow, the speed at which and the angle he went off there, I was sure he was going to smack the concrete wall, but he kept it out the wall. Unfortunately, he steered the car straight onto the racing line again, and there was somebody there, so it wasn't a great rejoin. But I don't think Chanto was too worried about that, unfortunately. He just wanted to keep his car out the wall and keep it clean, but that has cost him a good 5 seconds or so, and now he gets dived by a car unlapping itself. Not sure. Sorry, that's not a car unlapping itself. That is the race leader putting another lap on the ground effect car. That could be 4 laps now on ground effect. Let's see. Yes, it is 4 laps down now for Chanto. That just shows the distances that Movado have been able to put into the rest. Look at that. 4 laps down from 3rd place. You very rarely see that.
That's bonkers. That's the way it's gone, though. But yeah, there's still, as we've just witnessed, there's still potential for things to change. Although that's quite a big potential to change. That's a very big change that would need to enact for the 86 car to be in trouble.
Yeah, it is. There's a lot that would need to go wrong, and so far, pretty much nothing has gone wrong for that team. I mean, they, as I said earlier, they were challenged by ProSim a little bit in the opening moments, by their teammates as well. Face Racing have been there or thereabouts, but really, they've not had anything standing in their way, and one of the only teams I can remember to have not had problems today. Redface Racing another, but they haven't had the pace. Even Ground Effect in 3rd, and that spin at turn 5 with their opening driver. The opening moments of the race span at turn 5 and dropped all the way to 16th, and they've recovered from that nicely. But other than those 2 cars, there's pretty much none who've had no issues today.
Yeah, very true. And certainly everybody has been doing some lawn mowing, much like the RSGT number 881 has just gone for an explore somewhere. Guillaume Verdier has done some exploring. What's he done?
Too wide through 6.
2 wide through 6, and couldn't quite recover enough for 7. Has also avoided the Shizuka, so lots of lap time, but nothing more than that.
Yeah, not really. So is the thing that happens through turn 6. Really, if you go too wide through there, you've often haven't got the braking power to stop in time for 7, which comes up pretty quickly afterwards, as we're about to see. So yeah, that's a small moment, but thankfully gotten away with that, and that's been the case for some of their problems today. However, quite a lot of them, that 881, have gone wrong. They are absolutely massive, 15 laps off the lead at this stage, and 3 laps off of the next car, nearly 4 laps off of the next car. It's been Yeah, very, very attritional indeed. And I was beginning to wonder when they had that really long stop not so long ago, when they were in the pit lane for a real long time, that they were going to drop behind some of the GT3s, but thankfully that didn't happen for them.
It was looking that way for a while. There's Van der Horn in the DSRT number 15. They've got, what, 14 and a bit seconds to try and close in to Ground Effect to try and challenge for that podium spot. They had a 55-second stop last time, whereas the 108 car had a 34-second stop. So potentially the last set of boots going on that car last time around. We'll see. They'll certainly have to, like everybody else, they'll be in at least one more time. It's all going to be down to how the last few drivers, assuming that Van der Horn stays in the car till the end of the race. We'll see if he's able to keep up this pace. What's the lap time difference between himself and Santo? He was a couple of seconds slower. As race leader, he's in. Barry Laro coming in again. So that car's definitely going to have to come in one more time, along with the 13 cars Chris Henneberg has brought in, the Red X Academy car, and in comes DSRT, as I mentioned them.
Absolutely. Looks like it's going to be 5th place for them on the day. DSRT, it's going to be a struggle to get anything other than that out of this one. So Laurent Cantor is going to be able to lap himself and go 1 lap down now instead of 2. But even so, he is a long way back in this race and looking to bring this one home. In LMP2 now, there's very few positions that can really be influenced by one another. The battle for 3rd, of course, is one to watch. The battle for 6th is only 3 seconds apart, and there'll be ones to watch there, but most of the positions are settled there. In GT3, things are a little bit more interesting, but very much the advantage is going to Asper Esports. The final stop of the day for Brabham coming up very soon, as Shazoo are in as well. It may just be too early for them to make it to the end. That 214 they're in now, so it's a good 44 lap stint, but you can still see they're short of the hour mark.
Yeah, that's going to necessitate a splash and dash for them. The 35 car, the Straight Line Racing Porsche, was off track somewhere. Artur Skibior has done some exploring somewhere. And Nick Jelic is back in the Shazoo car. He worked wonders with it last time. I think trying to keep up the pace and save the fuel. Yeah, a step too far, I think. But hey, I wait to be proven wrong.
Well, yeah, that's partly why he was getting caught by Satellite Racing, I think, in that most recent, or the back end of that most recent stint. It came down for about 30 seconds to 25, but whether that's coming down quickly enough for a battle before the end of the race remains to be seen. Is there going to be a no-tyre gamble from Brabham or Satellite towards the end here to really try and get close to Aspar, or indeed the positions that they're searching for at this point? Shazoo are going to go for the tyres, though. It is just too hot for double stinting.
Yeah, and a 102 pit stop for them. So they'll come out easily in 4th. It's going to be all eyes to those ahead, and half an eye on the fuel gauge as well for Jelicic. I don't envy him at all.
A lot of lifting here. Probably needs a good 45 lap stint, maybe 46, which is a good 1 or 2 laps longer than he's previously been able to go in this race. His last 3 stints at least have been 44 lap stints. So that dates back to all the way back to the 2-hour mark when they came in. Oh, sorry, the 3-hour mark, I think. When they came in, yeah. So hours 3 to 4 was a 44 lap stint. So was 4 to 5, which is what we just saw. So was 2 to 3. Yeah, it's going to be hard for them to make it from here. It could well, as we so often talk about in these races, could well come down to where is the overall leader, and do they end up doing an extra lap or not here, Shazoo? That could be the difference between them making it or not.
It's a gamble, but at this point they're committed to it. Oh no!
Sausage Dodger's car, or one of them.
Yeah, it's Luke Sherlock again involved in an incident, but couldn't really tell if he was wrong place, wrong time, or what happened there.
He got on the grass on the way into the chicane, broke, and then it all started to unravel. He'll be in the pit lane. Did well to keep it out the back of the LMP2 that was just up in front of him, actually. There it is, on the grass. Oh, that's the 881 just up in front that very nearly got clattered into.
Well, that car came in as well, so unless they did come together, but difficult to tell from that particular angle. Oh dear, it has been a rough day for them.
Certainly has.
GT3 leader in Phil Morton. Now 5 seconds to the good over the Aspar car, but still a pit stop to conclude. And it's all going to be, all too many times I've seen people really trying to eke out the fuel, and because the race leader has just beaten the flag by a couple of seconds, it's caused them to splutter and halt before they see the flag themselves. So it's not a gamble I'd want to take, but I think it's fair to say that you get to that point through misadventure rather than you plan to be there.
Absolutely. 242 completed there by the leader, expecting 291 today, judging by that count there. So quite a lot of laps around here today, and of course a few more to come at Petit Le Mans next weekend. 10-hour special iRacing special event where anyone can get involved. Well, as long as you've got the LMP2 and GT3 on your iRacing, and you've got the rating to do it. But anyone can. Otherwise than that, anyone can participate. And as I mentioned earlier, some of these teams will be using this race as a bit of preparation for that. Movano may be one of them. To be honest, they often do participate in the special events, and see if they do. But preparation or not, it's still a good event to be a part of. Has been so far. Now just under an hour to go with it, and all of these teams in the field just looking to get to the end at this stage. As I mentioned before, there's very few positions that are really actually up for grabs now.
Yes, he's just about digging deep now, finding that last bit of energy and concentration just to stay on the black stuff, and that's been difficult for the drivers throughout the entire race. And again, no disrespect meant, but this track has been is challenging at the best of times, let alone when you have multiple classes out there. So, fair play to our surviving drivers. And look at this big group of LMP2s.
Yeah, they've clumped together a little bit here for whatever reason. It's not helping this battle really for 6th place. Carrot Ball trying to get through them all to try and make a bit of an impression on the RSGT car up in front. And we go on board now, trying to get through some of the lapped LMP2s before we can manage to get to this battle for position. But it's less than 2 seconds. It's the closest fight on the circuit, and it does look like it's trending in the way of Ball at the moment. It does look like this fight may well commence soon.
It's not the car ahead of him that he's having an argument with, it's the car ahead of them that he wants to fight with. So that's the 31 car, which is Morton Parliament in 11th place that he wants to get past. That's the car that Carrick is chasing, of Matteo Beeth Darstein. So as the RSGT car trying to utilise the traffic as best he can now with a bit of free air, really could do with getting on with it to try and maximise the gap that Karam's now trying to break. I think Karam's actually gotten through the traffic now. That car behind is... Yes, so the 73 car is who is chasing Matteo at the moment. There he is. So, yeah, a definite battle in the LMP2s for 6th is brewing.
Is just under 2 seconds. Remains the same, and the car just up in front, I think this is a ground effect car just helping RSGT a little bit, providing a bit of a slipstream down the back straight there. I'll just tow them along ever so slightly, go that little bit quicker. By the way, I think the car behind for Carrot Ball may need a splash of fuel before the end of this race as well. Everybody needs another whole pit stop, but Ball might need 2. He's come towards the end of lap 23 now. That'll give him another 10 laps. Oh, he's going to be close. But either way, if Darstein's pit stop is going to be a good deal shorter, and that will give him the advantage in this fight.
On they go then, and Matteo is nailed to the tyre tracks of the 108. That's Levante Santo. Oh, side by side with Raul Suarez in the Ferrari. I got a bit nervous coming through turn 6, but no impact there. As off track, who's gone off? 27's gone off. Jacques Vermeulen has wandered off the road in the LNR potato salad car. So, as Adam States come in the 65. Here's Kerrick. Oops! Gone in a bit hot into the S's and took a few road clones, but no huge. It wouldn't be a massive loss for him. Now, wants to dance around the Porsche. Just about manages it. Adam State in for Satellite, as you can see on the tower. Now, this, I'm assuming, is going to be a full pit stop for them and should then see them through to the flag.
It should do. For Satellite Racing, should comfortably see them through to the end of the race. Adam State will be the man to take them to that point. Lap 220. Oh, is that Ball again off the road?
Yeah.
Losing time.
Taking an alternate line.
Yeah, the wrong line and a slower one as well, unfortunately. Just about 5 seconds to the car in front now. As SOP Esports just in behind, pit in. Mark Bunyan will need a splash of fuel as well. And that car should be finishing in 8th place by the end.
51 seconds stop for Adam in the Satellite Racing GT3. So, yeah, so now we're seeing the GT3 cars not needing to completely fill the tank, as he's come out right behind the Scorex number 88. So, strictly speaking, a battle, but not really so, as the Scorex car will have to come in again. There is Enrique Marinon. As James Horn is in the number 12. You mentioned that earlier, the SOP car in the pits then. So we're going to rebuild the gap. There was too much of a gap really between himself and Carrick Ball anyway. There is Marinon. There is Adam State then, so we know that he won't need to see the pit lane again. But yeah, 51 seconds, so he hasn't gone for any more fuel than he needs. So let's hope that the maths are right for him.
I think they've gone for the 2-tyre gamble again, though. 54 seconds in the box. Obviously, they will have filled up pretty well in terms of fuel. I reckon they've only taken on 2 tyres. David Nichols couldn't quite cope with it too well. Will Adam State be able to do any better with it? Don't know. And they've not really got any closer to Shazoo, which is the team they need to get to try and recover their podium. So it's a bit of a risk from Satellite. I think they're banking on the fact that that Shazoo will need a splash of fuel, but I'm not convinced they will. It's going to be really tight with them.
Oh, well. Anticipation then in the final hour. Just 51 and a bit minutes to go. As Phil Morton, GT3 leader, is in. The Brabham Esports Hissing Sid Mercedes had a nearly 10-second gap between himself and the number 44 Asper Esports Ferrari in the hands of Raul Suarez. So this should be in the 50-second region, assumingly that they're taking, well, it depends how many tyres they take, but I would think that they're not going to, they don't need to take any risks with fuel. They can afford to spend a couple more seconds making sure they have the necessary litres on board.
It's a tall order for Morton to recover this margin that he will see to Aspar Esports. Let's not forget that the Ferrari will have almost a lap's lead over them, and it's not going to take them that long to fill up to the end of the race. So see what Morton decides to do, as he's in the pit lane right now. He's got plenty of time ahead of Jelicic as well, so that's not a worry for him. Goes past the margin of fuel now. He's putting on tyres. You can just catch a glimpse of him up on the air jacks there as well. Goes past the 2-tyre mark as well. Oh well, 57 seconds. I think that was 4 tyres, but let's not forget we're 10 minutes into this hour now. He doesn't need a full tank, he only needs 50 minutes worth, and that's where those 10 seconds have been saved.
Yeah, absolutely so. And he already had 10 seconds in hand over Suarez, so that's all going to come down to how far Suarez can go before having to take the last stop for that Ferrari.
And I think, judging by this at the moment, he's got... So, let's think about this pit stop for Asper Esports. They will need one more. They'll need to drive through the pit lane, which will cost them 20 seconds. That gives them 48 seconds to do their service. Now, that will certainly cover a fuel stop. That will cover half a tank of fuel, which will only cost them maybe 25 seconds. It might even cover a tyre change as well, but I don't think they're going to go for a tyre change. They're just going to go for the fuel and then hope they can hang on to the remaining, what would that be, 23 seconds, 25 seconds? They've got half an hour to hang on to that kind of margin, but let's see what they decide to do in about 20 minutes' time when they make their final stop.
I reckon it's worth trying. I think they should try it. And just go for the fuel, or 2 tyres at most. But we'll see. They would have had to have committed to this quite a while ago. It was one of the first GT3 cars to come into the pits. It would be a hell of a recovery story if they managed to pull this off. But you know full well that Morton is going to be pushing with everything he's got. He's going to make his right foot as heavy as he can. I genuinely have no idea which way this is going to swing.
I think the odds are certainly stacked in Asper Esports' favour, but I'm not writing off Brabham Esports just yet. Certainly not writing off Phil Morton and Brabham Esports just for the moment, because they are quick, very quick, and he was quicker than Suarez certainly towards the end of that stint. I know he had lighter fuel, and Suarez is probably holding something back with his tyres right now, but even so, Morton showed impressive pace towards the end of that most recent stint. So there's still a chance here for Brabham Esports. They've still got a chance of pulling off this one in the race. But let's not forget that Asper Esports and Raul Suarez would have had a long time to think about what they're going to do in this final half an hour. Let's not forget, half an hour into this race, they were in the wall using a fast repair, getting off strategy. They've had, nearly 4.5 hours now to think about or to realise this is what's going to happen towards the end of the race. We're going to be left with this spare half an hour where we don't quite know what to do, and we're going to see, or we're going to have to work out what is the best thing to do in terms of strategy. Do we change tyres or not, or what are we going to do? So they've had a long time to think about this, and they will have made their mind up now, I would have thought, and now it's just up to Raul Suarez to execute it.
Yep. And like you say, all will become clear in 20-ish minutes for that Ferrari. As the 28 car, Joel Delgado, is in. That's the Delta Racing car. The number 27's been in for a while. That's the Potato Salad Mercedes, with nearly 4 minutes in the pits for them. Jacques Vermeulen. So is that going to be another retirement, a very late retirement if that is the case? That would leave us with just 23 cars.
I think that might be a case of getting damage repaired where they have no longer got a fast repair remaining. So we look at the Brabham Esports Mercedes last lap times around. Raul Suarez was 0.14 of a second quicker. It's barely anything between the two.
Well. So this is all going to come down to that gap that Phil Morton was able to build before this stop began. Scorix has come in. Enrique Marinon has been through the pits, a full service for them. Back out on circuit. The 27 cars coming back out. So Jacques Vermeulen looks like he's going to finish the race in the Potato Salad number 27. So fair play. After a 4.5 minute stop, exactly as you said, Ewan, that's repair without a fast repair option. There's Phil Morton doing what he can to try and close in on Suarez. It's I reckon that Suarez, the 44 cars, is just going to take fuel next time around, as Henneberg and the 13 car has gone for a quick explore somewhere. That's down at turn 10, I reckon, judging by where they were. So slightly too deep into the last chicane. So nothing too onerous for them. Phil Morton's got nothing to lose now. He's just got to get the qualifying laps done. But there may well be a sting in the tail between Shazoo and Satellite as yet.
Maybe. I think Nick Jelicic has got enough to hold off Satellite Racing and Adam State for the moment. And don't be worried too much by the gaps to ScoreX Esports and Blue Chip Racing, who still have a stop to come as well. So Satellite Racing are not going to be threatened for fourth. I was wondering earlier whether they could maybe threaten for third, but with the current driver Jelicic at the wheel, I think that is becoming more and more difficult. As over the line comes the Ferrari once again. Suarez with a second slower. It was only a 21.2 last lap around. It was a 20.2 from Morton, a second gained by the Brabham Esports driver. I think you're right. I think Raul Suarez is going to take the fuel and no tyres at this stop. He's going to come out with a lead, and then he's going to try and cling on to whatever lead he has for the remainder of the race, with Morton bearing down on him. And for me, it's a case of, can Morton get to him in time to make a move? Can he get to him at all before the end of this race? I think it's going to be a chase between the two.
The ball is in the court of the 44. So, yeah, that's just this big moment of anticipation. What are they going to do? I mean, if he came in now, see if they change tack, rather pointless to change tack now, but just to add the no, there's no point in them coming in early. They may as well just run the tank to as nearly dry and then eke out whatever tyres are left. Stick to the plan. And again, we're assuming we've got the plan right. There's still over a minute between the two cars, which vast majority of that is going to disappear. 21.2 for Suarez last time around. So as he's just crossed the line. So that is the difference. So a minute difference between the two puts, as you saw, the Brabham car coming through the S's. Here comes the Shazoo car, which is a further 40 seconds back. So they're going to be out of the running for the top spots. Carrick Bell has just come into the pits as well in the 73 car. So, still stops to do, of course, for the rest of our NMP squads. Yeah, I'm still trying to fathom what's going to do. It's going to happen between Suarez and Morton. Oh, off track. That's 18. Van der Hagen's gone off the road.
Oh, God. Very nearly off the road again. At the top of the hill there. Smashed that curb. And got it out of shape really quite a lot. There it was. Wide at turn 1. Does avoid the wall. It's almost as if that's become a recognised racing line now. Back on again, though. Slide at the top of the hill there, but makes it through. Back out again as well for Carrick Ball, who makes his... Well, I said it was going to be close earlier. I think they're just a lap or two short.
That's going to hurt. That's going to hurt. They're only a couple of laps short. I've seen endurance racing victories lost in such a manner where the leaders had to come in for 2 laps worth of fuel.
Yeah, absolutely. These splashes and dashes towards the end can break races. For the GT3s, everybody seems to have done it well. I think Shazoo are the only question marks really, whether they can make that or not. But elsewhere, it's LMP2 where the real nerves are. There'll be some for Red X Academy as well, coming in with 41 minutes to go. It's tight for them as well.
Yeah, it's just impossible to tell. So, well, after 5.5 hours, but we see this in 24-hour races as well. You go through the whole race trying to figure out what everybody's going to do, and it all kicks off in the final few laps. So we've just seen another car coming in. That's the Buzz the Tower Goose car coming in for their last stop, and they're not going to have much in hand either.
Not really. It's pretty not comfortable for them, we'll say. Not comfortable. So Yeah, it's going to be a nerve-wracking last few moments for Summers. Aspar Esports are in. This is a bit early. A little bit early, but this is the key moment now. Lap 231, they make their way in. That's only a 36-lap stint. They probably had the ability to go for another 8 laps, but thought, we've got to get in here. I wonder if they're changing tyres as a result of this. We'll wait and find out. There's Phil Morton, though.
I reckon they've changed tack. I reckon they've decided not to drain the tank to the end. It's all, yeah. Just, I'm sure you and I are both staring at the pit lane clock to see what they do.
Just ticking towards 30 seconds at this stage. Don't know if they're up on the jacks yet, because of course they are up on the jacks. They're getting at least 2 tyres, possibly all 4. Morton gets down the inside of one of the Sausage Dodgers Racing Mercedes. If Aspar are able to change tyres and get out in front of Brabham Esports here, then it will be over. And it looks like it's going to be so close. Really close. Phil Morton might just have enough here. Oh, it's going to be so close.
No, Phil's going to be behind the Ferrari, but barely.
Wow.
Half a second. That's all it is, and there they are. Oh, it's going to be 39 minutes of just war between the Ferrari and the Merc.
Absolutely is. These two pretty much on the same fuel load now, and slightly fresher tyres for the Ferrari. And I fancy Phil Morton as maybe a slightly faster driver, proving himself over the last hour or two compared to Raul Suarez, who's not been slow by any means, but Phil Morton has been on a mission, and we can't forget what time in the morning it is for him as well. It's a heroic drive from him today.
Yeah, I forgot he was Oceanic, wasn't he? So, for those unsure of what Oceanic means, that's Australia and New Zealand. It's that corner of the world. My goodness me, yeah, it's very much, early hours of morning. And he's been in that car for quite a while. So yeah, this is going to be fascinating to see as he's having a look on the inside line of the exit of the chicane. And Wisely doesn't need to push for the move. He's still got time to do it. And like you said, I think you're right. He has proven that he's got the pace to make the move without forcing it with silly moves.
I'd be slightly concerned if I was Morton that Ferrari may just have a little bit more pace at this stage, and I want to get in front and sort of defend from the front. Normally you don't want to be the chased, you want to be the chaser, but I think in this situation Morton might just want to defend from the front and try and hold off the Ferrari, because look at the car lengths opening up right now. It looks like Suarez maybe has a very slight edge.
Well, we will see. A few more pit stops going on in the LMP2 field as well. But at the moment, all eyes are on this incredible battle of Italy versus Germany. Ferrari versus Mercedes, with a smattering of other people basically there as scenery. As far as this race is concerned, Shizuka, if they've got the timing right, Nick Jelicic, if they're able to eke out the fuel, it was certainly questionable as to whether they were able to do it. They could well hold on to the podium. We'll see. The Grand Effect car, that's Levante Santo, is in the pits then from third in the LMP2s. The 31 car as well for Morton Parman is in. That's the DSRT squad. So that's their last stop. Looks like it's going to be tyres for them as well. So there's still some positions to figure out in the LMP2 class, but it's the hottest action is certainly here in GT3.
It is, and it's extending. The gap's extending. Suarez has got that little bit fresher tyres. Those few laps fresher tyres. Came in, of course, at what lap was it now? Just 8 laps later than Morton. And that is playing a role in this run at the moment. But so is this lapped BMW. Staying in front of the Aspar Esports Ferrari now and really slowing up. It's the Scorex Esports 5th place BMW. It's not a slow car, but it is slowing up Suarez a little bit. And he'll be flashing the lights and wanting to get through as quickly as possible to try and get away from Morton. And it looks like he is achieving that right now.
Oh, the BMW needs to be bowing out of that. Surely you realise the race thing is coming past you. That's bad show. Should have bowed out of that before getting down to the braking zone. But either way, Suarez is through. We'll see if Phil Morton has any has trouble getting past the BMW as well. But that was pretty bad show from Scorix. I think they should have bowed out of that earlier.
I think they did eventually buy the braking zone. I think that's okay. But from them, they are in a race themselves. Of course, 5th place, and so they want to maximise that. This is the 31st lap of their stint, so they'll need a splash of fuel before the end, as will Blue Chip Racing, which is why we're not really talking about them as podium contenders, despite the fact they are pretty close to that at the moment. Morton is just gaining that little bit again, so I wonder quite how he's managing this right now. I thought with the BMW between the two of them, the gap would extend even further, but Morton has just been able to kick on a bit here and get that little bit closer. I think he'll be able to dispatch the BMW as well into the chicane, flashing the lights to make sure he does so as well.
We'll see what happens here. So Morton's not going for the overtake yet. He's not quite close enough. There's the straight line Porsche as well. It's just a big line of GT3s and only 2 of them on the same lap as each other. As the Ferrari manages to get past the Porsche. Now Porsche bailed on that one, which in my opinion is the safer way to do it. If it's your own class, as the closing speed isn't going to be that high. Now there, the BMW did the right thing there, just got out of the throttle in a safe place. You don't want to be trying to get out of the throttle in the middle of a corner. And that could have been what he was planning on doing with Suarez as well. Just Suarez decided to force the issue and make the pass into this chicane. So I imagine, despite my early... that's... We've talked about that. We talked about trying to make a pass in the S's. I mean, that's confident from the LMP2 car, but somewhat risky.
It is risky, but yeah, it was well executed in the end, so not too much went wrong. And so the gap remains just under a second. The 18 car slips its way on through. Oh, no, it doesn't. Slips its way off the road. Trying to get through on the Scorix Esports car, so we're going to have to worry about that one again a little bit later. It was an attempt to move into turn number 7, I think.
As Van der Hagen getting that one wrong. Whoa. Yeah, it's too hot into turn 7. That's the wall. Or is it? I would imagine there was a fair amount of non-broadcastable words going on there. Loosely translated into please grip, which eventually it did. Oh, that was a tense moment.
It was a bizarre one, the way he decided to try and make that move. It was a horrendous misjudgment, was never going to make the corner. He obviously can duck down the inside at turn 7 like that and make it on the brakes, but not when you brake that late. And so, unfortunately, went straight off the road, but back on again now, and hopefully we'll be able to continue on. As I said, a lot of those gaps in LMP2 are really quite large at this stage. This one, of course, the closest in the field right now, whether it be LMP2 or GT3. This is the closest fight of anyone. The LMP2s haven't got too much to fight for, and that will help this battle a little bit. Keeps it a bit more pure, really, because when there's LMP2 fights trying to come through, it can ruin some GT ones, and vice versa, I suppose.
Very true indeed. And I've often said that in multi-class racing, you can generally rely on the GT3s to give you these very close battles, mainly because the performance difference between the marks is not very great, as that's someone wandering off the road, I think, trying to stay out of trouble. When you've got this many headlights bearing down you, and they get in the way of the Brabham car, that's unfortunate.
Straight in the way of Brabham Esports there. They were trying to stay out of the way of Aspar Esports and did well to do so. And the LMP2 that was coming through as well, but cost Phil Morton 0.8 of a second there in those couple of corners, and so that has really opened a big gap, and one that Morton is going to do well to recover from.
I mean, they've got to turn in at some point, so you're not expected to just drive off into the dust. You can't just vanish, so that's just very unlucky that when you did turn in, that was right in the path of Phil Morton. As race leader, Andrea Berilano. I still can't get that right. We've been here for nearly 6 hours and I still can't get his name right. Berilaro is coming past in the SRC car. 2 laps to the good. can pretty much just ignore Top Gear at this stage with only half an hour on the clock. But Suarez doesn't have as easy a job, although he would be quite pleased that the traffic has gifted him certainly another second on the gap that he'd already built. But like you say, that earlier pace difference that seemed to be in Morton's favour does seem to have swung the other way.
Yeah, with the tyre change there for Suarez, it's certainly given him that little bit of extra pace. He's in the 20s again, 1 minute 20s, whereas Morton just slipping into the 21s again. Well, I say that. He's in the 20s himself as well. So previously, it was Asper Esports and Suarez who was just slipping into the low 21s because he was just, coming towards the end of his fuel, end of the tyre life. But now, they're both in the 20s, and it's very, very difficult to go much faster than that, really, in a GT3, especially at this end of the race. But the 12 LMP2 cars remaining in this race may well make or break this battle. We've seen how traffic can affect it in the past. That the GT3 cars that are around are going to come with less frequency, so feel like they're going to affect the battle a bit less. However, they still could, as we've just seen, but it needs to go massively in Phil Morton's favour now if this gap is going to come down, because it has crept up to nearly 2 seconds.
Yeah, whether Phil Morton's pressing on with everything he's got or he's biding his time, I suspect he's really pressing on. Yeah, the advantage most certainly has swung back to the Ferrari. It doesn't look like Phil. Oh, and that's got. I think Phil saw that the 13 car was coming and tried to actually stay out of the way, but Henneberg got that one all wrong and cost both of them time.
Yeah, that's cost a lot of time for Brabham Esports now. 3.6 seconds. It's a tall order with less than half an hour to go. You've got to think back to the number of issues that both of these cars have had. Half an hour in, Asper Esports down here at the bottom of the hill at the S's, in the wall. It has to use the fast repair. That makes 6 stops in an otherwise 5-stop race. And let's not forget, only an hour or so ago, 2 hours maybe, Phil Morton came in after a couple of laps for a 2-second pit stop. No idea what any of that was all about, but that might have just cost Brabham Esports a race win today.
Could well have done. But not taking it away from Asper, they've done brilliantly well. It would have been very easy to write them off right at the beginning, following that early stop they had to do. So they didn't write themselves out of it. They stuck to whether it was the original plan. Oh, never mind about that. I think that's Henneberg facing the wrong way. No, it's Carrick Ball. It's turn 5 again, isn't it?
Well,
let's see. There it goes.
Usual suspect.
Yeah, done that one properly.
And right around. Over a minute now to the car in front, but not too far to the car behind, although SOP Esports team will need another stop before the end of the race. There's less than half an hour to go. This fight between Van der Horn and Chanto just starts to pick up again. However, Van der Horn is coming up to the end of lap 29 on this stint. He is going to need another stop before the end of this race. And it is going to promote the 18 car into fourth place.
Oh, that got a bit uncomfortable. And still is very uncomfortable. neither car can decide what they're doing. I got very clumsy, and the sausage dodger Mercedes has gone the alternate route.
Just dodging the danger there, as you would say. But yeah, just luckily staying out of that one. And yeah, the 881 just in behind them, making a nuisance of themselves a little bit, just getting towards the end of the race, of course. Getting themselves over the line, which will be an achievement for them after all of the issues they've had today.
Very true indeed. Well, and I mean, at least they're hanging on to the back of a quicker car, seeing what they're able to do. And they're unlapping themselves from it. Why not? Why not? I guess they're out there for a bit of fun now. They may not be on the same lap, but it doesn't stop them racing hard and having a bit of fun in the final half hour of the race. There's no championship on the line. There's no points, no prize or anything like that. Just a bit of bragging rights. So you may as well enjoy it.
Absolutely. And that's what they're doing right now. So fresh tyres, I think, for this 881. Yeah, they did put tyres on more recently than Van der Horn did. So that's why they've got that little bit of pace about them at the moment. A little bit more. Bastian Brits has had his fair share of problems today, including over this corner, but still persists to go into the outside line and try to control it. The rest of esports have now made their final stop of the... I think James Horn was in not so long ago. No, he still does have a pit stop, I think. But it's going to be close either way, but I think he does have a stop coming up. Either way, Ball is catching him pretty quickly right now, and that lap car there, at the second place Redface Racing LMP2, is really speeding up the rate at which this car's getting caught.
I got very clumsy. That's Morton Palmer, the DSRT number 31. That's 11th in class. Yeah, getting unceremoniously punched in the face from Miskovic, who in turn we're in the company of James Horn in the number 12 car in 7th. So that looks just lots and lots of clumsy there.
It was a little bit clumsy, but everybody got away without incident. Fortunately, though, for James Horn, he is getting caught pretty quickly. He does have another 10 laps on this stint or so, so it will be a splash and dash, and it will be 8th place probably for this 12 car, but as long as Ball doesn't need a bigger splash and dash, which shouldn't be the case. So this fight is not going to mean too much, but it may well happen anyway.
Sure enough. Also, I wonder if James is certainly slow. He looks much slower, so I wonder if he's thinking about trying to eke out the fuel a bit.
I think it's too far for him to eat this one out, or to at least lose too much time trying to save fuel. There's no real point. He's in the case of Ball behind, I would definitely believe him trying to save enough fuel to make it to the end of the race, because he really is on that fringe of making it or not. But James Horn certainly isn't. He's very much in the splash and dash category. This is the race leader, of course. It will be coming in pretty soon. Lap 272 this is right now, and this is 33 laps after the previous stop. So any time now for Andrea Barillero, any time he likes, really.
Sure enough. And he can stay in there for quite a considerable period of time as well, such as the advantage that the 86 car has for herself. So it looks like it's going to be a lights to flag victory. I've risked saying it with still 22 and a bit minutes to go, and there it is, the SLC Movano Corsa Blue car. It's been absolutely peerless all race long, with Barillaro, the starting driver of that car. So he's seen the lights, and he is going to be bringing that one home, unless they bizarrely change driver in the last 20-something minutes of the race, which, well, this race has been full of strange mishaps. Why not? Let's have a little last-minute driver change. Throw it in there. They lead by fully 3 laps over. The second place position has changed hands numerous times, but it's currently with the Redface Racing squad. Laurent Miskovic in the charge of the 116 car. So of our remaining cars, only one team has actually lost a position from where they started. That's the 108, the Team Granafate cars. They started in second. Of course, find themselves currently in third, and that's not idea. So that Porsche is cost the Asper squad a couple of seconds, and is holding up Phil Morton at the moment. There is the Asper Ferrari. So yeah, there you go. That was over 3 seconds, the gap between the two, and now suddenly it's game on again.
Yeah, the gap's halved almost entirely due to that Porsche. Held up Aspar by a couple of seconds and then held up Brabham by about a second. So trying to evenly distribute the pain there a little bit, but just I guess doing things a little bit differently. I don't think there's anything particularly wrong with what they did there. It's not like they were actually actively defending from the two leaders. They were just not getting out the way as readily as everybody else have been. I think the back markers have been quite nice in this race so far, especially in the latter portion here in the GT3s. getting out of the way of the leading battle. They realise what's at stake here, and most of them have been getting out of the way quite quickly. But the Porsche not quite so willing to do so. There'll be a lot more lap traffic between now and the finish line. 20 minutes to go. And only 1.7 seconds. It's a very nervy time for both teams.
As in comes the race leader. I'm sure he'll feel very pressured to get it done as quickly as he can. I'm curious to see how long he's going to be in for. There's Van der Horn in the 15 car is also in. Coming out of the pits, the 881, Sebastian Brits still going on. There is our race leader. Going off the track, Carrick Ball's gone for a bit of a wander, but that was very brief. GT3s, you could see that gap is continuing to fall. So yeah, Phil Morton really is rediscovering some previous pace, and he's going to be challenging. The menacing look at the front of that Mercedes is not what Raul Suarez wanted. He was probably enjoying the fact that he had a few seconds to himself, and that has gone. So he now can't ignore the fact that British Racing Green Merc is chasing him down.
Absolutely. It's going to be a very nervy time. Both teams, as per esports, having led the majority of the last hour. Not hour, last half an hour, let's say. And Brabham Esports trying to take it off them. LMP2 not going to hold up Brabham too much, are they? Well, yes, they are actually. Side by side at the top of the hill, there's going to be a few temps in that. The 18 car costing them about half a second there. Remains to be seen where they catch the Ferrari. Are we going to see a similar effect for Suarez as well?
Well, time will tell. I mean, flash of the lights there from Van der Hagen. That didn't look like it impeded the Ferrari, and that gap now to about 1.8 seconds. So it's still ebbing and flowing. They're still pacing the Ferrari yet.
There was 2 or 3 temps in the favour there of Raul Suarez. We did lose a couple of tenths of a second when they both had a clear lap there, or mostly clear lap. Both lost, Suarez lost a couple of tenths of a second to Morton. But he does need to get on with it if he's going only at that pace, because 9 laps time and there'll only be about 5 minutes to go if he keeps going at 2 tenths a lap. He does need to start bringing this down. He needs to remember that we are in the last 20 minutes now. There's not that many laps in this race remaining.
No, indeed. As we continue to focus on the GT3 lead battle, as into the pits comes the SOP car, number 12. We'll see what they're able to do.
Two more LMP2s around. 17 right on the back of the Ferrari. Brabham Esports not really impeded by either of these two. The Ferrari doesn't look like it will be either. They're both going to get away with this. It's not quite as overbearing on your lap time as it is in LMP. Well, that might be. Suarez gets dived there, and that's going to hamper his run all the way on the back straight as well. There's a great chance for Phil Morton to close in, and he'll gain about half a second or so from this. But he won't quite grab the slipstream yet. The lap traffic is not quite affecting GT3 racing as much as it will the LMP2 battles that we see, because sometimes in GT3s you actually just don't notice, but it actually doesn't affect you one bit when the LMP2s go past you, depending on where it is, of course.
Absolutely so. There's continuing to ride on board with Phil Morton. I actually thought for a brief second that the Asper car was coming in. I was like, why on earth would we be diving to the pits now? So 15 minutes. It will feel like the longest 15 minutes for Raul Suarez. So Phil Morton is can still see the victory, but he's going to have to work for it.
Most certainly is. 1.1 seconds. Less than a second now for the first time in a while. It closes in even further. Right nose to tail again between the two of these, I believe, right now. They are indeed through the S's section. It wasn't a particularly great time of things for the Ferrari of Raul Suarez. Morton gets very close. Suarez pulls off to the right side of the road, and Morton goes through. A bizarre overtake for Phil Morton, who just goes through, going towards turn 6. And Suarez all of a sudden is going a lot slower than he was. That was very bizarre. I wonder if he had a slowdown penalty. He must have done.
Oh, that must be painful to get one of those at this late stage. But he's not giving up. He's had the potential for victory in the 44, and he wants it back again.
Certainly does. Really closes in nicely on the brakes into the final chicane, but accelerating out again. The gap extends out again towards the end of another lap for Morton, and a very successful one for Brabham Esports. Over the line they go. They've somehow pulled this one off. They're now in the lead with only 15 minutes to go.
Yeah, that's not the last time we've seen a move there, I reckon, unless somehow Suarez is going to convince to settle down, which I highly doubt. He's going to press on with everything he's got. If they've got the fuel calculations right, he's got nothing to lose by trying to push his advantage. But we'll see. That's the other thing. Has Morton been keeping a little bit in stock? Has he been keeping a bit of performance to himself, ready to deploy in these closing stages? Only he'll ever know that. I don't think so. I think he's going to have to work hard for this, as I said earlier. At 44, he's going to do everything he possibly can in the slipstream. But one tiny mistake is going to completely revolutionise who is at the top.
Neither of these two are holding anything back anymore. Fuel-wise, there's no worry. Tyre-wise, there's no worry anymore. They're both absolutely pushing to the maximum and using all that they have to try and get through the Ferrari with an obvious advantage in terms of straight line speed there, although partly, of course, that will be down to the slipstream that they were gaining down the back straight there. So I was able to get a bit closer into that chicane, but not too much. He's still half a second away as they go over the line again. Lap times pretty much identical. They're both in the low 1 minute 20s, which is remarkable for this stage in the race, but it's what we expect to see. And there's a GT3 battle just up in front of these guys as well, with LR Potato Salad and Sausage Dodgers Racing as well, battling over 9th place in front of these guys. That is not ideal.
No, indeed. That's the last thing I want to be involved in is someone else's argument. But you know, they know how to deal with this. The Sausage Dodgers guy has stayed all the way over. He did not want anything to do with that. Absolutely great stuff. Well done to them. But that's allowed the two leaders to bunch up again. And now Suarez could try and wait a little bit, and time is moved to the last second. But it's risky because that Brabham Merc has been lightning fast all race long.
They've both been so quick, and you can see with the gap to Team Suzu now, it's nearly 40 seconds. They've both been going exceptionally quickly throughout this final hour of the race, but there can only be one winner, and that was so close again from Suarez on the brakes. He very nearly got into the back of the Mercedes once again. The pace that these two are showing, though, at this end of the race is quite phenomenal. Just 12 minutes to go now. It remains a mystery how many laps there are to go, but the race leader is just coming up behind them right now. One of those LMP2s just in the background of that shot is the race leader. 12 minutes remaining, 10 or 11 laps even so. Well, maybe a little bit less than that, but it's there's still quite a few on the table.
Yeah, that there are, and it's all eyes are going to remain on this GT3 fight. Absolutely great stuff. Well, is it going to be Germany? Is it going to be Italy? Mercedes or Ferrari? Brabham or Asper? Place your bets.
It is hard to know at this stage. Asper nearly got they did get dived down the inside of into turn 6. Oh, they got shoved off. They got shoved off by a battling pair of LMP2s. Difficult to see from that angle, but off into the grass. That might have just settled the race. There was a couple of side-by-side LMP2s just in behind this Asper Ferrari that got into them in the end. It's created a 4-second gap. Has it created a race-winning gap?
Oh, you never want to see it, but I mean, that is racing, and did say off the road as well. Somebody else, that's Carrick Ball going off the road again. Oh my goodness me, with so little time left, unless Brabham decide to park it or have their own issue, that would seem to be signed, sealed and delivered.
3.4 seconds is the gap now, with just over 10 minutes to go. It was the 31 car that was the one that made the actual contact with Andrea Ballero also down the inside of the 31 there, of the DSRT LMP2 that's currently in 11th. There it is. having to make the move again on Brabham Esports. But yeah, they were side by side with Movano, who were also involved there. Down towards this corner here, down towards turn number 6. They make it a bit more cleanly on Brabham this time. But it's created a 3-second gap. Has it created the gap that will be carried to the line by this team?
Well, we will see. I mean, Phil Morton certainly has the... he's had the pace all night long, but what he doesn't have is the tyre advantage. Is that going to be enough with less than 10 minutes to go? I doubt it. Raul Suarez is going to need some luck on his side to close that gap back down. He's essentially got nothing to lose by throwing caution to the wind. But I'm gutted. I'm really gutted for Suarez. They did nothing wrong. And a brilliant top battle has sadly been denied us.
Well, it has for now. There may not be enough time for it to resume again, but Suarez is going to try. The satellite racing car may be his friend as well, because Brabham Esports are just in behind it at the moment, trying to put a lap on the 4th place BMW. Nothing really to fight for them. They're just trying to... Well, they can't catch teams to do. They're just going to hope that they need a splash and dash, but even that is not going to get them the podium that they want here today for satellite racing. So they've got nothing to fight for here, and they do finally get out the way down towards turn number 6. So that's been dealt with. But Brabham Esports did lose a bit of time as a result. 2.7 seconds now the margin.
Well, yeah, that's Suarez's only hope, that Phil Morton gets snarled up like that in a few extra cases, but there aren't going to be that many laps or GT3 cars left to trip over.
Not really. Let's not forget, only 24 cars remaining in this race now. That does still remain true. Derek Wynn, the final running car for Red Kite Motorsports in the 111. That's one of the GT3s. That's so many laps down on the overall leader, nearly 40 laps down on the overall leader at this stage. It's been a very attritional one. Yeah, you're right, not very many cars remaining out there, and a big bit of free track space coming up for Brabham Esports in front. Not too sure about the amount of LMP2s behind. Still remains unclear for the moment, but still 12 running, of course. So there's going to be a few more to negotiate for the remainder of the race.
Yeah, there's still a potential for an opportunity, but like we said, he's going to rely on luck. You cannot take it away from the brilliant performance of Suarez, in particular in the 44. But also got to bear in mind that Phil Norton in that, or the 62 car in particular, started quite a way down. I say quite a way down. He started 5th or 6th, I think, in the GT3s. At the beginning, and for a while just minded its own business, and now finds itself in contention for the win.
Yeah, it's a bit of a bizarre race in some ways, a very bizarre one. It has to be said, but there we are. It's gotten to this situation now where it's still just 7 minutes to go. We don't really know who's going to win this race yet. We've narrowed it down to 2 at least in GT3, but we still don't really know. It certainly is in the favour of Brabham Esports, has to be said, but and it certainly is now. Aspar Esports are into the pit lane.
Oh dear! Had they miscalculated the fuel? Well, this brings Shazoo into the argument now.
Well, it's half does, I suppose. 40 seconds behind before, so they're not going to get involved directly. I think this is a drive-through penalty for Raul Suarez. That might well do, and it is indeed. It's a drive-through. Their only hope now is to hope that Brabham Esports have to do the same. Otherwise, I think their hopes of a race winner gone.
Well, I mean, you can argue that kind of... well, I was going to say you could argue that made the impact of the LMP2 meaningless, but that probably added to the incident count for the Ferrari. So,
yes, certainly.
Coulda, woulda, shoulda. You can do that all day long, but what a shame. But 5 minutes to go, even in that small time scale, anything can still happen.
Absolutely, it's just a case now for Brabham Esports of keeping things on the road and keeping an eye on those mirrors. Make sure none of those LMP2s trying to get through on you are going to pose any danger to you at all. Phil Morton may well just bring the pace back a little bit from some of the fastest laps of his race so far. His one before last was a 20.1. To be fair, that was a 20.5, so he's not hanging about. But he doesn't need to be setting the world on fire with these lap times just for now.
No, but the racing instinct is still there. So, we'll see if anything changes for him. But even still, you still want to do well. Yeah, there you go. Just seen Raul's last lap time, a 34.8. Goodness me, following that drive-through. And there he is. I'd imagine there's a few words being said, but again, they can still be very, very pleased with their performance.
They can. They've put up a good fight here. And, of course, they'll be thinking about, of course, that the incident that happened in the first hour, but as you said, coulda, woulda, shoulda, and all that. It's a real shame to see us put with that late drive-through that has eventually ended up settling this race, really. And, of course, that late incident as well. But put up a good effort. They put on a good show. And hopefully they've enjoyed their day out, even if it's not turned out with the result that they maybe wanted.
Yeah, very true. And there's Nick Jeličić for Shazoo. So obviously would have seen the gap suddenly drop between himself and the Asper car, but of course nowhere near enough. But they've got a comfortable gap back to the satellite car. They can coast if they need to for the last lap if they're running a bit light on fuel. That's still going to be a question mark, though, isn't it? Because if the Brabham car goes on for longer than some teams would have anticipated, we might still see some order shuffling going on.
Well, yeah, it's really a case of the overall leader, where they are. Andrea Barillero is just coming up towards the S's section now. He's just making his way and the plunge downhill. I reckon he's got... Well, has he got 3 laps to go or 4? It's going to be pretty tight, whether it's 290 or 291 in this race here. And it doesn't really matter to Barillero which one it is. He's just kind of running his race and running as fast as he possibly can here at this stage. Could well be 3 at the line yet, so we'll wait and see and look out for this, especially with Team Shazoo. However, with a 40-second margin, I think they'll be fine with a splash and dash to finish on the podium.
Yeah, absolutely true. So, all being well, Shazoo will hang on to that third place spot. Barillero could literally park the car on the line for several minutes and still come away with the top spot. I would imagine you'd be severely frowned upon for doing such things in different circumstances, but on he goes. Yes, where is that sausage dodger going? Going for a bit of a wander again, flirting with the grass. Have they not learned that that's not a good idea by now?
Yeah, it's a difficult race for everyone, as we might have gone on to 2 laps to go there. It might have been 3 laps to go. It's really, really close for Andrea Barillero. If he knows, then he might well back off as well to try and reduce the amount of laps that he has to do here. But it doesn't look like he's backing off really at all here. He's certainly pushing even now. He's got plenty of fuel to get to the end here as well. Only came in 14.5 laps ago now. He's really dominated this race. So they've had a strategical stranglehold over this one, and they've had a pace advantage over everyone here as well. It's been a completely dominant performance in every aspect from the Italians today.
Yeah, that is absolutely true. And under no circumstance have they lucked into anything. It has been pure pace, and strategy has just gone brilliantly well for them. We haven't really seen them put a foot wrong anywhere all night. It has been, or all race, I should say. Absolutely great stuff. How much is on the clock when they come over the line? That's going to be, 110? And it is going to be close. He could, if he backs off, then this will be the final lap. But at the pace he's doing, he might still squeeze another one in.
He's trying to get everyone to do an extra one here, and Team Shazoo will be getting on the radio here soon. They're not, but
someone hold them up.
Yeah, somebody get in the way. They'll be thinking, but no. And off the road.
That's Adam State. That's Adam State. That's a 65 car.
In 4th place. Let's hope they haven't got too much damage from this, but famous turn 5 needs just one more victim before the race is out.
that's a big old hit as well. That is going to be horrible to drive.
Well, luckily they don't have too far to go, and luckily it was a front suspension as well, which is always a bit easier to manage than the rear suspension. But into the final chicane, let's see if it's for the final time for Andrea Barillero.
Well then, out of the right-hander. Oh, that is going to be so close. Is it? Has he beaten it? Has he not?
He's just about got over it. Wow. 1 second
He's
to go.
actually beaten it by what must have been less than a second.
1 second in it, and he's going round again. He's got time to lap the GT3 leader, Brabham Esports, as well. But yeah, just a lap of honour now for Andrea Barillero. As you said earlier, he could have parked up a good few minutes ago and still won this race. But he just wants to make everybody do one more and just enjoy this lap of honour. It's been a great performance from SRC Movano, of course. They've come up against some strong teams today. The likes of Autosport have been here, Satellite Racing have been here as well. We've got Brabham Esports on the grid, albeit in a different category. Some top names, and Movano have toppled them all. They've been comfortably quicker than them all, and they're going to win by it says it's going to be 2 laps, but it's closer to 2.5.
Yeah, absolutely flawless victory from Movano through the final chicane, definitively for the final time for the number 86. And flash of the lights, you deserve to be happy about it. Your winner here at Road Atlanta is the number 86. It is SRC Movano Corsa Blue. What a fantastic drive. And winning in the GT3 class, there it is. It's Phil Morton, the number 62 for Brabham Esports.
A couple of great drives there. Very different ones as well. Dominance from Movano. Brabham Esports playing the final hour of the race just as well as they possibly could have done. They executed the strategy that they set out with by the end and toppled Aspar Esports, who made use of the strategy that they were given and very, very nearly pulled it off. Red Freaks Racing can be very pleased with second place in LMP2 as well. As you can see, flashing the lights over the line, they're very happy. I think they've accepted that P2 was their limit today.
And here comes Jelicic then. He has enough. Even if the engine is off and he's rolling, he's got enough to make it home. How? It's a very good question.
He might well be out a few now.
But he's made it nonetheless.
Oh, yes. He's made it over the line, and that's the important thing. But yeah, that just shows you just how fine they were cutting it there.
And flash of the lights from Marinon as well for Skorix. That comes over, a solid 5th position. Nothing to be upset about by that. That's Skibior, who's already been over the line. There is Enrique. He's quite happy with that. I think that's everybody now. That is all our surviving drivers has crossed the line. We started with 35. 24 made it home in what was a fantastic race. Absolutely.
15 retired from the 39 that started. Nearly half retiring, just showing you how difficult it is in the Coach Dave Academy Road Atlanta 6 hours, but a very entertaining race nonetheless. And some excitement all the way to the very end.
Absolutely so. And that is going to wrap it up for this evening. Thank you very much to those that have been with us throughout the broadcast, either live or post-event. We have very much enjoyed your company here at the Coach Dave Academy 6 hours of Road Atlanta, as hosted by SimGrid. Thank you very much, Ewan O'Leary, for joining me in the box. It's a great pleasure to have you along for the ride, sir.
Yeah, very much enjoyed being alongside you as well, Chris. It was fantastic. 6 hours of race, sometimes a bit daunting as a commentator. You wonder what the hell's going to be going on for 6 hours. Well, this, and it was very good. So very much enjoyed it. And yeah, I'm sure there'll be another one soon. Look out on the SimGrid socials and on the Discord and whatever for the next one that I'm sure is coming soon.
Absolutely. So there's always plenty of racing going on for SimGrid. Be sure to check out the channels, the social medias. You know where to find them. Until next time, we thank you very much, and we'll see you again. Until next time, thank you very much, and good night!